Alrighty.
You can give it 30 seconds. Slava just went to the restroom real quick.
Roger that. Okay. Why don't you go ahead? You go ahead. I've got some other film. So.
Good morning, everyone. How we doing? Thank you so much for joining us this morning in the Copa Room, where we have the I Am the Cavalry presentations. As many of you know, we have a very strict no photos policy here at BSides. All of the talks, with the exception of Sky Talks, are being professionally recorded, so you can catch everything online. But if you absolutely feel the need to take pictures and videos, we will be asking our wonderful speakers for their consent. Are you okay with having the audience take pictures? Awesome. So we have consent from the speaker. Yes, awesome. Thank you very much. But that means only the speakers give consent. So if you are going to take photos or videos, do not take any wide shots of the audience, no backs of heads. Please try and zoom in on the presenters and their content. We would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Come on up, Slava. I am delighted to introduce our speakers today. This is going to be a very exciting presentation filled with surprises and learnings. So right here on my right, which is your left, is Mr., and I practiced this, but I didn't practice it enough, Slava Maslenikov. Okay, very good. Yeah, give it up, baby. Come on. And he is joined by Caleb Quern, and we're going to learn about what to do when our comms go south. Go ahead.
Should we have turned these on? There's a button.
All right. Good morning. How's everybody? We should probably talk a little bit, like some more house rules before we dive in, right, Slava?
Absolutely. Let's go for it.
We have a policy on smiling, laughing, immediate expulsion. Anybody? You're thin ice already. Thin ice. First warning, yellow card. Okay, so maybe we should get busy. Slava, you want to kick us off?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone, for coming. I hope you're enjoying B-Sides. I hope you got some sleep last night. I'm certain I did. Today, we're going to talk about an emergency broadcast platform that we built on top of LoRa on some cheap radios. It's simple, it works, and we're here to present it. And somewhere, there's a clicker. I'm Slava. I look like that, in case you need a
Any
check.
confusion there, yeah.
I do consulting. I do a bunch of various IT consulting during the day, and that's how I pay rent and mortgage. But aside from that, I'm also a licensed ham radio operator. I have a general class license. I've been working a lot on Meshtastic and MeshCore. I've been presenting in the community on these topics. That's probably the most important stuff about me. I got a couple of cats. They're red cats, orange cats.
He's a cat person, cat guy. My name is Caleb Quern. During Monday through Friday, I am with the cyber advisory for KPMG. But on nights and weekends and all my ample free time, I also co-founded the Texas Cyber Alliance. So if anybody, that sounds interesting, maybe we talk afterwards. But before we dive in, Slava, let's spend a minute because this is, I want to have fun. I want to make this interactive a little bit, not too much just a little bit. But what brought everybody here today? Was there something in particular you were hoping to learn from a title like the one you saw?
Thanks.
You came to watch Slava. Anybody
Good
else?
answer.
I also came to watch Slava, but also learn about Meshtastic for catastrophes, because resilience is important.
For those who didn't catch it, we wanted to learn about Meshtastic for resiliency because it's important. Resiliency is important. Okay. Does that resonate? Okay. We got some head nodding already. That's good. Cool. All right. I think we have permission to proceed, Slava. Before the main course, I thought we would have an appetizer. Thought we were going to spend a minute on something I learned recently that could be foreshadowing.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. So Slava, do you know much about bees?
I don't know anything about bees. I think they're pretty. I think they have wings, I assume.
Yeah. And they have a lot in common with ants, these very social insects with hierarchies and behaviors that are pretty well studied by entomologists. But can I have the clicker? Yeah.
You can have the clicker.
I found something that may be relevant here. So bee workers are very chatty. And the same probably goes for ants, but let's just stick with bees for now. They're talking all day long with pheromones, with body language. I don't know what. I don't know how it works. But they will talk about just about anything. You know, they got messages about where the food is. Are there some hornets attacking our nest? How are the larvae doing? You know, what's the status of everybody around here? But it's a bit chaotic because these workers who all chat all day amongst themselves, it's noisy. And while I think any of these types of messages in and of themselves is, I mean, it's all important or they wouldn't be talking about it. But if one message here or there were lost, I don't know if the whole hive would collapse.
It's minute stuff. It's day-to-day stuff.
It's rather tactical, isn't it? All right, let's see if I get this clicker to work. No. So you may see where I'm going with this. The queen bee, and I know it's hard to make out, but on the slide, there's a difference between the bee on the left and the right. There's a tiny, tiny crown on the one on the right. The queen bee, for her part, she's got basically one type of message she sends. I'm here, and I'm ready to go. You know, it's about the future survival of the whole colony. That is, it only comes from one place, and everybody who gets that message and sends it onward is not modifying the message. It's very straightforward stuff. It is a single authoritative, canonical signal about the colony that starts with her and broadcasts out across the colony.
Thanks for the lesson.
It's
like bees more now.
Well, I just thought that was perhaps something to learn from. We'll find out here. Okay, next slide. I did it again. Okay. Boy, oh boy.
I mean, if you're in this track, I'm the Cavalry, you've seen this in words. So you shouldn't be surprised.
Slava, do you feel comfortable these days? Like, there's not much to worry about, or how are you feeling?
Absolutely, yeah, especially in the last week with water facilities being hacked and in the last year with wars. And no, I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like there's no shortage of man-made or natural disasters. I feel like you name the natural disaster, you name the man-made disaster, we can probably find a recent example around the planet. And I don't know if it's getting worse, but I feel uncomfortable. You know, we've got ChatGPT generated image here, of course, but like we've got bombed out buildings, we've got tsunamis, we've got earthquakes, we've got fires in the Northwest, we've got hurricanes on the East Coast of the United States. You name it, it's happening. It feels like constantly and all around us. And so for the past, I don't know, 18 months or more, you and I have been talking about these moments and how prepared we are. Because, you know, there's a lot of important work being done in the community around the highest urgency things like water and power. And Slava and I just can't stop thinking about communications. Because in hallway conversations that we're having, and maybe you are as well as you're out and about, I'm not sure there's a whole lot of focus. I'm not sure there's a plan for comms the way there's beginning to be and has been some plans in place for some time around power and water. Even though it doesn't mean we're good and should feel like ready to go on that stuff. I don't think there's a plan per se around comms in moments like this, aside from some ad hoc heroism. So perhaps today we'll share something that could be useful, we hope is a starting point for others to riff off of, right?
Yep, that's the plan.
Okay, let's see. All right, so let's talk. I mean, there is a precedent. There are platforms. There have been for decades of how to get warnings out in the event of something terrible happening in a community. And you know, these sirens, these giant platforms that make a whole lot of noise, they're meant to symbolize these broader civic investments that communities make into getting out urgent information in moments like this. And I guess I say it that way because what I mean to say, everybody, is that there's modern derivations of this that are like a SaaS platform that will send a text message to everybody in the community. I don't know. Does anybody you get those? Yeah, we're signed up for that stuff. Are you signed up for that?
Absolutely. I have to filter some of them, but...
Okay. So, there's these legacy physical things you can touch that are big and honking and require a whole bunch of staff, perhaps, and investment over time. And then there's the modern SaaS platforms. We can even, you brought this one up to me the other day. You want to share the example that you mentioned? The social network one?
Of course. In the cities affected and the states affected by the recent water facility hacks, a lot of the communication was done over Facebook. Facebook obviously depends on your computer working, you having electricity, you having internet, your phone having internet maybe, right?
If I can jump in.
Please.
I'm in a town of 4,000 people with many elderly people in the community. They don't use that. I'm curious with how they send out water alerts. These people are drinking contaminated water with immunocompromised systems.
Ooh. Yeah, you want to repeat what she said for the audience?
The comment up front here is that in a lot of rural communities, there are a lot of elderly people who don't have access to Facebook, who don't know how to use Facebook. Frankly, I don't use Facebook, so I wouldn't get these alerts either. How many of you guys use Facebook on a regular basis? You're hackers, you don't, right? I see a lot of shaking hands.
Yeah.
Shaking heads.
Yeah. So I guess perhaps the point of this moment in the presentation is there's a lot of platforms out there, but maybe there's still a moment or still an opportunity for something different. Okay. Check this out. So we don't expect anybody to read this slide, but I can summarize this slide for you. At the very top row is more about like SaaS platforms that we hinted at a moment ago, where maybe an emergency operator in a community can send out a text message to everybody, and the associated costs on the far right for setup and ongoing investment. Towards the bottom, you've got the big, monstrous platforms that are a combination of software, hardware, physical infrastructure, those giant sirens that you saw the pictures of a minute ago. And the point is just the number of zeros on these rows. These are expensive platforms that, I don't know, I don't want to get into like big global macroeconomic conditions and civic budgets, but the point is, it's a lot of money, and they take a lot of time to get in place. Maybe they don't even necessarily always do the job that we're talking about in the room here right now. Right, Slava, did I miss anything?
No, the only other thing I would mention is this is just a monetary cost. It doesn't include the cost of people showing up, people being able to show up. If there are tornadoes, winds, roads are blocked, how are they going to drive to work? How are they going to be able to facilitate all of these things happening?
That's right. So maybe we advance again. Okay. Did you want to take this slide, or should I?
I think I'll take the slide. Thank you. You may have seen me standing here last year talking about this very subject in the context of Meshtastic and Meshcore. In the last couple of years, I've been very active in presenting about Meshtastic and Meshcore. I've been running workshops around the country, teaching folks how to use it, building sensors, attaching sensors to devices, doing telemetry, controlling remote hardware. It's a lot of really exciting stuff. The way Meshtastic and Meshcore works, if you don't know, is mesh networking, and it's a social platform. So you connect to other devices, you send messages, you receive messages. It is a many-to-many communications platform, and I am sure a lot of you have heard about what happens when there are too many nodes connected together. Things start to fall over. They've really improved the resilience, especially on Meshtastic in the last few years, so DEF CON doesn't completely break the platform. But it's still, the point of the platform is many-to-many communication.
I'm curious about the folks in the room here today. How many people in this room have experimented with Meshtastic? Show of hands. Wow, that's a pretty, I think for the audience online, I would say, I don't know, a third or a half of the room. How many folks in the room have experimented with Meshcore? We'll call it 15%, 10%.
A little less, yeah.
Okay. So, all right, we've got folks who are familiar with both. Has anybody in the room ever noticed this is a quick divergence, like an emerging, I don't know, I'll call it, strong opinions between these two communities about how all this stuff should work? Imagine, I mean, anybody in the room themselves hold strong opinions about this? Strong opinion, at least in the front row. Anybody else? Slava, do you have a favorite between Meshtastic and Meshcore?
They have different purposes.
Okay, very nice. Nicely done. He didn't answer the question.
No alliances whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. They all each have their strengths and weaknesses. But I bet, well, I'm going to go out on a limb, everybody. Knowing the audience in Las Vegas this week, I predict that most of us are fans of what we call the CIA triad, right?
Tell me about the CIA triad.
Right, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Anybody nobody has heartburn about those three things. We all agree those are important, right? Like, okay, we can agree on that at least. Okay, so I did the wrong button again. There we go. Okay, so let's compare Meshtastic and Meshcore on these three important variables. Obviously, you can see the columns, one column for Meshtastic, one column for Meshcore, and you've got a table that, again, I don't want to cause anybody to read, but the point is, wow. Like, does anybody have any strong opinions of which is better for these three? If you had to guess, which is better for the CIA triad? You got an opinion in the front row?
Yes, Meshcore. My opinion is Meshcore is better. Why? Doing testing in the Southern California area, we found that Meshtastic does not route well at all. So my friends who were 10, 15 miles away would never get my messages. Meshcore, there's almost 100% message delivery.
That's a, I'll call it data-driven analysis. It sounds like, okay. So anyway, I'm sure there's other people in the room who may feel strongly in the other direction. That's fine too. But the point is, I think of this slide, I'm not sure there's a clear winner for this moment that you and I are talking about, right, Slava?
For this moment, no.
No, I mean, yeah.
It never felt like it. That's why we built it. But tell me more about why it doesn't fit.
I guess what it is that we're solving for everybody. Maybe we should be a little bit more clear. I think what we would like is something that reliably communicates. Reliably may be a key word. Something short and important when it matters, when something has gone terribly wrong because other methods are not available. For maybe there's power is offline, so you may not necessarily be able to count on those sirens out there. And a siren can only say so much, right? And then I just feel like some of the existing options are complex and have, I don't know. It's just not like for this crazy, terrible thing that happened, a natural or man-made disaster, is there something simple and reliable that gets a message out? I think our opinion is it doesn't. Sorry, I was rambling, but that's a strong opinion we hold and is the premise of this talk. So yeah, let's go. This is how we feel. I just don't think. I feel even less comfortable than I did at the beginning of this talk. So both Slava and I purport to be consultants, so we are required to show a 2x2 slide.
It's a legal requirement in
Yeah.
the state of Washington.
Yeah. And so this may be a very predictable slide, but nobody is probably interested in a system that has few features and a high cost. So I'm going to skip that quadrant. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time there. There are systems out there that have enormous costs and a lot of features. That's appropriate, but unavailable to a lot of us. There's systems out there that have a lot of features and are not expensive, but they also, I mean, I think we agree in this room today, may not always be what we're looking for. I mean, we're not saying they're bad. We're just saying for the moment and the crisis we're talking about, there's opportunity for something even better. Did I get that right?
Something simpler.
Something simpler, less feature rich, but does exactly what we're looking for well every time. And this is a nice moment, everybody, for us to, a quick disclaimer, like I don't think we've figured out this completely, but this is a launch point for others to experiment with. Okay, so yeah, there's a gaping opportunity here in the lower left. Low cost, low feature platform for delivering life-saving information, perhaps, in a moment of crisis. Did I get that right?
I think you got it right.
Okay, cool. So what would that feel like? Because I've kind of been vague along the way. Perhaps it's something as simple as a message like, there's a tsunami coming, get out of here. Meshtastic and Meshcore could perhaps send this, but I'm not sure you always can trust who it came from or the authority of who sent it.
How would you filter it out is one of my biggest questions.
Or even availability, because we've talked about challenges with the messages reliably getting to where they need to be. Okay. So another moment that we're solving for, we've talked a lot in this community recently, and appropriately, about water. Just a simple message of here's where you can get water because the platform of the system is down. Down at City Hall, you can get free bottles of water from these hours to those hours. That sounds like a win in my book if you can get something like that out cheaply and reliably. Another example, Slava, you want to talk about this one?
Absolutely. I talk a lot about broken down roads, fallen trees, when you're unable to drive somewhere. When the cost of getting 5 miles away is that high and that risky, you need to know if you're going to the right place. If a hospital has no beds, you need to know about it in advance. And that's a very simple amount of information. That's a very simple piece of information. So all three of these examples are simple, short pieces of information that don't need to be transmitted very frequently. And that is the basis of what we built here.
Cool. So again, we're trying to prioritize and execute. And so in terms of must-have features, we're talking low cost, low power, one-way communication. One way, right? We're not the chatty Cathys. This is one-way authoritative information. I'm sorry, Josh? A tweet?
A tweet.
Oh, Josh just said much like a queen. Okay.
Josh is
Josh saw our presentation earlier. And then we talked about must-haves and nice-to-haves. So we also agree, at least internally between Slava and I, that we want to be able to trust that the message came from somebody who has authority to tell us this information. It's not, my neighbor or somebody who is a little bit less authoritative telling me where to get water. This comes from the only place that's supposed to be talking about this stuff. These messages might be digitally signed from a sender who has the responsibility or the agreed upon authority to be telling us these things. Okay, so just in recap real quick. Low power, low cost, one way, digitally signed is what we're solving for. Did we miss anything important? Anybody in the room? Sound like a good start? Yes, sir.
I worked in the alarm industry, and they have something that neither Meshtastic nor Meshcore or even weather radios have, which is the concept of supervision. Am I actually connected? And if not, I need to know that now
That's a very good point. The point comes from a professional alarm technician. Would that be the right nomenclature? It's important to know when devices are connected, when the clients are connected. If one of them becomes disconnected, that feedback loop needs to happen. That's not something we solved for, but that is a feature that could be important for certain types of this, absolutely. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so let's get moving. Slava, you want to take it from here? And how are we doing on time?
We're running short on time.
Oh, okay, we'll speed it up.
Right. We do have a demo, and the demo is pretty exciting. So we'll go a little bit faster through some of these introductory slides.
Yeah.
We built the platform. We managed to do it in the last month. I think it's very exciting. It's got 3 pieces to it. The broadcaster piece is simply a 1-watt rack wireless radio. It's run by a Raspberry Pi, and Caleb can actually hold it up. It's attached to a USB-C battery right now. That's how it's powered. That's all it needs to be powered. There's a nice picture of it right there. And it's, I mean, we'll go over the costs later, but it's pretty cheap. All you need is a Raspberry Pi and a radio. It doesn't even have to be 1 watt. You'll see it's got a bunch of cables on it because it needs extra power for the 1 watt piece of it. And then we have 2 types of nodes that we pre-built for this. One of them is the Heltec E290. It's an e-ink display. It will show you all the information that you're transmitting right away. You don't really have to do anything. And lastly, we have this node, which is the cheapest one, the one we advertised as the $11 node. In reality, we added a couple of bells and whistles. We added a battery, we added an LED and a little buzzer. And that turned into like an $18 node. This one is headless. You don't really know what message you're getting, but if you're getting a new message, the LED will blink. If the message is high priority, the buzzer will buzz. So if you were ever in a situation where, I don't know, you live in a wooded, foresty area and you have a laptop and you still have power and you have the code, you take this little node with a battery, you go on a hill, you catch the message, it will blink the LED, and then you go back down the hill, go to your computer, read the message off, and we're going to demo all that.
That's right. And we're not suggesting you need a hill or climb a tree for this to work. We're just saying that that's a moment that this would work in.
Exactly. We'll talk about the ranges, the effective ranges of this later as well. I mean, it is LoRa, so we're just subject to LoRa ranges effectively. We built this for the furthest range we can work with as an unlicensed operator.
Okay, let's keep going. Demo time. Oh, sorry, not demo time. Yeah, we just wanted to show a quick picture of how this feels in practice. You've got the one receiver going to many, and each mesh node, of course, will relay across anybody nearby the same exact message, unaltered, at it almost infinitum, right? Like, when will this stop?
It's configurable. I honestly don't remember how I configured it right now. It's all subject to change and subject to grow and subject to add features. I mean, the reality is we can keep repeating forever. There's a question.
Is it possible to configure the number of hops on the fly to compensate for current conditions?
The question is it possible to configure the number of hops to compensate for current conditions? The answer is, I don't see why not. The system right now is very simple, and we can just keep adding stuff, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, next slide. So Josh beat us to the punch a little bit. But yes, this is inspired by Mother Nature. Yeah, let's keep moving in the interest of time. Slava, over to you.
It's demo time. So we built a few of those nodes that we just showed pictures of. Some of you under the chair will have it taped up, hopefully. So reach under your chair, and there should be 15 nodes total,
Yeah.
I believe. If you find one, can you hold it up?
Oh,
All right.
wow, look, a lot of hands
Look at
raising in
that.
the room.
Exciting.
A lot of oohs and ahs.
I do want to say we would appreciate getting those back. Unfortunately, we don't have corporate sponsorship as of yet. If nobody around you grab one, I'm sorry, I don't think we actually put any in that area. I left you guys out. Sorry.
I know, big fail.
But if nobody around you has one, maybe check the empty seat next to you. There are a couple of empty seats. But at this point, we already have the broadcaster node enabled and on, but it's not actually broadcasting. And I'm going to show you why as soon as I figured out this microphone situation.
So this is when I pray to the demo gods. I would appreciate any sacrifices, yeah, in the audience.
Let's see if this microphone works. Thank you. Oh my God, that's perfect. Thank you. So hopefully you see my screen, and hopefully it's really, really big. The Raspberry Pi has a web UI that is as simple as we could make it. It's not broadcasting right now. Once I hit start, it will start broadcasting. You don't see any messages on your nodes, and your LED shouldn't be blinking, although I think there's one node that's doing weird stuff. We can ignore that. These are very cheap radios. That's the entire point. I'm going to hit start. Don't open it. But if you look at the bottom of it, that's where the LED is that I just realized we put tape on. And this is actually not connected. So you're not doing a very good job praying to the demo gods.
Pray harder.
Or louder, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All right. So some of these, yep, blinking. Raise your hand if you're seeing some kind of feedback on your device. We got 4, 6, 8, 10. That's great. We have 15 devices in the room, so that's great. So some of the things we're broadcasting are, sample things. I hope there's not a tri-county near here, and hopefully we're not causing panic. But, don't drink water. Yeah, thanks. There's this other message.
Yeah.
And you can, we defined these as pages. So you can have multiple messages. Maybe one of them is about a hospital status. One of them is about the status of water. Another one is about you will have electricity for N hours in the next week. But this is neat. I'm going to create a new page here. I don't know. What should I call it? Somebody is calling out that time I drank my Lord. So I have this severity field. If we set it to red, which is highest priority, the buzzers will buzz. I thought that was a nice feature, so I'm going to go ahead and save this. And this will broadcast sometime in the next 30 seconds because our interval is set here to 30 seconds. We built this for maximum range and maximum power savings. So we implemented, some of you guys heard that buzzing. That was, there's a big alert. And then you're going to run to your computer, read it, and it just says hello. What's important about this also is when we're sending these messages, we would send them like once an hour maybe. So the entire rest of the time, the nodes can sleep, save the battery. These nodes are very good at sleeping. We're not even using like the good chips for battery savings, and we didn't have time to actually calculate what our battery is going to last. But it should work pretty well. Right now we have the interval set to 30 seconds, so that this can actually work. But in the field, maybe it will broadcast once an hour. Is that about it for the demo?
Yeah, pretty exciting, right? Round of applause for Slava. Yeah. Okay. Dave, is it Q&A time, or do we have?
No, we got a couple more minutes. So if we're done with the demo, Mr. Alex will help me collect. So send all your demo gear over to this side, and he will pick them up.
Thank you. We actually have a couple more slides, but go ahead with the question.
Yes, sir. Question.
So if this were officially adopted by a local municipality, where would you put these responders? Would you put them on top of cell towers? Where would you like these things to be distributed?
We're talking about the broadcast nodes. Yeah, the higher the better. One thing we conveniently left out is the antenna component of this, which would be an additional cost. But yeah, I mean, the traditional and classic rules apply. Like someplace high with a nice antenna would be the place you mount. Well, the question was, would we work with municipalities and maybe put them on TV towers? I think yes, and I would say one of the moments like we haven't talked about that I want to also like offer this as an option for might be scenarios like a college campus, right? Where sometimes certain emergencies happen, and this would be handy. And I'm not saying you put one of these in the hands of every student or even on like a normal high school, but that's a scenario or an environment that feels appropriate for this type of gear. Another might be, any Texans in the room? Who's from Texas? I know we've had a few. Okay. There was flooding in Texas last year, very tragic. And among the challenges, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but comms and getting the word out was a challenge for those affected. And perhaps this is an option for scenarios, landscapes, stakeholders like that. This may not be the best thing for a giant city or a giant community, but there's scenarios and kind of variables that make this, I think, more appropriate. Okay, keep going, Slava. We don't have much time.
Yep, we have, I think, about 10 minutes, including Q&A. By the numbers, these are the costs per unit. So these black antennas that you saw on the E290 nodes with the e-ink display, those are really good antennas. Those are the cost of those is included in there. For the broadcaster node at home, I actually got a really fancy antenna. It was like $40. It was broken. Then I got a second one. It had a broken cable. Incredible quality things, even though these are supposed to be good antennas. So you got to look out what you get. But in case you can't really see the screen, I will vocalize this. The broadcaster node is about $125 to build, not including the Raspberry Pi, but you can use whatever Raspberry Pi. We're not doing any computing, really. We're running a web UI. You can run this on a, Raspberry Pi 3 with a mini USB port. That's crazy. It was so hard to find a cable for that. In terms of the e-ink display, including the 3D printed case to put it all together in terms of materials, it was about $60. These are cheap. And I put the last node, the headless node, down as $11. That's without the battery, without the LED. LEDs are cents, buzzers are cents. That little film canister is, you just gotta go buy some film and take pictures. In terms of range, I got about a couple miles in my Washington foresty, leafy area, which leaves are apparently, and moisture is pretty bad for 915 megahertz, as it turns out. But this is LoRa, so we're operating by the principles of LoRa. We're running this on spreading factor 12. If you know what that means, we're maximizing a range potential. We're using the most power because the receivers are the ones that need to conserve the power. So if you have line of sight, you're still going to get the fancy LoRa 200-mile range that somebody got somewhere.
Once, yeah. I think the important thing for me on this slide is the money. All of the options on that earlier slide where we talked about the classic ways of approaching this were orders of magnitude greater, like $30,000 just to start thinking about something like this. And I don't know, we were sitting around doing a little bit of math on a napkin last night, and you could have a community of 20 nodes with the broadcaster, the Queen Bee, and we're talking like $2,000. Very doable, very worth exploring. I don't think this niche has been filled yet, and we also don't believe this is the answer for everything. This is a starting off point. In fact, I'm not even convinced the headless receiver thing is a good use of time, but it is a place to explore. We're pushing the boundaries on purpose to places. They may not be good places to go, but at least now we know what's possible. So, was there anything else? Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, let me hit this real quick because we're about to get cut off. There's a lot of room for improvement in this. We could go crazy places like making this EMP resistant. Obviously, we'd like to talk about things like increasing the range We would also like to perhaps explore, the comment earlier about knowing whether the rest of the network is online and listening in the first place. I like that one. There's also an option for like self-imploding messages that, go away after a time. I don't know what the list is, but we're going to make the repo available for everybody, right, Slava? So you can go take this and run with it. This is a contribution to the community.
GPL3.
Yep.
Please
And then
contribute.
the other thing I think we wanted to just recap was perhaps we have an option, a starting point for something that is low power, low cost, emergency communications that are digitally signed. And perhaps,
I did it too early.
perhaps, yeah, rainbows and unicorns and a world that is a little bit less risky today, where all of us and our loved ones may be more likely to survive one of these terrible moments that feel all too common for all of us. Did I miss anything, Slava?
Maybe then we won't have to have black and white presentations and wear gray suits.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you've got questions, yeah, give a hand, give a hand. If you got questions, run quick like a bunny over to this microphone and line up, and we will take as many questions as we can, but we will cut off the questions because we are going to be out of time. Also, I think there are 2 units that have not made their way back home yet that we would love to recover. So,
Those might also be under some empty seats that
Right.
we'll try to
Okay.
find later. Thank you.
Hi, me again. I live in part of Texas where, we have weather radios, and I'm at the edge of something, so if that antenna is not quite right, I just don't get a message. I wonder if you would consider maybe having a uniquely generated ID on each message that you could then resend it like every 30 seconds for 5 minutes, and if a radio's received it, then it ignores the future copies of it, just so if somebody's right on that periphery, maybe the trees move just right so that they get one of those messages.
We do that.
Oh, excellent. All right.
Nice.
Nicely done, Slava. Okay, next up.
Resilience of messaging is something I thought about very early on. We send a lot of packets to effectively do like the rate 10 of, like the striping thing. So it
Rapid
works.
fire. Let's go.
Did you consider at all like bolting on to something like mesh core? Because I know there's a lot of really big meshes that have already existed, but like maybe a dedicated firmware channel or something like that.
I promise these questions aren't planted. We have that planned. We have a plan for writing mesh core as a delivery service for this. Yes.
Next up.
Can you cancel a message once it's been sent, or say something changed in the future, or you wanted to modify what happens?
Yeah, so those individual pages that I showed in the web UI, you can change the page to have a different text, and it will update that message. Whether that works properly or not, but
congratulations. You have the last quick question.
No.
Okay, in the UK, in Wales, we have loads of LoRa networks for farmers. To what extent could they be repurposed? I guess it's extension of the previous one.
full extent. We're using very generic radios, SX1262s with ESP32s, NRF52 is also supported. It's all the same stuff. So these nodes, you can reflash with MeshCore, Meshtastic, and it will just work too.
Thank you, everybody.
Give a big hand for Caleb and Slava. That's fabulous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, room host, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. How we doing? Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us in the Copa Room, where the I Am the Cavalry talks are held. As many of you know, we have a very strict no photo, no video policy here at BSides. All the talks, with the exception of Sky Talks, are being professionally recorded. If you feel the need to take photos and videos, we will need the presenter's consent. Do we have your consent to photograph you in your presentation?
Photos are fine. I don't know why the hell anyone would do a video, but okay.
We don't know. So we do have the presenter's consent. Thank you very much. If you do take photos, please make sure they are zoomed in and you are only getting the presenter and their content in your pictures. None of the audience has given consent to be in a photo. So no like wide shots. Please just try and keep it zoomed in to the presentation. We greatly appreciate it.
All right, it is my great honor to welcome Mr. Joe Slowick to talk to us about proxy networks and critical infrastructure. I will say Joe is fabulous professionally. I love hearing everything he has to say about cyber threat intelligence. It's fabulous. And also he's helped me at a time of great need in my personal life. So put your hands together for Joe Slowick.
Good late morning, everyone. Now it's on. All right. How's everyone doing? My name is Joe Slowick. I have been doing this sort of crap for almost 20 years now. I used to say like, oh, about 15, and like, no, it's getting longer. I've split my time between government, private sector, quasi-government sector. Currently, I work at Data Miner, where I run their threat research and cyber engineering team. But today we're going to talk about a facet of some research that I've been doing for several years that has extended into certain threat actors like Volt Typhoon, has had policy and ethical implications behind it. And we're going to explore this after I had to basically blow up this presentation a week ago in light of events. Because our agenda is we're going to talk about what the fuck just happened to kick things off with, because it's been a little wild in the critical infrastructure space over the last 10 or so days, if you've been even remotely paying attention to even the Muggle news these days. We'll then talk about what that means, the implications, and how this extends into other areas, and get into what this means for defense, but also what this means for asset owners, what this extends into as far as responsibilities and other actions are concerned, leading to the big thoughts or whatever as far as what does this mean writ large? What do we do about these sorts of intrusions, and how do we mediate against, or how do we adequately control for the ability of adversaries a world away to reach out and touch critical infrastructure for malicious purposes? So to start off with, what just happened? Again, I gave a version of this talk at Critical Effect, a much shorter version. The hell was that, a month ago? 2 months ago? Okay, so a little over a month and a half ago now, I guess, give or take. And things have changed significantly because, as you might be aware, U.S. critical infrastructure was attacked. What happened? And this number keeps changing. The initial report was 30 plus water utilities were compromised in the state of Minnesota. If you check the news this morning, according to ABC right now, they're reporting at least a dozen states with, oh, there we go, at least a dozen states with many, many more facilities have been compromised, ranging from Minnesota to Michigan, etc. Several of these intrusions featured some degree of operational disruption, either affecting pumping facilities, locking system operators out of their workstations or out of their ability to remotely manage programmable logic controllers, primarily of a Rockwell Collins, Allen Bradley type, within water and wastewater operations. There is also the possibility, and this came out in an updated CISA report from late July, that this intrusion also included the capture and modification of programmable logic controller ladder logic, which is kind of a big deal. We'll come back to that momentarily. The thing that ties all this together, though, is that all these victim devices, all of these assets, were internet accessible in one form or another, whether they were just hanging out there on a cellular modem or similar, such that they were reachable by an adversary in a direct fashion, such that either through captured credentials, default credentials, or maybe one or two of a few authentication bypass vulnerabilities, essentially reachable by adversaries to allow for manipulation. As far as the who is concerned, people are being cagey about this. So if you look at the CISA report, it extends earlier reporting saying that intrusions are linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, specifically their Cyber and Electronic Command, operating historically under a hacktivist false persona of cyber avengers. That has kind of gotten murkier, although honestly, for reasons we can get into offline, this is not the purpose of this talk. It's either our CEC was doing this or someone trying awfully, awfully hard to look like historical CEC operations. So take that for what you will. But the thing is, even checking a couple of days ago, granted these Shodan scans have not updated in a little over a week at this point. I got to find John and yell at him like, refresh your scans, dude. But still, the number of these hanging offline. Now, admittedly, that one's a honeypot. So, not all of these are necessarily actual asset owner items, but we still have vulnerable, accessible Rockwell Collins PLCs. This is just Minnesota, but across the country that are reachable. So one of the things that I like to joke about, my greatest contribution to the information security space across almost 20 years of doing this shit, is a domain I registered about 7 or 8 years ago, getyourshitofftheinternet.com. The thing is that it sounds like, why the hell would you have these things internet accessible? I had this discussion with a journalist yesterday in my hotel room before coming over to B-Sides in the morning. And yeah, it sounds deceptively simple, like why should these be internet reachable? Until you realize that for some of these communities, internet accessible means not having to hop in a truck and drive 25 miles if something errors out and you need to make some sort of emergency change. There are safer ways to do this, potentially. We can put a VPN in front of it because it's not like that technology has had any problems, vulnerabilities, or similar over the last 7 years, right? But nonetheless, it is enticing to say, like, just pull these things offline. The reality is that it's not so simple, and we have to deal with this in one way or another. In thinking about the attack pathway here, so we had and this is going to come back to the central point of this discussion, the means through which these intrusions take place. We had the adversary, I'm going to say through the IRGC's own ops network or something, moving through multiple virtual private server nodes. Combination of what appear to be both adversary owned and provisioned and adversary compromised. We'll come back to why that's important. To then communicate with internet accessible victims. We then see a bifurcation in attack path. Prior to the release of the updated CISA report, generally looking at a lower, slower, little savvier sort of intrusion life cycle that did result in disruptions noted explicitly in CISA's update across the water, wastewater, energy, and other sectors, but including this interesting project file download, modification, and project file upload, leading to things like modifying displays and logic that could allow for unsafe conditions, which is concerning. But then more recently, and this leads to the Minnesota events post the release of that updated report in late July, this more simplified operator lockout mechanism where adversaries accessed PLCs, leveraging the credentials that they had on hand, changed passwords, and then changed IP addresses to result in a virtual lockout of the device, which prompted not just CISA, the FBI, the EPA, but also Rockwell Collins itself to post guidance for how do you restore access to these devices in a safe and secure way. The implications for this, and Josh is going to yell at me about this right now, but like we talk about Volt Typhoon as we should, but this is kind of what we've been worried about. Scale is debatable right now because we've seen Minnesota to a couple states to now 7 states, now a dozen states pop up. The scare scenario of an adversary disrupting critical infrastructure operations across multiple geographies roughly simultaneously, we just hit that. It has now happened, which is kind of wild when you think about it, although maybe not so much because we are actually at war right now. The CISA and related reporting indicates not just system disruption, which is the more recent phase, and while concerning, not as concerning as that pre-inflection point safety and PLC logic manipulation items. I'm really hoping that more information comes out as far as how that actually played out and what was going on, because that is an area of intense interest for me, because we've only seen something like this happen twice before publicly, as part of the 2016 Ukraine power event, where as part of the In-Destroyer malware execution, there was a denial of service condition executed against Siemens Supertech. We good? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Siemens Supertech protective relays that would have resulted had things played out as the adversaries wanted to, but they sucked, so it didn't work that way, but would have resulted in restoring power on an unprotected line, which is not good. And then the 2017 incident in Saudi Arabia with the Triton or Trisis malware that would have allowed, that potentially would allow for arbitrary modification of safety logic on a safety instrumented system in an oil and gas environment. As a result, this is all a big deal that we could spend an entire presentation on talking about this on its own. However, that's not what Josh asked me to talk about today. So we will table this for now for next year perhaps, because we're going to get to the means through which this took place, which I think is also intensely interesting, as well as having very salient points for what it is we need to think about for what enables these scary scenarios, whether we're talking Cyber Avengers, Handala, Volt Typhoon, not Salt Typhoon, Sandworm, etc. I can't manipulate, I can't harm something if I can't talk to it. And talking to it can take a variety of forms. And like I said earlier, get your shit off the internet sounds very sexy and simple, like just do this, but it's not realistic in many cases. So we have to think about what is the nature of these network connections that allow for interaction with these devices. So while the identified tradecraft has significant implications, it's kind of crude. The OT manipulation bit is a different talk. We're not talking about that today. If nothing else, we need more information right now. Unfortunately, because the news cycle has taken hold, seeing a lot of bullshit coming out about this, and I have a feeling we'll see a lot more potentially this week on this subject, as well as vendors and thought leaders and other flock like flies to shit to this issue. But how these capabilities were delivered really does matter, because the adversary used these least or compromised VPS instances to enable their attack, largely sticking to privacy-centric or bulletproof light hosting providers, M247, Vultr, and similar sorts of entities that don't ask a whole lot of questions for who they do business with and run a lot of infrastructure that is easily compromised. As a result, we see something that represents a very linear path from adversary environment to victim. What does that mean, and how does that align with other things that we've seen in the critical infrastructure exploitation space? That gets into a discussion of understanding means. How does this happen? Well, quite simply, how do cyber intrusions work? I have adversary space and I have victim space. The two seldom are the same, except unless you have an insider threat situation or similar. Instead, I need some method of communication between point A and point B, but the things that exist between these two nodes can be very direct and simple. I have no OPSEC concerns whatsoever, and I'm hitting you right from my house, which is how you get a bomb dropped off on you in the case of what we are seeing right now in Iran and similar. Or I can be a little savvier, and I can route my communication through multiple nodes in order to obscure the origin of that traffic to evade attribution, to make defense harder, and similar. The point is that many things can exist between these nodes. The simple route, and kind of what happened in the water and wastewater sector intrusions, is kind of like this. Hacker at the console, maybe add a couple of boxes or whatever in between, and then directly hitting the critical infrastructure environment. There's not a whole lot of shifts or modifications in items, which makes rolling these things back not terribly hard. I've been talking with some folks in a couple of other companies and similar that we've been working on a lot of the infrastructure, some of which was publicly disclosed, some of which has not been publicly disclosed, and mapping this back. And it really is helping to unwind what is going on as far as this is concerned, because we didn't see a lot of their especially complex tradecraft here. We can increase this a little bit, though. More complex botnets to filter and obfuscate. we're all smart people in this room. Do I have to explain a botnet to everyone? I'm going to explain a botnet anyway. Really what we're just talking about here is a mechanism where from an adversary controller, I reach out to multiple compromised hosts that then allow me to reach victims for some follow-on action. That can be boosting a denial of service attack. It could be for traffic proxying, could be for a variety of reasons. The key thing here, and my pointer is not going to reflect on the shiny screen, is that as this image is showing, it's really one layer deep. We may have tens of thousands of systems in this layer, but they're all communicating to the same Telegram channel or similar item that allows for command and control. And so it's could be a very wide network, but it's not especially deep. And that has implications that we'll talk to here in a second. Simple case study would be like Mirai and its many variants. A Internet of Shit botnet that's been around in some form since 2016. It's evolved into things like Kimwolf and other sorts of variants that use the same publicly available source code for various degrees of, for various functionality. It's not sophisticated by any stretch of the imagination, but we're still dealing with it 10 years later, which means it works. And people can leverage this sort of functionality for malicious purposes, including critical infrastructure attacks. Go back to the dawn of cyber warfare, or at least publicly reported cyber warfare. And we could look at things like the Estonia and Georgia events in the late 2000s, aughts, I don't know what the hell we want to refer to them as. And that, I think, has been pretty well covered, that we had a combination of botnets and patriotic hackers running software just sort of given to them in order to magnify distributed denial of service campaigns, either for explicit disruption in the case of Estonia on its own, or paired with actual physical conflict in the case of Georgia. Whole lot that we can talk about on these subjects still because I think they get misunderstood, but we don't have that much time. So instead, I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about Operation Ababil from 2012, which doesn't get as much attention, but probably should, because while not OT related, like hitting PLCs and knocking them offline, this targeted the financial sector. It was a distributed denial of service campaign using compromised high bandwidth servers where the adversaries, Ababil, not Ababil of Banab, different Ababil because the Iranians aren't that creative, and again, compromise these devices and then use them to send high volumes of traffic to various systems associated with financial institutions, largely focused in the United States. Blunt force, but actually kind of effective in that it did interrupt consumer use of certain online platforms, the cost of both downtime and mitigation, because how do you defeat a botnet? You throw money at Cloudflare or whatever, and they take care of it for you. Or some other similar service or whatever doing the same thing. So the costs behind these things are non-trivial, even if we can mitigate the disruptions. And this was painful and lasted for almost 2 years in various waves in one of the last times the US and Iran were at each other's throats, which has kind of been the case since the 80s, I suppose, but you get the idea. Okay, so botnets, interesting, not terribly sophisticated. We take these things down all the time, but take it down, new ones get rebuilt, but we can understand these fairly effectively and we know how to deal with them. More interestingly and more recently, asterisks, we have these operational relay box networks, a term that I hate, so we're going to call these proxy networks instead. These add significant complexity to what it is that we're looking at, in that we're still talking about tens of thousands of compromised devices that get roped into a network for malicious purposes. But now we're increasing the complexity of these networks by routing traffic in ways that we would look at and say, like, oh, that looks like Tor, or similar sorts of items. But basically building these networks on the fly out of things like compromised IoT devices, compromised SOHO routers, and networking gear, and similar to enable far more difficulty in going from victim system back to the controlling system in initiating traffic in these cases. This enables robust obfuscation as well as self-healing networks that are significantly more difficult to take down because the logic is more complicated, the number of systems and the relationships with one another requires more effort to understand, and the controlling mechanisms behind these also take a little bit more effort in order to unwind. So what does this mean? Let's extend access mechanisms and focus the rest of this discussion not on fairly simplistic tradecraft like what we saw with the water intrusions, but rather more complicated activity that's leveraging these networks have compromised what I like to refer to as neutral web or neutral internet space in order to facilitate offensive operations, whether in preparation or in actuality, against critical infrastructure. So proxy networks, the new normal. So they're not new. I'll actually have a Sky Talk later today and telling you why these are not new, which may be interesting, but maybe not. But more often than not, always linked to state-sponsored activity. There's some interesting wrinkles around this as we start talking about People's Republic of China linked threat actors, where there are a variety of entities like contractors and private firms that build these networks out and then lease access to them, largely to PRC state entities, but not exclusively. So there is a little bit of muddying around this. But the key point is that we have this division of labor in how these items are established. Whereas the water and wastewater intrusions on the part of likely IRGC CEC, fairly direct, likely adversary-owned infrastructure or adversary-managed infrastructure to facilitate these intrusions. Instead, when we start talking about a Volt Typhoon or similar here in a couple of slides, what we observe in these events is going to some third-party provider that has created these proxy networks and leasing access to them in order to facilitate operations, which has additional implications for things like threat attribution, takedown, and similar. So what do these look like? What have we seen before? Well, a few years ago, we had a quasi-example. I say quasi because this wasn't quite a full-blown proxy network, maybe a little bit more of a botnet, but it was more complex than just any other regular run-of-the-mill botnet. Sandworm, which is no stranger to impacting critical infrastructure, deployed a tool called VPN Filter, which was pretty interesting, largely targeted SOHO networking equipment and similar, had some OT-related functionality. It was never determined what that functionality was for or why it was in there, largely to read and capture Modbus traffic, but there was no captured, publicly identified, at least captured, OT modification capability, but that could have been deployed later on or leveraged the capture of network traffic in order to facilitate some sort of impact later on. This was disrupted through a coordinated action between the US, a bunch of vendors, Ukraine, and similar. But then just a little bit later, we had Cyclops Blink replace it as a more complicated and more robust and more defensible framework that was pushed out. And again, it was disrupted, but to this day, you can still see both VPN Filter, which isn't really used anymore, but also more importantly, Cyclops Blink endpoints that are still active despite campaigns to try to take these things down. The assessed use on this, again, is indeterminate because of the active disruption around conflict in Ukraine. The things that were assessed publicly was either DDoS activity against Ukrainian institutions, as well as facilitating more robust, better OPSEC command and control for intrusions in Ukraine. But the idea is that, okay, so we've seen the Russians doing this, but I think we've also seen this more effectively in some more recent intrusions. Well, more recent and also quite old. So Berserk Bear, Energetic Bear, Dragonfly, Crouching Yeti, take your pick of all the stupid CTI names. But FSP Center 16 has been involved in these sorts of events, especially at the network layer, for 10 years now. There was a report that came out by CISA in 2018 about campaigns that had gone on for a bit where this threat actor, we talk about Salt Typhoon hitting the telco backbone. Berserk Bear was doing this for very specific purposes almost 10 years ago, largely to do things like manipulate DNS traffic and similar in order to do things like capturing credentials and additional information for communication to critical infrastructure entities, largely in the power sector. So we have that element, which is a little different than we're talking about with proxy networks. But most recently, the end of 2025, we had this incident in Poland, a NATO member that is not currently directly at war with Russia, where an attempted OT disruption took place against distributed electric resources, a combined heat and power facility, and an unspecified manufacturer. It was disrupted, it was defeated. CERT Polska did a good job, and there's actually going to be a talk I'm very much looking forward to at DEF CON, I believe on Saturday morning, by Marcin from CERT Polska to get into, I think, elements of this intrusion that have not previously been made public. So mark that in your calendars. But anyway, the important part of this intrusion is how it was facilitated. they used a number of compromised infrastructure nodes that were roped into essentially a proxy network in order to facilitate command and control and attack delivery. And it was this network analysis that enabled the attribution to differ from, you had Dragos, you had ESET saying that this is sandworm because who else attacks energy in Europe and such? Well, it wasn't, it was Berserk. And that's based upon an analysis of the proxy network that was used to execute this attack. There may be relationships, which I don't think is highly likely, but still seeing a shift to these sorts of networks in order to facilitate and enable more robust ways of interacting with, in this case, electric systems to cause a disruption. Now let's go to the big elephant in the room, Volt Typhoon. Volt Typhoon emerged a few years ago as initially like targeting military adjacent infrastructure, but has mushroomed into something more over the past few years and remains active in some sense to this day as the most concerning sequence of intrusions into US critical infrastructure. What's important to note is how these intrusions into critical infrastructure have taken place, and it has through a variety of proxy networks leased from PRC-based contractors, basically, such as the first one that was identified, disrupted, but remains in a still semi-active state today, the KV botnet. But other PRC actors are also extensively using these orb or proxy networks as well to enable operations. The nature of this use includes scanning of victim networks to identify vulnerable or accessible systems, enabling attack points or firing points for exploits or for credential stuffing or credential replay attacks, and then for allowing follow-on command and control. And doing so in a way that ultimately deep sixes any attempt of using traditional indicator-based, indicator blocking defenses from tracking or denying adversary access because they rotate through nodes quite quickly. So in thinking about this, proxy networks provide a survivable C2 and communication mechanism for various ops. This nested capability really evades easy remediation. I can't just start building firewall rules for all these items or whatever, short of blocking the entire internet. It just doesn't work that way. This gives adversaries significant advantages not only for operational security purposes, making things like attribution hard, although who cares, depends on who you are, I suppose, but also for efficacy in contested operations. That if I am in a red versus blue game of trying to disrupt critical infrastructure, the ability for defenders to respond in real time when I can rotate IPs in essentially a near instantaneous fashion to thousands of potential endpoints makes it very hard to try to stop the bleeding by just blocking an IP. So what does this mean for defense? Well, it could mean we could just give up. So Mike Raggi, good dude, I think he's at CrowdStrike now, but he wrote this article when he was at Mandiant a few years ago, which was probably the first time orb entered the popular lexicon. The term has actually been around for quite a while, just not really in the defensive space, but the point that this article made, in addition to identifying extensive PRC use of these proxy networks for cyber espionage as well as cyber attack or pre-cyber attack purposes, was that defense needs to change and needs to change dramatically. And when we start talking about things like the water organizations that were impacted by this latest, almost certainly Iran-linked campaign, they don't have the resources to do things like deep packet inspection, reverse lookups of various infrastructure to ascertain, hey, I got a login attempt from what looks like an IP camera or whatever that's 2 states over. I should probably investigate that further. That visibility just doesn't exist. So we need to start thinking about how do we tackle these networks and make them not exist, or at least blunt their impact for being able to target everything from investor-owned utilities that actually have resources for security, all the way down to our co-ops and munis and such, like the rural, I can speak, water, wastewater organization outside of an ex-urban Minneapolis, St. Paul. Well, in thinking about this, we have the takedown route. That still is an option, and takedowns still do happen. We've seen this attempted with the KV botnet, and we've seen it with other threats such as linked to APT28, linked to Berserk Bear, linked to other adversaries as well. We are actively and increasingly more keen to interact with devices at levels that even 5 years ago would have not have passed legal review within the US government, to start interacting with these ostensibly neutral but compromised devices in order to aggressively try to blunt or take these networks down. However, success is uneven or ephemeral. So just 3 examples here, from KV botnet to a couple of other items, VPN filter included as well, that, you know, cut one head off the hydra and 2 shall take its place, is often where we seem to be residing when it comes to takedowns, because the nature of botnet takedowns, unless we could actually target adversary networks that are responsible for controlling these proxy networks, which gets us into an uncomfortable place in terms of shooting the archer and interacting with someone else's cyber warfare program. Interacting with these intermediate devices that are making all of this possible is either going to require a degree of interaction with these devices that may make us uncomfortable, or half measures that don't really stick. So for example, for the KV botnet takedown, this highlighted section indicates that the court-authorized steps to disconnect routers from the KV botnet and prevent reinfection are temporary in nature. The device owner can reverse these mitigation steps by restarting the router. I changed the running config. I didn't change the start config. So power goes out and my router restarts, because we know that, you know, my mom or your brother or your uncle or whatever, how often do they restart their ISP provisioned home office router, if ever? Probably never. So it's really like a power blip or whatever, and that's all you're left with. So for these high availability, long running devices and such, unless we can make these changes permanent, they are continually vulnerable to be re-engaged into these environments, meaning the changes are not permanent and allows adversaries to continue operations in ways that don't address the root cause of what it is that we're concerned with. So what options do we have for action? Well, we could try indicator blocking, but I think of this in the same sense for those of you who are fans of classic television. We are in the Copa room or whatever, so maybe that's appropriate right now. You know, I think of Lucille Ball on the conveyor belt or whatever with all the chocolates and trying to eat them all or whatever in sequence. That's kind of what we would be trying to do when it comes to indicator blocking, and we just can't keep up. Aggressive network takedowns, well, okay, this is a start. It's something we need to look into, but it still is ephemeral in nature unless we really want to get into more cagey items like forced victim patching. The FBI is going to patch your IP camera, your network attached storage, your router, your switch, et cetera, for you without telling you, in order to get ahead of a national security problem. That's interesting. Who here is comfortable with the US government forcibly patching your devices in your own network? It's not a couple hands. So it's like, okay, like, you know, we got to deal with this somehow. Yeah. Yeah. Right, exactly. That's the other part too. Like even your ISP doing this or whatever, you know, this is kind of nerve-wracking in ways that I think everyone, especially in these audiences that are more technically inclined and savvy, are like, hell no, I don't want you touching my shit. Okay, what about offensive cyber then? Like I said earlier, shoot the archer. Go after the adversary controller networks that are sitting in, you know, Guangdong, Shenzhen, Moscow, or similar or whatever, and deny the ability to build and maintain these items. Well, that's not controversial at all, right? So, okay, our options here are difficult, but the problem persists. Even if, unlike the events in Minnesota, Michigan, multiple other states at this point, didn't leverage an environment like this, we have latent threats like a Volt Typhoon, as well as Berserk Bear, that have shown a proclivity for and an effectiveness in using these sorts of environments for very effective ways of targeting and compromising critical infrastructure. So again, traditional indicator blocking, it's not going to work. Proxy networks consist of many nodes. We're just not going to be able to keep up, and the relevance of doing so, simply not there. I've been working across several companies now, which is an indicator right there that this is a difficult approach that is expensive and no one wants to invest the money in doing so, of how do you build an automated workflow for infrastructure characterization such that if you are targeted by or see communication from a likely proxynet node to rapidly and automatically respond to that event by blocking the node and adding a signature for similar nodes into your environment. There's a host of problems with this. First off, I need to be able to view my network traffic and understand what these things are doing. Second, I need to have some means of profiling that source node to figure out what it is. So do I scan it? Does my legal department say I can scan it? Do I have a license that runs into, 5 or 6 zeros or whatever with Census or some other organization, so I can look at someone else's scan in order to inform this? How do I make this scalable becomes very difficult very quickly and may only be applicable for the largest, and even then, the most well-resourced organizations like an oil and gas major or a really big investor-owned utility. So from a response requirement perspective, there are options available to us. There is attack surface management. Get your shit off the internet, right? Well, like we talked about earlier, that's just not 100% feasible. We should try and think about saner, more effective ways of controlling access to these devices with the recognition that we are going to have limitations there, but also improving to the extent that we can when talking about a exurban Minnesota water and wastewater utility of can we even see when this sort of a thing takes place or when a project file is extracted from our network and retrieved by an unknown external resource. Proxy network takedown, we need to try this. I'm not saying that just because it's hard, we need to stop doing this. We just need to recognize that your results may vary. And it's very much a Sisyphusian task of pushing that boulder up the hill repeatedly and hoping it doesn't roll back on top of us. Because really what we need to focus on is this last point of preventing rebuild. If we want lasting items, that can include identifying the controllers and neutralizing them, which is, again, cagey for other reasons, or trying to preemptively patch and secure this neutral web space that is being leveraged for malicious purposes, leading to icky ideas like, oh, the FBI is in my home network now. What did I do wrong? Nothing. You're just running a Netgear device. That's been end of life for 3 years now. Maybe they'll brick it for you and tell you to go buy a new one. That would be interesting. Because the thing is that there are important scenarios we need to keep in mind. We don't have that much time left, so this is just a very high level of thinking about a destructive or destructive campaign. Volt Typhoon, Sandworm, Berserk Bear, etc. One of these campaigns emerges, targeting the US, targeting Ukraine, targeting the EU, targeting Taiwan, etc. They rely on proxy networks for C2 and for attack delivery purposes. So the response scenario, now we're talking about an active conflict scenario at this point, calls for something. What do I do? Well, all the known identified entities engaging in this proxy network are these neutral web nodes. Some poor retirees ISP modem or some not terribly good tech person's network attached storage or similar. So how does a government or military in an emergent situation respond to these? Do we just go out and brick these devices for the sake of national security to ensure that they don't get re-upped into something and allow for these attacks on critical infrastructure to continue? That seems really extreme, but okay, maybe I engage at least in this patch the running configure or whatever to make sure that I'm dealing with the problem right now and we'll deal with the long-term considerations later. Well, what if those nodes exist not in the US, but they're in Canada, or they're in Bahrain, or they're in Brazil? Who has the authority to do that? How do you work those relationships out in advance? Because they don't all need to be domestic in nature. So conclusions to wrap up on time. Adversaries are migrating. The likely Iranian example for the water utilities targeting represents tradecraft for most adversaries over the last 15 years. But we've seen other adversaries, particularly our Volt Typhoons, our Berserk Bears, migrate to these more robust proxy networks. The result is defenders need to find some way to keep pace and think about countermeasures to reduce or eliminate the threat. That's a difficult thing to say because, again, a lot of this involves choices that are not very comfortable or even necessarily legal right now, or at least the legal foundations are a little shaky depending on who you ask, in order to take such intrusive operations against privately owned space. Our available options, none of them are especially happy sounding, include curtailing proxy networks that test legal and similar frameworks, or a transition to outright offensive cyber, which, depending on your background, maybe it's like, oh, hell yeah, we should do that. Or it's like, ooh, that's opening Pandora's box. I don't like doing that at all. But in thinking about the weaponization of neutral spaces in terms of the network, it is happening whether we are comfortable with it or not. And solutions to address these items are going to invariably step into thorny areas of policy as well as ethics and such for to what degree can we interact with someone else's space, even if it is a matter of immediate national security need. Failing to be creative and think through this, though, is only going to put us in a very poor position relative to adversaries that are quite dynamic and quite happy to leverage these sorts of environments to enable and facilitate operations like Poland in 2025 and potentially a future Volt Typhoon scenario somewhere in the world. One final thought I want you to ponder before I have a little bit of time for questions is, does the neutral web, do the owners of these devices have responsibilities that we aren't really acknowledging as much as we should? Do asset owners, whether we're talking about the water and wastewater utility operators and their internet-exposed, unpatched PLCs, that's a touchy one or whatever, and we talk about that often enough, I think, in this space, so we'll leave that one aside. But what about the people that are operating the equipment that's being exploited, compromised, and then roped into a proxy network? Do those owners of end-of-life, unpatched, default credential devices, should they face some sort of consequence for this, for the results of their inaction, their lack of being a good network citizen? So thinking about this, I'm not just allowed to throw up any structure on a piece of property I own, generally speaking, in the US. I need building permits. I'm not just allowed to buy a car and hop behind the wheel and drive it around. I need to take a test and get a license and all sorts of other things. Is that something we need to think about before I plug an Ethernet cable or join a device to the Wi-Fi or whatever and take it online? Well, that's a scary fucking thought, isn't it? But at the same time, the inability to communicate effectively to folks that are running technology that, hey, you know what? Your inaction or your ignorance is leading to potential items that have significant consequences for a lot of other folks. I don't have an answer for that one, but something to think about. And with that, if we have time for questions, I know I'm last before the break, but got a few minutes, I think.
So we do have time for questions. If you got questions, come on down, come quick, and ask your question quickly.
So I assume you've been talking mostly about hacked networks for proxy networks, but there's a lot of like semi-consumer ones, like people installing apps that'll do share your bandwidth or get this streaming box. Are those being used in this as well?
So the residential proxy networks that you're referring to of like, hey, here's the app store, whatever, we'll give you $5 a month and you're in this VPN network. I haven't seen state-sponsored entities use them so much yet. Doesn't mean it's not happening. It just means I haven't seen it. But it is a problem that needs to be addressed as well.
If we move to offensive cyber operations, don't we then need the same proxy networks to attack them that they need to attack us? And doesn't that, if we extend to the military analogy, doesn't that mean that both sides then have an incentive to create a no man's land where neither side can hide?
I am going to pass on that question other than saying that's an excellent point.
In regards to the residential proxies being used by state sponsors, has anyone heard of the VC box or the super box?
Yep.
I actually was part of that investigation.
Oh, cool.
Once we found it, but these are devices that are from the box residential proxies sending data directly to China.
Yep.
So we do have them. We did take them down a couple of weeks ago.
Yep. Good work. Yes.
So
yeah, that was cool stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, point is, you find something, please tell someone who can do something about it.
Yeah.
So I had a question. There was, I think, a couple of months back, APT28 used a legitimate company in the physical proximity of another company to affect that. So you could consider that company being a proxy.
Yes.
How do you deal with these kind of threats?
If that's your threat model at that point, I think you've done a lot of good things to incentivize someone to take those sorts of steps. At that point, I don't know, wave the zero trust wand or whatever and hope for good things. But no, it's an excellent point.
This is just kind of an observation from everything that you talked about.
Yep.
It almost seemed like maybe the first point of action. I mean, I get taking down these, dealing with the whole neutral network space. But like you brought up the fact that this could exist anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
So by default, probably the first point of action is looking at the devices that, for whatever reason still need, that need internet access but are, vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know we all talk about like, bolt-on security is bad and baked-in security is good. This might be one of those cases where we need to look at like bolt-on security of some sort on these devices. Is that kind of like a thought that's going through people, through
a degree?
people's mind?
I've seen people talk about this at like an ISP level of how do we start doing a better job of identifying and then either sinkholing or similar these devices, or like you said, for other things, do we force device manufacturers like, okay, you need to patch this or whatever, even if this is so-called end of life or whatever, to bolt on something for something that otherwise should be long dead.
Well, I'm just thinking even like just some sort of in-between device or something like that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. That I don't know, but it seems better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, at least, you know what I mean.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, put your hands together for Mr. Joe. Woo! Yeah. And we are back here at 2 p.m. 2 p.m.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? Yeah. Awesome. Thank you all for coming to this room today to hear some awesome I Am the Cavalry presentations. We're very happy to have you. Just a reminder about our photo policy. All the talks are being professionally recorded, so you can catch them on YouTube. If you do feel the need to take photos of the presentation, we are going to be asking our presenter for consent to have photos taken of the presentation. Okay, so the presenter would prefer no photos during the presentation, so do not pull your phones out to take photos under any circumstances. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, welcome. You are in the I Am the Cavalry track, and we're going to learn about electricity and issues affecting electricity. So I would like you to please join me in welcoming Dr. Emma Stewart.
All right. So firstly, I'm going to apologize for how I sound. The Vegas air has got to me, and I sound a little like Shrek. So if my voice starts to tail off, sorry, I give up. So what I'm going to talk about today, I've been here for the past 3 years, is it, Josh? Yeah. I've given a talk about the state of the electric grid for about 3 years. So each year I kind of give an update of what's going wrong now, which is, super. But I do like to caveat everything I talk about with the grid is actually remarkably good for how many things we throw at it in the US. We still have the largest grid, contiguous grid in the world that is still working remarkably better than anywhere else in the world. So be thankful we have it. It works really well, but let's not screw it up. So what I'm going to talk about today is some of the big things that are going on with the grid, in particular the addition of a rather large load contingent called the data centers, how that's affecting us, and then some of the work we've been doing as well on supply chain. Over the last few years, I've also focused quite a bit on how much of our supply chain comes from countries that don't like us very much, in particular, adversarial countries. I'm going to focus a little bit on that as well, and how much of the data center build out is now going to be dependent potentially on PRC, which is excellent for US security. So this is me, Emma Stewart. I work for Idaho National Lab. I am a chief power grid scientist, or chief grid scientist, or chief something. I also direct a center for securing digital energy technology at the lab, meaning lots of our researchers come together and work on power, cyber, resilience, and defense problems all together in one, I say room, most of us are remote, so one virtual room we all kind of work together on solving these big, difficult problems that industry can't or won't solve. I joke as well, I have a M.Eng and a PhD in electrical engineering, but I actually really wanted to be a race car engineer, so I'm really excited that Formula One is in Vegas this year. I'm going to be going. I somehow did not make it into race car engineering because that was a less diverse industry than power engineering, believe it or not. So I also worked as a chief scientist for 900 utilities at NRECA. I've worked at a number of national labs, but my entire career has been focused on power grid engineering. That's, if you want to be a popular engineer at the moment, though, it's being a power grid engineer. I did not know 20 years ago in picking this direction that I would end up being in this career position where people are like, everyone, you should go work for anyone you want because everyone needs a power grid engineer at the moment. So it's kind of a bizarre position to be in where I'm still working at a national lab. So, but there you go. So talked about what I'm going to talk about already. Sure this work is okay. So current and future state of the electric grid. I do this each year. Again, if you talk about the US grid, we're talking about 3,000 utilities that are for the electric sector. There are a mix of investor-owned utilities, co-ops, not-for-profit, and munis. There's about 26,000 generators, 15,000 independent power producers, meaning generators that operate independently of the utilities, and about 500,000 miles of transmission and 5 RTOs. So large, massive interconnected system. When we're talking about we need to fix the utilities, we're talking about 3,000 separate entities that need to be fixed. So it's an interesting way to go. We also have an interesting challenge just now with changing direction on politics and what we think about the grid and what it should be supporting. For a number of years, we looked at how we're going to grow things like renewable energy onto the system. Now we're just looking at growing load. Beginning of my career again, we talked a lot about energy efficiency, so making everything, use less power and be more efficient on the system. Now we just talk about more of everything. More load, more power, Everything is more when we talk about the grid. But again, it's a very useful resource, funnily enough. But it's in the middle of a transformation right now. It's an interesting time to be doing what we do. If you look at those maps, there's ways to see what the grid looks like as well. There's some maps that look at where all the data centers are being produced by one of our sister labs, NREL, now called NLR. And also, if you look at poweroutage.us, at any given time, you can see where all the outages are in the system. That map was actually during the hurricane, I think it was Hurricane Helene, when it took out a whole transmission line, and the red was all the way up the middle, because that was where all the outages were. So good way to see what's going on. I also like to give this as well, which again, I've updated every year I've done this talk. So about maybe 20 years ago, our grid was remarkably dumb. It did a lot of good things with spinning generators, metal, poles, wire, but it was remarkably dumb. It just worked really well. We moved on in around 2005 to create the smart grid as we know it, which was making everything have communications and also potentially be vulnerable. We wanted it to be clean after that, then physical and more secure. This rolled on to when things like the Ukraine attacks happened in 2015, where we were trying to say, okay, now we care about cybersecurity. A few people had cared about this before, but suddenly that sort of became in the front of everyone's viewpoint, and cyber suddenly became the hot topic to talk about those years. But then we sort of roll on. We've had large weather events getting worse almost every year. And then we rolled on to physical attacks also. Again, those are not usually actually performed by entities from outside the US. Physical attacks are actually more related to domestic terrorism, so we're great at the cell phone there as well. Roll on to about 3 years ago when I first started these talks, I was talking about the glut of money that was coming into the electric grid because we had a lot of investment in improving the system through the Investment Act. That was 2024 that I called more money. And then we moved on to 25 where I completely changed my viewpoint and said, well, nope, now it's all about more power, more generation, more load. It's just more of everything on the system. And I'm joking now, it's 2026 and it's more power and everything else. Apart from now, we're all protesting about the need for more power. Our energy bills have gone up. And there's just a number of strains that are happening all over the place, basically around the electric grid. There's also a number of protests and wars and other things that are actually starting to affect our supply chain, starting to affect how we're going to look at this system in the future. So it's really time for a systemic change for how we actually build and supply our electric grid for the future. This probably isn't showing up right, but I like to always give this as well. So some truths about the electric system. Basically, turning off the power sometimes is actually a defense tactic. When the people turn off the power, it's not always because something is horribly wrong, it's to fix things. Turning off the power also happens when we're worried about a wildfire being triggered about the system, like a spark from the system causing a fire. Also turning off the system to reset things when there's a giant oscillation, which I'll talk about explaining oscillations. Turning off the power is actually a defense mechanism. So our grand goal of keeping the lights on at all times isn't actually necessarily the best thing to do. Sometimes we actually want to turn it off. Just because it can happen, though, doesn't actually mean a cyber attack can cause it. As much as I'm at a cyber-focused, hacker-focused event, I like to give talks on power and not necessarily about the cyber pieces. You guys can talk about that till the cows come home. I can talk about power and how things actually work. But we've had a number of power grid events in the last couple years that people will be on the news saying this was definitely a cyber event with absolutely no evidence other than the lights went out. So we spend an awful lot of time sort of explaining. I actually should work out how many billable hours I've spent explaining that I don't think this was a cyber event because here are the physics that defined the event. And then I get the question of, but there's no logs. I'm like, yeah, okay, but like there's physics. So, there's that. All models are wrong, but some are useful. Physics will always win as well, which leads to the last point of everything can be a fuse if you try hard enough. Don't go play in substations, please. So demand shock is real. The growth, and if you want to talk about how big this load growth is that I'm interested in on the electric grid, data center load in the last year has gone from we're expecting about 4% to we're expecting a 12% load increase just purely based on large loads in data centers. This is actually based on things like a queue for generators that are coming online, but 12% is the biggest jump you will ever see in the next 5 years. It's one of the more ridiculous things I think I've ever heard, but it's enormous. I'll talk about how big it is in a second. Again, one of the I'll give the bottom line up front. About 60% of the hardware we need to build out the electric grid and the data centers is definitely going to be PRC sourced because that's where the majority of our equipment comes from. So that is the bottom line up front is we do have a challenge of how we're going to simultaneously onshore our equipment, build it securely, because even if we build it here, it might be junk. Also build out the grid so it works better than it does now and doesn't break. So last year, I gave a sort of representation of how big this load growth was. Again, you heard the Shrek joke at the beginning. I am originally from Scotland. I like to make jokes of things in terms of the size of Scotland. Josh, in particular, used this a couple times over the last year of the size of Scotland is joining the electric grid. Well, I did some math, and it's now, as of 2026 to 2030, we're expecting 21 Scotlands of loads to be attached to the US. So imagine you took the country of Scotland, sheep and all, and attached it to the coast of the US with a cable, and now we were supplying all of that load. That's 21 sites, which is about 90 gigawatts, which is enormous over the next few years. So it's not a small amount, but I like to give it in. Americans like to also use things like terms of lengths of horse or lengths of hands as well. So I think units of Scotland is one that should hopefully hold with people. So, but we do have a circular challenge, and I think it's really important to address this part. We do want to also win the AI race. If you walk through any of the show floors over the next few days, AI is everywhere, of course. We do need to win that race. We do need to build out our load to be able to support that. Without load growth, we don't have AI, essentially, within the US. So how do we, I like to talk about this trilemma, but the part I'm really focusing on is securing that AI infrastructure so we can actually build it. Securing the AI and securing with AI, everyone else can deal with that. I'll deal with securing the AI infrastructure that we're building on as well. That's my world. So if you look at that graph that doesn't come up big at all, which was from Bloomberg, this talks about how much we're growing our load versus China in particular. So they're looking at about an 8% load growth, as in what they're supporting and building at this point is 8%, whereas we are holding pretty steady that we've not actually built as much as we need to at this point. So China is exponentially increasing their support for data centers, while we're sort of holding the course, trying to work out how we're going to do it. There's a lot of reasons for that. We do things safely in this country, for one. We don't tend to sacrifice our people for building things out. We worry about how, we don't use slave labor in particular, which is helpful. So I'm not encouraging us to change our labor laws. I am encouraging us to, build faster and better. So we do need to start building, but again, we have safer practices, and for good reason. We obey human rights, which is lovely. So we're not actually building as fast. So there's a lot of reasons why they're beating us on that, but some of them are actually for good reason. So some real events that have happened, just to give some sort of scary views of what's been going on. If you look at the grid risk, when you start talking about actual events that have happened in the past, usually we'll refer to sort of big events. Like 2003, there was a massive outage that led to the creation of some of the North American resiliency rules. But in the last 2 years, we've had at least, I believe, 30 events on the grid caused by large loads behaving weirdly, basically. They're not necessarily, I'll talk about this in a second, who defines what a large load is and who it's controlled by is not actually settled yet. So the rules are still in play. But I think when I talked last year, we just had a report come out on the Northern Virginia event, which was when about 1,500 megawatts of large load just decided to trip offline one day and nearly took down the majority of Northern Virginia, which, as you can imagine, from defense characteristics, from just volume of people, the fact I live there, and that's really unfortunate for me because I'm selfish. But generally, the entire of Northern Virginia was in trouble because a few large loads decided, when there was a bit of a wiggle in the system, to essentially evacuate the grid and save themselves. And that's sort of a selfish grid behavior of tripping yourself offline and going onto your backup generator might save your data center, but it might actually take down the rest of the system that it depends on. So that's been a problem. The Texas region is another hot cluster in ERCOT in particular. There have been 26 different events as well in the past 3 years, I believe. Different events are basically oscillations where the grid is shaking around because it's having some strange load steps that it couldn't absorb. Imagine when you drop off a load instantaneously, a generator needs to spin up or spin down to make up for that balance being lost in the system. Texas in particular has been having problems with these things tripping off and on all over the place. They've also been having problems with effectively crypto miners with really badly built sites. Essentially, their HVAC and other cooling load has been causing problems in Texas, which is now becoming a national security concern for Texas, because why do we have so many crypto mines around certain locations doing strange things? Texas also, you see the mention of frequency here. I was mentioning oscillations. We have a 60 hertz system. A number of different types of frequency on the system can cause more extensive problems. So ERCOT has also been having some major oscillations along with the Dominion and Northern Virginia region. Oscillations, I'll explain what they are, but those are like the worst nightmare for the system. They've created large load drops and large countries to lose power over the last few years. We don't like oscillations. We do not want them. We would not like them there. They're extremely hard to manage, to the point where humans can barely manage to operate the system with them. So the fact that these things can now directly do that is very hard. So I like to give late breaking news as well. So last 2 weeks ago, I'll tell a personal story because, I'm live in Northern Virginia. I was riding my bicycle trainer in the morning. For anyone that does training indoors, I was riding my Zwift thing. And my bike trainer kept tripping offline. And I was like, that's really annoying. Please stop that. And then I was like, also my lights are flickering. I was like, okay, ghosts? Also, no, what's wrong with the grid? Oh, no. And sure as hell, a couple hours later, they're announcing that there was a large 3 gigawatt load loss. Again, remember, a couple years ago, they were very upset about half of that tripping offline. Double that had decided to go on a little trip offline adventure and set off an oscillation across Northern Virginia again. This time it affected me, so I was annoyed. But like things were flickering in my house, and we used to talk years ago about flicker being like a worst case scenario for solar, and it was really hard to actually make it happen. Like flicker being the voltage goes up and down at a certain frequency and it actually makes your lights actually flicker in front of you. It's really annoying to the eyes, but it's also a bad voltage condition on the system. And so we realized that like at that point, like, okay, we need the rules in place. They tripped offline again because they wanted to save themselves from another transmission fault. And then they're just kind of, at this point, people are kind of in the realms of, do we think these are good customers of the grid? Like they're good citizens for us, or do you think they're going to take us all down eventually? So everyone's sort of starting to really see the problems here. So again, major electric events can really make you think about, from a cybersecurity controls perspective, what could happen, but mislabeling them as a cyber event can also be pretty damaging. When the Iberian blackout happened last year in August, not August, it was April last year, Spain and the Iberian Peninsula had a massive outage that took out the whole country effectively. I keep saying oscillations are bad. That was caused by an oscillation. Set off a series of events that took out the whole country eventually. Yes, the good story is they restarted. Wasn't actually a cyber event, but didn't stop people being in the news saying it probably was and setting off a panic in the local communities as well, where people were looting the stores because they were worried they were going to have a scenario that they'd seen on TV that they were going to be off for 4 days and everyone was isolated. I think at that time the British people were also on TV saying they were in the south of Spain surviving on beer and biscuits. And I was like, that's fair. I mean, that's delicious. Great. So I'm glad you guys are having fun. But it was definitely an incident that was sort of eye-opening for a number of people. A transformer also went on fire that year in the Heathrow Airport and took down the whole of Heathrow Airport because, as it turns out, the Heathrow Airport folks didn't realize they could switch over onto 3 other feeds. Emergency planning failure as a whole. Apparently the utility and the airport hadn't actually had a really good conversation about, if we lose this major substation, how do we fix that? And for some reason it took down the whole of Heathrow, cancelled flights. For that size of airport is insane. I will say, once again, the first thing that happened was in the news. Somebody was there saying this was probably Russia. And I got a phone call from my dad, who is a forensic scientist of all things, who works in fire. And he was also like, was it Russia? And I'm like, Dad, I think it was a fire. And he's like, okay, that's fair. In summary, it turned out to be that transformer knew it had a problem, and this is something we can apply to our lives in cybersecurity. They knew there was a problem. There had been a test on that site about 2 years ago saying this bushing might have a crack in it. There's some degree of moisture. They left it for 2 years until it actually catastrophically failed and became a really spectacular fire event on the TV. Okay, deferred maintenance is a problem, but the sort of solution there, again, I like to say that the event that I call this was the moist transformer. So it blew up. They fixed it. I know. I'm sorry, Josh. I have to do it. When you have to give power grid talks, you have to make horrible jokes all the way through. So that's what you get. And lastly, our large load events I already talked about. There's just been a lot of things happen in the last few years. And again, the cyber community can learn a ton about how to better design controls and look at the right things using these events. They can work out what the right things they should be looking at, from like protection systems, coordination, and data centers in particular, looking at their security. But again, we need to be proactive, because at this point we have an opportunity to build out this brand new system. But I'm seeing us repeat the same mistakes of the past 20 years of where are we going to get all our equipment? China. Great. So here we are again. So I mentioned I would talk about what oscillations are, because I keep saying it, and it's one of the things I find most interesting. Last year at DEF CON, I had to give a talk about, and I was talking about the Iberian outage and it not being a cyber attack and why. My slides didn't work the whole time, so I was trying to explain what an oscillation was without any pictures, and so it ended up being called the wiggle wiggles. So wiggle wiggle, big wiggle wiggle bad. So that was kind of where I went with it. But the oscillations are essentially a frequency of movement in the electric system that can be damaging. So when you've seen the bridges shake in the famous videos of when a bridge shook itself apart, or imagine you're driving your car and one wheel is slightly off and your steering wheel starts shaking, effectively that's an oscillation in your system which can pull apart whatever you're driving or your bridge. So the grid is really seeing the same things come from these data centers. Essentially, it's big enough that it can pull apart the system. One of the ways you stop these things happening is you damp it, which in grids, that basically means turning on and off a generator, dropping part of the system, or changing some feature of it so that the oscillation doesn't hit the system in the same way. Again, it's physics. But can you imagine if you're driving your car and your wheel is shaking, do you keep driving? If anyone says yes, you should know. If your wheel is shaking drastically and you think your car is going to shake apart, do you just keep going? Anyone? If you do, can you tell me? Because it'd be really great. I think you do. Sorry. But the same thing happens with the grid. If it starts shaking to the degree we think it's going to break a generator to the point where it won't be repairable, or throw a transformer offline that will take 3 years for us to get a new one off, you turn everything off. So when your lights go out because of something like this, partially it might be the intended action as well. But yeah, oscillations are now sort of our biggest worry. Like when people are saying things about that, we also can't detect them particularly well because measurement systems were not built to detect these fast things happening. Humans also are bad at responding to it, and believe it or not, one of the best things that might come out of AI is being able to respond to oscillations with AI. So we need data centers to also fix their own problems, which is slightly concerning and might be the end. But, so I've talked a lot about data centers. They are now critical infrastructure. But while I'm giving a power grid talk, you might be able to guess the answer, but which sector do you think owns the risk for data centers at the moment? Of the 17 critical infrastructure sectors in the US, does anyone know which sector owns it? You're cheating, but okay.
None.
Correct. No one owns it. No one owns the risk for data centers at the moment. The way they've been built as large industrial loads, they didn't fit anywhere, and so everyone's been trying to decide who is, I don't know if the right word is who's to blame, who's going to get them, who wins this situation. It is also, at the time that this has started to happen, the grid is stable enough to run, but this stress has caused enough problems that regulatory structures are moving faster than I think I've ever seen them in my entire career. It took us probably 5, maybe nearly 10 years to get things like inverter-based resource or renewable resources to have cyber rules be put in place by the ownership of them. They still don't actually have a rule to say that, yes, the electric sector, you now own data center risk, so you have to deal with it. So the ones that are getting the most problems from it are also the ones that don't actually own the problem and can't necessarily fix it until that's resolved. That also means they can't attribute cost for who fixes it as well. So we're kind of in this catch-22 just now. But the grid is still stable, but it's stressed enough that we're going to be changing the rules in the next year with this regulation coming within a year, basically. So we are seeing this coming. Whether it works or not, I'm not sure. One of the concerns that we do have, though, when we read what the new rules are that are coming in is Supply chain and cyber are once again somewhat coming as an afterthought. We're talking completely about getting things built, getting things stable. Not necessarily, I'm a little concerned that the next few years of like, but did we think about supply chain and cybersecurity? And in 5 years, I'll be giving this same talk of, no, we did not. So let's all bolt on some new solutions and sell them at Black Hat. So, you know. So, we did that. There we go. So I talked a little bit about what happened in the Iberian Peninsula. One of the things I think is one of the best outcomes of that is planning to fail. So I mentioned turning the lights off is sometimes useful. Being able to recover that through the process called Black Start is also incredibly useful. Doing that fast and effectively is something that in the US grid we plan for. Every entity has a Black Start plan. They know how to restart the system. There's a number of different processes that can be used. Whether it happens successfully the first time, it's a very delicate process of basically turn on generators, turn on loads, match things together until you piece together this whole jigsaw of system. That happened in Spain successfully in about 10 hours, which is remarkable in all honesty. It's also the biggest indication it probably wasn't a cyber event, because I'm not sure things would have came on that quickly or easily if it was true. But when that was declared and the things that happened during the recovery on that graph I'm showing there, you can see that the after starts on April 29th. So they weren't actually, from April 28th to April 29th, yes, it's not good to have power for that long, but they knew how to recover. But that's one of the challenges we have in cyber, is recovering from a cyber-driven type of outage will be very hard, because we don't necessarily have those processes in place. Like cleaning up all of the system, making sure we can restart everything, restarting it without it completely falling offline, also prioritizing different types of load based on what is going on at the time or what caused it. Be that, do we need to prioritize the defense facilities? Do we need to prioritize the hospitals? Like, what is happening that needs that kind of prioritization and defense of the system is still our biggest planning failure. So restoration and communication being part of the architecture, knowing how to isolate your system. I think Matt Rogers was talking yesterday about CI Fortify and isolating systems today. Cool. Matt talked about that as well. But so isolating your system, restoring it, again, critical learnings. So second part of my talk, I wanted to talk a little about the supply chain work we've been doing, because when we talk about building in different new parts of the system, this is a huge opportunity for our grid to be, again, 50 years from now, when hopefully I'm haunting the lights or something like that, causing the flicker. It's actually ghosts this time, not data centers, is my goal. But in 50 years from now, I believe right now there's going to be a talk of, by the way, we built in a whole bunch of junk to our system about 50 years ago. There's going to be a new me giving this talk, hopefully not in Vegas, because given it's 115 degrees outside now, I don't think in 50 years this is livable. But that being said, supply chain for our grid is probably one of our biggest conundrums at the moment. If you go across and look at all of the different parts of the stack we need to build up just a data center, you need everything from semiconductors, compute, batteries, battery management systems, power electronics, magnets, communication systems. You also need some motors, actuators, sensing, protection systems, transformers. These things are massive industrial complexes within themselves. So getting all of those things together is just an enormous challenge. I mentioned earlier we're not sure who owns the problem. At least within the electric sector for large critical loads, if you need to get a large power transformer, there's lots of discussions on where you should get it from. If a large data center creator doesn't necessarily care about those kinds of rules and just wants to get one, yes, they will get it from China. They can deliver it quicker. You don't need to wait 3 years. It will come. So some of the work we've been doing has actually been looking at this Electrotech stack that we need for building the electric grid, and what that means to the whole system. We're calling it this Electrotech stack because it crosses over different sectors as well. It's not just electric. Other entities do need to buy these systems, other utilities. Imagine this market of utilities. There's 3,000 of them in the country. They all need to buy transformers at any given time. How do we balance those priorities as well with how we balance it with a large load or a data center or something else? So some of the core issues we have are the build-out constraints are actually physical. Grid access is something that people care an awful lot about at the moment. Where do you actually physically connect your wires to on the system? Dependencies are shared between the systems, so between semiconductors, electronics, firmware, communication, batteries. Everyone needs them, so who gets prioritized? And the risk is generally concentrated from a cyber perspective, I know this is no surprise, in the control systems. So the things that control those sites, be it the protection systems or the battery management systems, are the things that also might, for example, with a number of PLCs, be connected to the internet by accident. They might be connected to the internet on purpose. So they have this risk concentration, just like everything else in their control system. And one of the things we've been working about is how do we prioritize that supply chain for onshoring it by consequence as well? Like, what do we need the most of? What's most consequential to our system, and what can we work around and continue buying from somewhere else? So just, this doesn't show up well on font here, but other sectors have the same problem. It's not just one. Heavy equipment is the first gate. I've mentioned transformers. If you're looking to connect a data center to the grid as well, there's also other constraints to do with things like doing a utility study, how you're going to deliver it, building a new substation, your transformers in particular, and then actually commissioning and energizing it is a whole other process as well. But we did an analysis of how much of this sort of different stacks of equipment were coming from where, because I don't think this should be a surprise anymore. A few years ago when we started talking about battery systems, people were like, what do you mean we've been buying them from China? Like, yeah, that's the only country that actually really makes them. And people were very shocked that this was like the dependency had grown over the last 10 years, that we were completely sourcing everything from PRC. So this is us trying to get ahead of that problem. So we did an analysis. We're calling this like an adversarial exposure index. So how much of the supply chain is exposed to adversarial countries. In summary, for most of the data centers, it's sitting at around 60%. So it's less than some concentrations, but still, that's more than half of our build out for these systems will be dependent on someone that we may, within the next year, be at war with. That's not necessarily what we're also competing for, that AI race with that same entity. So how do we win this when we're getting all of the equipment from the same entities? So some of the solutions we looked at were how to prioritize. Again, this is more sort of in the policy space as well. How do you prioritize what the US invests in building here in particular, and what they should secure differently? I think one of the things we look at a lot is urgency, how quickly this technology has been deployed. Data centers are the thing that are being deployed very quickly, but also we do need to repair our systems. How far is the blast radius of these systems? I think you've already seen some of what we talked about there. And then also, what is the advantage economically? Like, do we form new businesses in the US by building it here? Sometimes. And again, with 3 different tiers in here of domestic control, allies, and also just managing the risk even if we import it is also important. So again, we're trying to work out how to prioritize frameworks across multiple organizations, utilities, entities, to say basically where's the strategic risk concentrated and what can we actually build here now quickly by other means. So imagine invoking the Defense Production Act to build a number of things. We have done that in many emergencies before, but again, everything is happening at the same time, so working out the right thing to prioritize has been sort of the core of this work. Oh, I'm going backwards. Hold on, there we go. So we also went through and sort of scored what's most important in a data center, like pursue onshoring of these items as quickly as possible. And again, not super surprising, but looking at things like the switchgear, protective relays, the things that actually control it being on or off, which is kind of helpful. Also, the thing that's causing it to trip offline when it's feeling at risk from different things is the switchgear and protective relays. Transformers, gas generators, reactors, we're building those, chillers. All of these systems basically control overall what the system can do. Also in the sort of high levels are other things that are inside the system. So UPS systems help balance out those weird load swings you see that I've been talking about. Servers, networking switches. A number of these items are high priority, but not necessarily the super most consequential items. So this is just a framework we've been using to pull it together. Again, it's not meant to be an instruction for which ones we should do. It's mostly just how we consider looking at consequence of the system. So lastly, the other thing we've been sort of pushing is the control layers are actually where there's a fire break in the system. If there's a control layer that we can prioritize, instead of prioritizing the whole system, for example, maybe the PLCs, but the control layer is where that actual fire break can happen, So making sure we use proper engineering around those systems. We don't put it on the internet. We have different controls in place. Make sure those control layers that are most consequential to that system are secured as we're building them. I think I saw Ginger walk in, so we'll give a cyber-informed engineering as one of the ways we're talking about that, with a hope of cyber-informed engineering for data centers coming shortly as well. So I'll give a pitch for Ginger's work over there. But we're trying to make sure we build that control in, even if we're having to buy it from a country like a PRC entity, even if we're having to buy it from somewhere we don't trust. How do we actually build in trusted controls around it as well, so we can still get all of the wins while working out our US supply chain? So my last sort of point, again, this is relatively new also. A couple years ago, we started talking about inverters in particular, so the AC to DC power electronics that exist in the system. In the last week, an order came out from the FCC to essentially ban all foreign-made connected inverters from our systems, which bans and rip and replace are sort of two things that can be used as levers to say, like, get rid of these. We tried it with Huawei a number of years ago. It didn't necessarily go as well as we hoped. Huawei is still a very powerful entity in the world. But it came out about a week ago. There's still some discussions of how well that's going to hold. They banned all foreign made, which was a sort of way to use a policy tool as a baseball bat, I think, at this point. All foreign made includes almost everything we have. So that's a little unfortunate. We've basically banned everything for the inverters, because there's only one company and one model of inverter that I believe is fully made in the US. And that's out of 70 suppliers, 1,500 models, there's one. So one company is about to either do really well or the market's about to crash. So we're not sure how this is going to go, but banning all new foreign inverters is interesting. Strangely enough, the ban, when it came in, it was also targeting Roombas. So it was both inverters and power grid equipment and Roombas. So, yeah, so it was an interesting way to go. Oh, sorry. I'd heard the opposite story, actually. Weirdly, it was Roombas that they were bothered about, and then the full-on humanoid robots fell into it as well. So there's you'd think, but, you know, the policy decision there was an interesting reversal of, I actually asked a couple people, like, what was this specifically meant to target? And they're like, Roombas. I was like, oh, so the humanoid robots were not the biggest concern? All right, yeah, it's a really interesting, also inverters being in there was just a very interesting, like, altogether, this, like, what's happening? So, yeah, so that's sort of the last thing that's going on. I'm not sure where this is actually going to go, but it's definitely a major policy change that's very different to the sort of consequence prioritization. This is just a straight up baseball bat. So we'll see how that goes. But sort of just to finish up, building fast and securely is our goal. Again, nobody actually wants to not have us not win this war on AI at the moment. So we do need to build, but we need to do it right. So if anyone's asking for how to secure things, data centers is a great thing to work on for making them more secure, so please do that. But it's really where the failure is going to scale. We've got to actually fix this within the next year to actually be successful in the system. The speed at which things are going is enormous. It's a very exciting time to also be in this space as well. So power grid engineering is a wonderful thing to work on. If you're looking for a job, there's lots of people needing power grid engineers at the moment. So I would always encourage going to do an electrical engineering degree. But yeah, I'm hoping next year I've got a whole new thing to talk about. So I'm hoping there's a new surprise, Josh, for the grid. I don't know, but no, that's me. That's my summary for today, and thank you for bearing with my voice as well. So.
All right, thank you, Emma. We have time for a couple of questions. So if you have a question, come on down to the mic and ask your thoughtful question.
Or it can be not thoughtful. I'm okay with it.
Okay, I've got an awful question.
Excellent.
Okay, so the Gannon Geomagnetic Storm 2024, May. Any effect on the U.S. power grid? I know everything recovered, worked pretty well, but was there anything concerning? Thanks.
So geomagnetic current issues have been sort of growing in interest. I will say we didn't have an outage, so there wasn't a major concern, but there is a need to put more protections in place for that growing problem at this point. So as we're building new things, that's also and we should build it properly with other protections for those kinds of issues as well. So.
Okay, follow up. Could the grid take a hit from the Carrington class event?
I cannot answer that just now. Thanks.
So you talked a little bit about inverters and the recent ban. Before the pre-ban, what is the worst case credible scenario that could have happened with the volume of parts coming from China? And now that we have the ban, if you could, like design something from scratch and say, we don't need a complete ban, but we do have the tools to like review parts and, like review things that are being imported, like what would that look like?
So inverters had not reached really the penetration to cause anything. Like when I talk about 21 Scotlands, we don't have 21 Scotlands of inverters. So imagine that 3 gigawatt wiggle I was talking about. We still didn't lose power. So the worst case scenario wasn't really a massive grid outage. Loss of economics was really sort of if everything tripped offline or burned up because it had a bad chip in it or something else, then that would be probably the worst case scenario. Economic loss is a big deal, but it's not a massive grid outage. That being said, the things that were found in the inverters that were primarily made by foreign entities, no matter which ones we have looked at over the years, they all kind of have the same design issues anyway. They're connected devices that talk to other devices. They're designed to be that way. So without redesigning what they actually are, you can't necessarily secure that system. So even the one model that's made here, it's got the same things in it as the ones that are made in other countries. So it's not necessarily a sourcing flaw, it's a design flaw of all of them at this point. But that's their nature. So.
One of your slides had a 60% qualifier, I think, for source components provided to the grid. And I think that 60% was all tied back to, you said, the PRC?
Yep.
What is your confidence in that percentage right now?
So we can only do so much with the information we have. There's a lot of sort of hidden information sources just now. My confidence is that it would only get worse if we got more information from the private suppliers. So that's the...
So you think it's an underestimate then?
Yes.
Okay. Yikes.
I'm saying my own analysis is probably underestimated, but that with confidence we can say 60%. Above that,
All right, please put your hands together to thank Dr. Emma Stewart. So we
Good? Awesome. So thank you guys so much for coming to this session. Everything is being professionally recorded. You can catch it later on YouTube. If you do feel the need to take some pictures, we do have consent from our presenter, David, to take photos of him and his content. But we please ask that you zoom in to the stage so you don't include any members of the audience in your photographs. We would greatly appreciate it since they did not give consent to be in your photographs. Thank you very much.
All right. Normally, Mr. Bots would MC, but he should not MC himself. It just feels like poor form. So, and then I'm also going to harass him during the presentation because this is a project I have drawn together, and David's going to help me execute it. So you're getting some breaking news of some sort. I think I hinted at it if you were at our opening yesterday. Who was here yesterday, by the way? Quick show of hands. All right. Who's been here for most of the time? We try to design this track so everything builds on everything else. So yes, you can a la carte, but if you want to get the full album, thank you for coming. All right, so Mr. Bots has been the co-chair of this I Am the Cavalry track for how many years now? 5, 6?
5, 6.
5, 6 years. It's a lot of work. Be very grateful. And sometimes he's also a speaker. So he's going to take the next hour to walk us through Project Glass Houses. Perhaps you've heard of Glasswing. And let's give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Corman. Okay. By show of hands, how many people can hear me or see me or are in this room? Okay. Because, sometimes we get the afternoon slumpies, we get a little bit tired. And just to remind me again, how many people were in the room yesterday at 10 a.m.? If you're in the room yesterday at 10 a.m., hold them high. Don't be ashamed. Mr. Rogers, hold it high. Come on. Okay. So that helps me understand who is new to the room and who has heard some of the things before. So thank you very much. Okay. We're going to talk about Project Glass Houses, but let me chase to the bottom line. Okay? You say, Dave, what is the bottom line? Here's the bottom line. And I've got a little disclaimer coming in our next slide, but fundamentally, let me tell you what is going on. Project Glasswing ignores OT. So far, industry response to Project Glasswing neglects OT. But all that is going to change, and we're going to talk about how. Okay, here's our disclaimer. I might say things that might kind of go the wrong way, but we understand reasonable people can disagree about some of these things. I do want to say that as it relates to our announcement is that this is the beginning and not the end. And the last line on this slide is the most important line to be read, which is, we invite you to the conversation. We think it's an important conversation, and we welcome you. Okay. For some of you, this will be like, oh, Dave, that's boring. But I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it for our viewing audience. We want to respect our viewing audience. Different people are coming at this from different places, and that's fair. That's reasonable. What is information technology, or short, IT? Fundamentally, the definition is the use of computer storage, networking, and software to create, process, store, I think they're off, store, maybe not, electronic data. This is really bits and bytes. And we need IT for our cat pictures. So IT is very important. It's very important. As a general matter, IT is most concerned with confidentiality. So keep that in mind. We're going to do a little bit of compare and contrast here. Operational technology. Now, this is a little bit different. Fundamentally, It is the hardware and software used to directly monitor, control, and automate physical devices, processes, and industrial infrastructure. It manages real-time physical systems like assembly lines, valves, power grids, prioritizing what? Safety and availability over traditional data processing. OT is where bits and bytes meet flesh and blood. In general, really, OT focuses on availability above all other characteristics. Many times you'll hear OT and ICS used interchangeably, and I'm not going to be pedantic about this, so I say that is fine. You can think of industrial control systems as being the symphony of all of the OT components put together. That is a fair and reasonable way of approaching it. Fundamentally, an information system used to control industrial processes such as manufacturing, product handling, production, and distribution. Industrial control systems include supervisory control and data acquisition systems, SCADA, you probably heard that, used to control geographically dispersed assets, as well as distributed control systems and smaller control systems using programmable logic controllers to control localized processes. But here's the deal. There is no IT without OT. When we think about the fancy new data centers and hyperscalers that are being put up across the country, they need OT. What do they need OT for? They need OT for cooling. They need OT for handling water. They need OT for electricity. Many of these data centers have their own electricity. They're bringing it with them. I promise you, they need OT. You cannot have IT without OT. Also, unlike in IT, with IT, if something goes wrong, maybe you lose your credit cards, maybe you lose some other information. However, if you are in a hospital and you die because there is no water in the hospital because of an OT failure, you actually die in real life. So that is an important difference to keep in mind when we think about the differences between IT and OT. All right, vulnerability. Basically, we've seen computer system vulnerabilities many places. Really, the definition is that it is a weakness, it's a flaw in software or hardware or security procedures that an attacker can use to get unauthorized access, steal data, create a denial of access, like we see the blue screens of unhappiness here, or we see cash coming out of the ATM machine. All of these things are examples of vulnerabilities. So, well, why are we talking about vulnerabilities? Sometimes vulnerabilities live a long time. And so another important definition is forever days. They can also be known as infinite days or forever day bugs. But fundamentally, this is where systems are so old that they are not supported, their manufacturer has gone out of business, and they absolutely have vulnerabilities, and those vulnerabilities will never, ever, ever be fixed. One of the things I failed to mention when we talked about OT is that generally with IT systems, their refresh rate for hardware is generally 3 to 5 years. Especially in corporate land, you get a server, it's good for 3 to 5 years, and then it's old, there's new features you need. In OT, it is entirely different. OT systems are designed to operate 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years and more. That is what they are designed to do. And so their refresh rate is entirely different. The whole life cycle is very different. So when we talk about forever days for OT systems, this is not a joke. I mean, I'll tell you, and we've got a PE in the room who can argue with me, but if you're looking at an OT system that is greater than 5 years old, for sure it's got vulnerabilities associated with it. No doubt. Okay. Now we're going to go on I should not have called this history. I should have called this a timeline, because history is like something that happened 10 or 15 or 20 or 50 years ago. This is months ago. So Project Glasswing was released. Project Glasswing is a collaborative cybersecurity initiative launched by Anthropic in April of 2026. According to Anthropic, this is a little bit of their press, Project Glasswing is an initiative to secure the world's most critical software for the AI era. They are partnering with organizations responsible for the infrastructure billions of people depend on and giving their defenders a head start with the newest frontier model, Claude Mythos Preview. The initiative brings together Amazon Web Services, Anthropic, Apple, Broadcom, Cisco, CrowdStrike, Google, JP Morgan Chase, the Linux Foundation, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Palo Alto Networks as launch partners. As part of the initiative, the launch partners are using Claude Mythos Preview as part of their defensive security work, and Anthropic will share what is learned so the whole industry can benefit. Anthropic also extended to another 40 additional organizations that build or maintain critical software infrastructure, and they're going to give money and tokens and all that stuff. Did anybody hear the words I did not use? What words did I not just use? Dean. I did not say OT at all, not even a little bit, because it's not included. So that is important to know. Okay, what will happen next? Next, just the next week, they went pretty quick about this. Basically, a week later, SANS, in conjunction with the Cloud Security Alliance, along with Unprompted, OWASP, and the Gen AI Security Project, released the AI, and I put the QR code. You should read this report. It's a good report. I'm not saying the report is bad, but what I'm saying is the report about Project Glasswing does not talk about OT at all, not even a little bit. It is not there. So this is an important report. A lot of big thinking. So there are 60 people in the room, and 250 CISOs from around the world looked at it. They're like, "Oh, this is great." And they got it out the door fast. It does not address OT at all. Seems like a problem. Choices. So many choices. Oh, what will happen next? And the good people from OpenAI said, "Hold my beer." And they released Project Daybreak, a new cybersecurity initiative that brings together frontier artificial intelligence models, capabilities, and the codex security to help organizations identify and patch vulnerabilities before attackers find a way in using the same issues. Was OT mentioned? Anybody? No. OT was not part of it at all. I'm not a bitter man. They're welcome. Yeah, come on in. The water's warm. So then we had a very exciting time of stoppages ordered by the government. So the U.S. government issued an export control directive on June 12th, ordering Anthropic to suspend, I say, access to any foreign nationals to its advanced AI models, Mythos 5 and Fable 5, citing national security concerns over potential cybersecurity jailbreaks. Because monitoring user citizenship proved to be difficult or impossible, Anthropic temporarily disabled these models before allowing access again. What's on the screen was this is information that came from Anthropic that said, hey, you know what? Our Fable 5 is good because look, there is much more of a safety margin than the previous model. So it is super safe. Be cool, everybody. It's going to be fine. And I'm not going to talk at all about very recent events of models breaking out and attacking innocent third parties. So what are we now facing? Fundamentally, and this will be a little reminder for the folks who heard part of this yesterday, we are now facing the vulnpocalypse now. Apologies for a little bit of AI slop, and thanks to Mr. Corman. So what's going on? LLMs are really good at some things. And what they're really good at, all LLMs are really good at discovering latent flaws. They can even assemble reliable exploits for the flaws that were discovered. They're really good at that. What Glasswing brings, theoretically, is the ability to create patches for the vulnerabilities that are discovered. Joy, right? Question, are we done? Are we done? No, we're not done. What's missing? Verification and application of patches for those flaws. That is missing. I will tell you, I've worked in IT for a long time. This last step is very hard. It is very, very hard for OT systems when we think about what is the prime directive with OT? Availability and safety, but it's mostly availability. So it's not fast, not easy, not automatic, nor magic. Magic, you say? So we've got a little cat. This wizard is bummed out because his spell did not work. He did not get he only got minimum damage, not maximum. Because it's hard. It's very hard. So where are we at? So our chart shows us the object that is far to the right. That is empty because it's not complete. Okay? And number one, this is for IT systems. This is for the big IT. This is for the haves. This is for the people who actually have a security department, a cybersecurity department. They have a budget. They have an annual budget. They've got their AI big shots. They got lots of tokens. They got all that stuff. And it's still missing. But what do we do for anybody who uses OT? Well, now they got two problems. Number one, there's nothing about creating a patch for OT and absolutely nothing about application. Well, what about the have-nots? How's their life? Well, their life stinks. Because if you're a have-not, you don't got any resources to do any of this stuff, full stop. Especially if you are a have-not, if you are an under-resourced municipal water system in the middle of Kansas, I promise you, all this Glasswing stuff is not helping you solve any problems. I don't want to be mean. It's just, it's not helping you. So, we used to think that things were bad. With gratitude to Randall Munroe. So this was the original, we've got some random person in Nebraska who's been thanklessly maintaining a thing that is holding everything up. We used to think that that was really bad, high risk, awful. Things are way, way, way worse now. They are just so way worse. You almost have to zoom in to see all of the things, including sharks biting undersea cables. That's that one. But right now in today's world, there's a bunch of brittleness in all of our systems. And this brittleness has really brought about a big challenge. So, what do we do? What about the Cavalry? So I Am the Cavalry. 13 years ago, I Am the Cavalry started in this room. 13 years ago. Happy 13 years. So 13 years, we're a teenager now, so we got those issues to work through. But let's talk about a problem statement. much like the Cavalry, let's do something. So what I'm going to talk about is an approach for filling the void with battlefield triage and kick-starting inclusion. More formal details to be coming, but we wanted to preview this answer, this response to this deficit that we have, and to hear from you some of your thoughts. So, apologies, I am going to read because it's very important. I am going to read to you, and again, I apologize, it's usually insulting to read slides to folks because you can read, but I'm going to say these words because the words are important. Fundamentally, frontier AI models have meaningfully accelerated adversaries' ability to discover software vulnerabilities and weaponize exploits for those vulnerabilities at scale. This capability asymmetry, where attack outpaces defense, will only deepen as models become more powerful and more accessible. While at some stage in the coming years, the defenders may be able to use AI to close the asymmetry, the interim period will be brutal for many and potentially highly consequential to national security and therefore society. The window to establish effective mitigations is narrow, and the consequences of inaction are severe. The cyber security community's initial response to this threat has been strong, but incomplete in scope. While Anthropic's controlled access AI preview includes leading IT vendors, cybersecurity firms, and open source foundations, and continues to expand, it is expanding, a review of those efforts reveals some blind spots. Fundamentally, the world of operational technology and the majority of the country's critical infrastructure operators who lack basic security resources continue to face the challenge largely unassisted. Virtually all attention has fallen on the IT sector and the relative haves, meaning large, well-resourced enterprises with security staff, budgets, and access to sophisticated tools. The other three quadrants, including OT operators of all sizes and IT organizations below the security poverty line, have received little to no tailored guidance and delayed engagement. In addition, this is against a backdrop. OT controls the physical world, including the power grids, water systems, hospitals, oil and gas infrastructures, food supply chains, and manufacturing. Unlike IT systems, OT failures can mean loss of life, property destruction, and cascading public harm. Key distinctions compound the risk. What are those? Consequences of failure are physical. They're not just digital, meaning outages can harm or kill people, and meaning that these systems are targeted by the nation-state adversaries. Operational technology life cycles span decades, with much equipment already past end-of-life support. Many original manufacturers no longer exist, leaving operators with no upgrade path. Advice calibrated for enterprise IT, such as patch faster or deploy AI defense, is not only unhelpful but can feel dismissive of the genuine constraints these operators face. So here we've got a picture of battlefields in Iran with headlines that we've already talked about yesterday, and we talked about a lot today, that there are right now today coordinated cybersecurity attacks against water systems. So I bring to you Project Glass Houses, a 100-day sprint addressing the asymmetry in critical infrastructure and under-resourced communities. How's this going to work? The goal or the plan here is to pull together 5 different working groups over the 100 days to work on these 5 different topical areas. So consequence analysis, OT-ICS sector engagement, pragmatic guidance for cyber poor operators, novel mitigation analysis, and policy incentive design. Let's talk about those one by each. So I'm going to bring up the area. We're going to talk about the focus areas and the sample outputs. These are draft, okay? So this is not locked down. You're not like, yeah, but you forgot this one thing. I promise you will have the opportunity to tell us about the one thing that we forgot for each of these 5 areas. But I wanted to show you a sample of the thinking about things that can be done in the near term to provide relief for the under-resourced. So what about a prioritized risk map? How do we best inform where to provide resources that are sorely needed? If everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. So overall, the goal of this is to help frame and bring focus to priorities, again, to the under-resourced in OT land. Next one, OT and ICS sector engagement. So you can read the focus areas, but is it not a real opportunity to bring together the bigs, the Seven Sisters, the Siemens, Schneider Electric, ABB, Rockwell Automation, Honeywell, and Emerson Electric to talk about how to help the cyber poor, how to deal with things like software and systems that are way out of date. What about, you've heard of cash for clunkers under previous administrations? What about cash for clunkers for OT? What about a prioritized list of cash for clunkers, starting with those systems that directly support the 6,000 hospitals in these United States, the water systems, the electric systems that support the hospital systems? Thinking about other elements that are hard to get, but maybe there's things we can do as it relates to pumps, transformers, food transportation, precision farming. We talked a little bit about the food sector yesterday. We didn't hit precision farming, but I'll tell you, precision farming is a thing, and it is an important thing that if we don't maintain, we will have a problem with food. What about software bills of materials? Who has them? What are the most important ones? What's in them? Can we get vital software bills of materials to the current asset owner and operators of these systems? How about getting access to AI harnesses to aid those operators? Okay, that is that working group. Coming up next, pragmatic guidance for the cyber poor operators. Really, the goal here is to provide actionable, jargon-free, approachable language and guidance for the operators below the security poverty line. And we're talking about operators who are not in a position to do things like implement fancy AI defense systems. What cannot be disconnected? What can be disconnected? What about days without internet drills? What about a 30, 60, 90, 100-day plan to help them take easy to understand steps to reduce risk? This is about risk reduction. It is not about risk elimination, because that's not a thing. Elimination of risk is not a thing. But there are things that can be done to reduce risk. Let us work with the OT operators and do that. Things like segmentation, multi-factor authentication, etc. Next, novel mitigation analysis. So to talk through and talk about some real unconventional mitigation concepts, white worms, brickerbots, and patching without consent. We're going to be talking about this more tonight. So I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but it's important to get out into the open some of these issues and bring some transparency to these matters. Feasibility and risk assessments and policy recommendations to inform folks who might say, oh, we should just go do this thing. What are the potential consequences of unleashing some of these technologies against folks without consent? And lastly, policy and incentive design. Working on effective public policy issues to accelerate adoption of mitigations and removal of structural barriers. Listen, we get it. Policy is slow, and good policy sometimes is slower yet. But what about things that are within hand? The development of things like first principles, values, ethics, ideals about how to adopt policies and incentives that will preserve the operation of OT systems. Thinking about this at a state level, a federal level, at an international level, because this is all of those things. OT security issues are absolutely a state level issue. They're definitely a federal issue, and I promise you they are international in scope. These are the targeted outcomes. These are the goals that we want to drive toward to really help operators of critical infrastructure with limited staff and resources receive actionable and credible, it needs to be usable guidance to help the Seven Sisters more effectively engage with their customers across the United States. To work with our policymakers at state and federal levels to have access to grounded recommendations, and to work with our friends in the frontier labs to help them understand what is going on. Fundamentally, the national conversation around offensive AI asymmetrically expands beyond the enterprise IT and really needs to include communities and systems that represent the greatest consequence that, if left unaddressed. I bring to you glass houses, which is a response to glass wings. We want your input and participation. You might be saying to me, Dave, how do I do that? I'll say, you can 100% do it. Right now, today, this very minute, you can go to glasshouses.ai, where you will see a screen that looks an awful lot like this, where you can say, hello, Dave, I'm here to help. Here's how you can contact me. There's some other language on there that we've already discussed, but we're delighted and pleased to announce the release of glasshouses.ai to address other glass wings. Your turn. So it is your turn. Your turn, or if we want to open it to questions and then give some narrative.
No, I'm just here to help answer some. So as with other sessions, we've left actually a bit more time than normal for your input, feedback. What are we missing? What do you hate? But one of the things we're doing is that I'm the Cavalry says if something's missing, we got to put it in the world. Right? So this is not a spectator sport. We don't like to admire the problems. We want to roll up our sleeves and do something. So some of you might wish to take a leadership role on one of these 5. We've been floating and inviting. We have a wish list or dream team for some of the co-chairs. I am seeking funding to maybe even give a stipend to some of the co-chairs for this 100-day effort. But in the meantime, we're not waiting. We're just going to start moving. So, for example, on my wish list for the policy incentives thing, there's Overton's windows. Actually, I'm going to riff on this. I didn't think to say this. This morning, I got to review draft language for a bill that may drop on water. Why? Because there's been a lot of water disruption lately, and it freaks people out. And water disruption is not a partisan issue. So in a different talk, you might hear us say something like, there's this thing called an Overton's window, and they sometimes happen when you aren't planning for them. But when they do happen, people will take draft language, bad language, good language, and they start socializing it quickly to seize on that window. So we're going to have some of these, and we don't think we're going to have policy emerge out of nowhere. but oftentimes the degree to which we put good ideas into the ecosystem, we may get better ideas out of the ecosystem. So we have an Overton's window right now on water, and usually the people that are best poised to pounce on that know how the muscle of government works domestically or internationally. So on my wish list, and I've floated, Casey John Ellis is pretty good at talking technical and policy and seizing Overton's windows. So I'm trying to get him to maybe be one of the co-chairs. But we also need people that are OT asset owners and operators for that one. We might need people who are good at systems thinking and cross-sector cascading failure analysis. So I'm trying to ask some of my former Cisco task force teammates who did this cross-sector stuff, could you lead this? So if one of those projects speaks to your heart and you either want to participate or co-lead, I'm going to be buying a lot of food for people tomorrow afternoon and all day Thursday to have some more private ideation sessions. But we want to get at least the forming, storming, norming, performing so we can have tangible, concrete ideas. You're going to hear from Matt Rogers from CI Fortify from CISA a little bit later. A lot of what we want to bring the target-rich cyber rapport is not patch faster. It's, you should assume you may be without the internet for a day, a week, a month. Can you still operate? And maybe the internet's too dangerous a place for you. Maybe it wasn't too dangerous before Glasswing. Maybe it is too dangerous now. And it might not make sense why we're putting something like SBOM up there, but as all these net new flaws are found in all this old code in Linux kernels and other obscure things, the answer of am I affected and where am I affected, we don't frickin' know. But if we can get Schneider Electric to say, give us the SBOMs not just for your new stuff, but for your older legacy stuff that's deployed, that impact analysis could turn into a fusion center and a clearinghouse. So there's some things like Gold Eagle that the government's doing through financial services, but it's still mostly IT focused and mostly the haves, not the have-nots. So he's teed up these 5 things, but please don't be shy. Come to the mic. Tell us what's missing, which things you might be willing to help on. And if you don't want to be recorded, then just find us afterwards. But this is the opening shot that I'm tired of being frustrated with a blind spot, so let's fill it. Anybody want to take the mic? Oh.
First, you pick up a mic. He can go. Why don't you come over here so you've got a mic?
First, 2 real pragmatic questions.
Yeah.
Why 100 days and when does 100 days start?
Well, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. It is both a scarring number for people in the federal government, but 100 days is not enough time to usually do something, but it's enough time to frame something or come up with a concept of operations. And a lot of these target-rich cyber rapport are suffering. I kind of wanted to start this earlier. We were thinking about trying to start it by critical effect. We've been shopping for someone to fund some convenings so we can actually pay people's travel to go do it. Now that we're at Hacker Summer Camp, the pragmatism that we bring in this track, I'm not waiting. So if funding shows up, we'll go faster, we'll do more. If it doesn't show up, we are not powerless right now. Let's just go for it.
Now my real question, which is root cause analysis.
Yeah.
I didn't see it on any of your slides or your discussions, so how deep are we just trying to fix today? Or your SBOM came really close to talking about real root cause.
Yeah.
But where's that fit in?
Yeah, so that's the one, that's what, project number 2, the consequence analysis is number 1?
Consequences.
Yeah. So some of you know this, but when I got tapped to run the CISA task force, my first week, we got given here's 23 Operation Warp Speed candidates, here's 1,000 suppliers to them, can you prioritize them? And we came up with 4,000, and within about a week, we had a prioritization rubric to identify the 66 ball bearings that, if disrupted, could lead to the most outsized costs. We have some systems thinker, risk analysis, dependency graph people that we're thinking of tapping for that one. So that's specialized. If that's something you're good at, great. But what we're trying to look at is what's the downtime tolerance and dependency. That's how we figured out things like no water, no hospital, no kidding. And that's a single hop in such a dependency graph. And if you saw the Christian DeMeff, Jeff Tully discussion yesterday, they want to take a very long, thoughtful academic approach to making the cryptome or whatever it was called. But we actually have some observable failures, observable lack of downtime tolerance, recovery time objectives. We have mapped some of them, so we can both anticipate, talk to stakeholder analysis. So we have a draft of that consequence dependency graph, but because it may have blind spots, we want to cast a slightly wider net. So that one's probably furthest along in its conception because we get to use things we used during the CISA COVID task force. Where we need more engagement is we don't always know what their hops depend upon. And I think it's not just the Seven Sisters that we use as a shorthand here. There's also, depending on the sector you're in, there's very important sector-specific players like who makes a certain kind of pump that you may never heard of them, but they're kind of everywhere. All right, I see some head nodding from you. So some of these are further along. Some of them are starting from whole cloth.
I'll just lean over. So first of all, I really like this. One question that I have thinking about how willing the sector is to engage is if you've thought about also looking at some of the larger operators to apply pressure to the Seven Sisters to do something.
Yeah.
So in particular, when Glasswing was announced, I looked at it and I was like, oh, there are no oil and gas companies. There are no chemical plant and there are some pretty big ones that manage their supply chains well, and I think would be interested in helping with this and helping to push some of the efforts with the Seven Sisters.
Valid. Dave and I are into something called the beer ISAC. It's not an actual ISAC. It's the most important ISAC. This is one of the reasons a lot of us are trying to take photos like this, because we superimpose fish on people's public presentations, including in Congress. But that community, we think, is going to be pretty key for this particular one. It may be unintuitive as well. Some of the Seven Sisters, like Schneider Electric, their newer stuff from Cassie Crossley, who's been in this room. I mean, she's recently left, but their newer products are pretty responsible, pretty transparent. They have SBOMs, they know impact analysis. Their SDLCs got better. They're not perfect. They want to get the old unsupported versions of their product out of these environments, but it just looks too big. So when I started speaking with some of the current folks there, it's in their interest to get into a Glasswing preview and get tokens. It's in their interest to work with the hospital high consequence communities to maybe do the cash for clunkers. So they're not actually someone we have to put pressure on. We just had to find some way to harness them. And then conversely, yeah, the Berkshire Hathaways, the Exxon Mobils, like they too are being exposed by this offensive asymmetry without defense. So I think we have some strange bedfellows as to who might have common cause, common purpose. But I just don't want to make the same mistake where we only talk to the bigs. We have to look at that hospital town supported by a water community where there's no hospital for 200 miles. Yeah. Did I answer part of your question?
Yeah.
But we have, we know what we know. We don't know what you know. So help us identify. I mean, I'm humble here. We do not have all the answers, so we're casting a wider net.
Hi, so it's more of a statement followed up by a question, but I've noticed with a lot of these initiatives over time, there's always a focus on large federal policy, but that law takes time to become a law, and then it becomes regulation, and there's periods, and we're already talking about 180 to 360-day process if you just focus on the federal level. Is there any, will the policy group focus on state and local?
It has to. So if you were here yesterday, there are 0 federal mandatory minimums for cybersecurity hygiene currently.
For water.
For water. Whereas state of New York is a pioneer here, and they passed some. They were in the initial rollout of that. One of the things Cavalry and Undisruptible partner with ICS Village on is called Critical Effect, which we've done now, our second one in DC this past June. But we're doing Critical Effect Sacramento in September because one of the biggest countries in the world is the state of California. 4th biggest country in the world, right? And they often will pioneer stuff. So we don't have time and luxury to wait for policy. Some of you have heard testimonies in this track before. We helped pass the Patch Act into law. It took 9 years. We helped get the IoT Cybersecurity Improvement Act. It took 4 years, but still hasn't been implemented. The CERCIA law that passed almost unanimously after Colonial Pipeline has still not had its initial rulemaking, even though that attack happened in 2021. So I don't think these things are going to be effective in the time horizon for which we speak. What I want to do is focus on the first principles and the edges of what good and bad looks like, such that knee-jerk reactions are dampened to something sane. But more importantly, they may just inspire asset owners and operators to realize nothing's coming and what can they do. I think the best program of this one, the one I'm most excited about, is the asset owner operator advice. So for example, they tolerate tons of forever days, but now they can say, okay, if Glassstone's going to find stuff, or Mythos is going to find stuff, or OpenAI is going to find stuff that is going to be exploitable, and that vendor's out of business, a vendor out of business is now a much higher risk than you thought because there are no patches ever coming. Second tier of risk, a Schneider Electric device that's unsupported and end of life. Okay, what do I do about that? Third most risky, internet facing. So we can give them a triage decision of, if I only have limited time and actions, which ones do I apply? And when I can't get rid of them, when do I do CI fortify? So even just like guidance on that triage, all they're hearing right now is patch faster. And it's like Marie Antoinette saying, if there's no more bread, let them eat cake. So I'm actually most excited about, can we give real advice to real operators before we even finish the sprint?
Thank you. Hey, hello. So I was curious, you're talking about like that triage, do we have like an idea of that prioritization of systems? Like, hey, these systems have been around for 30 years from this company that no longer exists and they're top of the list. Let's get these fixed as fast as possible. Because I was thinking, like, if the software's not available, are we reverse engineering it? Are we figuring out how it works on the inside and maybe making an open source replacement for it?
I think it's dependent on the type, but orthogonal answer to your question. Some of the initial discussions we've had is it's not just the support level of the device. It's also how it intersects with what's the capital expenditure impact of this thing getting bricked or damaging. What's the mean time to replace it? And how consequential could the failure be to our customers or to our plant? So take something like in a water plant, one of the most expensive devices is a pump, right? $250,000 each, times 3. One of the longest time to replace is a pump, 18 to 24 months, or 12 to 18 months, depends on what it is. Could it do damage? Yes, it could burst water mains. So like when you look at the nexus of these things, an unsupported end of life, no longer in business company pump is going to be way up and to the right, whereas something that has a reasonable alternative fallback will be lower. But we can ask the kind of questions that may surface that we've tolerated lots of dysfunction because we had to, and now we can see which trust zones need replacement, need segmentation, need elimination, and I want to add that rigor.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I would love to have a community-supported.
Closer to the mic.
I'm sorry.
You could.
I would love to have a community-supported operating system that runs infrastructure. Like you'd be able to open source it and have people inspect their own systems that they depend on.
Yeah.
Another question is for like the OT systems. Are we talking like internet protocol level stuff, or are we talking about custom wireless stuff? All of the above. What is the major risk with those systems being accessed and talked to?
It's going to depend. I'm curious what my fellow VRISAC person says, but some of these are running not just insecure, but in insecurable protocols. Forget multi-factor authentication. There's no authentication. And some of them that do support more secure protocols auto-negotiate down to their older siblings. So in those type of cases, I think you're going to hear from Matt's CI Fortify, like, you're not going to be able to just get rid of stuff or just replace stuff. So we're going to have segmentation or mitigation.
Triage.
Well, Matt will talk for himself, but triage,
Yeah, I think we should talk after this. I've worked on a project securing mainframe systems for the DoD, which doesn't have any of that stuff on it. So we'll talk.
And if you go, Emma spoke just before us. If you go back and watch some of her talks from previous years, it always reminds me of a Danzig article called "Surviving on a Diet of Poisonous Fruit," right? Because we're going to have to live with things we don't want to live with, but there's strategies to make sure that the dependence we have, even on undependable things, is least risky.
Yep, it's all risk mitigation. Thank you.
Matt.
Food for thought on the novel mitigation analysis in terms of not from the like offensive let's brick or bot thing side. I have thoughts, but like more from the perspective of, hey, we can't do cache for clunkers. We can't rip and replace everything necessarily. I mean, the pot of money does eventually stop, and often quite quickly. But like, could we patch some things? So like to give an example, right? Like with your point about like, hey, like the new Schneider products, like just work, like they are kind of buttoned up, but like they still all use Modbus.
Yes.
And so like they're not that buttoned up. But like, is there a world where, you know, like there's interesting things about those protocols, right? Like a lot of them have kind of a primary to secondary relationship. To give a example I know better, so that I'm not talking out of my butt too much, right? Like if you're hacking like a plane, like using these protocols, like any device can spoof any other device. There's no authentication. That's the whole problem. But you could just patch the key component, the master component, the primary component, and their transceiver. Not that they're like any bus or Triangle Microworks or whoever, Alta under the bus. But you could potentially just patch one component and eliminate all the spoofing attacks. And then, like, it doesn't really matter if somebody spoofs because there's at least one device you trust. And now they've got to use a CV on that one device. So we can at least, like, create significant change via one patch. I'm just curious your thoughts on, like, where do we say, like, but one patch is good enough? Do we think we could emergency patch one thing, but not the entire plan, but, like, maybe one?
I certainly like this line of thought. We struggled with naming this particular work stream. We wanted something neutral, like novel. But so far, most of the novel ideas sound pretty dangerous. So we are looking for non-dangerous novel ideas as well.
Just one patch, sir, please.
Hey, a professional engineer from the water sector.
Here we go. So a couple things. I think we need to make sure we reach out to the professional societies, Industrial Society of Automation.
Could you help with that?
Yeah. There's others, many others. The other thing is, I'd immediately drop the Seven Sisters thing.
Yeah.
Immediately, because there are regions of the country that utilize one other proprietary system, and they're everywhere. Florida is a great example. And then the third is, you might even want to make it its own thing, but protocols are going to kill you.
I am very worried about protocols.
Modbus is such a defined and used standard. You will never patch it. You will never catch up to that. And it's just been around for too long. So I think there's some ideas there, mainly around, and the other parts of that is specifically in the water wastewater, right? Our communication paths aren't on public. They're not Verizon.
Well,
they're our own radios that have been in all the time, but I can just go out there with an antenna and intercept and take over. So, so there's a lot of other things to look at. I think that the idea is great. To your point, at least you get the conversation started with a lot of folks, and it generates thinking, right? That's the biggest part of it.
Yeah, and one of the reasons to constrain at least the first wave to something like 100 days is we can identify problems that aren't yet solved that someone can then say we need an entire initiative on Modbus. So starting a conversation does not mean owning it or finishing it. It just means like let's name and rank. Once you name the demon, you have more power over it in the Exorcist or whatever. We should identify, name, and rank order these. All right, we have
8 minutes.
8 minutes left. Go ahead.
So 2 points. One, when you patch industrial systems, especially if you're bringing in people from bulk software that have less real-time experience, the issue of unexpected downstream effects from changing timing becomes really serious. And you may encounter effects that were never modeled because they never came up. Fluid systems in particular, valves that actuate quickly because they're old enough that they don't have nice smooth, control curves and they just slam. You get that pressure, that transverse pressure wave where if the timing on that changes, maybe suddenly you have constructive interference with something else and now you have a much higher pressure front. That brings me to the second piece, which is as you investigate some of these risks, the tendency is going to say, oh, well, we want more sophisticated electronics. We want more sophisticated software. There may be situations where the real answer is a rupture disk, right? Going back to a less sophisticated solution.
Well, we don't know each other well, but I'm looking at the guy behind you. We do. A lot of my body work on things like rugged software or whatnot is that complexity is the enemy of all things. I don't expect a lot of these OT environments will be doing patching faster. I think part of the problem statement we're capturing is they won't be able to patch. They may not be able to replace. And yet the number of vulnerabilities found and weaponized coming at us has changed. So there will be certain fixed, immutable truths in the OT environment with an elevated threat context from outside. And what we want to do is at least provide decision support. So these are not blind sides to the OT. I don't profess that we're going to have a simple silver bullet. The wisdom and the risk management will be made by those closest to the operating environment. We want to make sure that we've done our job to warn sufficiently, to pose dilemmas. But ultimately, they're going to make their own decisions about what advice they do and don't take. And I currently find the advice from industry to be very tone deaf. I'd like to be slightly less tone deaf.
The uncomfortable thing to pitch that may sometimes be the best thing to consider is to say, this system is horrible. We could get you to something newer that is better, but you can't afford it and it would take too long. What were you doing before this? And that might be the 60s or the 40s.
Yeah.
But sometimes that question may be worth asking.
Yeah, and not sure how familiar are with the Undestructible playbook and how we're using Idaho National Labs CIE. We're not adding millions of dollars of cyber. Often we're adding like normal engineering mitigations or just sacrificial components of a system as a more practical, pragmatic, familiar, and therefore more digestible to that community. So, every cyber person is holding a cyber hammer and everything looks like a cyber nail. Our songbook, our playbook is more about the professional engineers are incredibly good problem solvers. Let's just introduce them to some problems they didn't know they had to solve.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nice shirt as well.
So as I'm looking at kind of the initiatives, what comes to mind, and this isn't my idea, it's actually Dan Gear's idea, is something like a Superfund program for software security. And Superfund, for those of you who don't know, is a 1980 law legislation addressing environmental contamination that basically put it out to communities to identify polluted sites, and then the government was in the job of identifying those, tracking those, figuring out if there was someone responsible for those who could pay for cleanup, so an existing corporation, and if not, the company had gone out of business 60 years ago, but left their pollution, then providing federal resources to do that. And that would seem to be a possible model that might see companies like Schneider and other OT vendors paying to upgrade their existing customers from vulnerable, non-patchable OT equipment to updated, maintainable. And then for vendors that have gone out of business or other situations, providing federal money to make sure that those infrastructure providers are up there. But I do worry on the transparency thing. OEMs are not going to want transparency around legacy code because, and I can speak to this.
Sins.
Huh?
Sins of the past.
When you pop the hood on that software and show what's in it, it is
ugly.
Ugly. Yeah. And the infrastructure operators are really tied in pretty tightly with those vendors, so they're not in a position to take a stance separate from that.
So recognizing the time, let me pivot a little bit. Paul is one of our speakers this evening after the break, and the duo that closes us out is Sunil Yu is going to surface dispassionately, without advocacy, some of these novel mitigation ideas that scare me. And then Paul and Silas are going to respond with slower but maybe more mature policy responses. And I think everyone will leave pissed off at both of them and hopefully talk in the hallway at cocktail hours. But
we're not talking about Superfund.
But that work stream is really going to be two halves of the coin of novel mitigation considerations. It's not exclusively their talk. But maybe you'll get a feel for that. And every idea is a good idea for brainstorming. So Superfund or other things. It sounds like you've got an idea for at least the policy and incentives work stream. And whether you want to co-chair or participate or just review, let us know. This is like Fight Club. You choose your own level of participation.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Please come back.
Where do they go to sign up again?
I think they go to glasshouses.ai, which is on the screen.
Is that we live in glass houses? From AI?
Glasshouses.ai. Okay. Glass houses.
All right, glasshouses.ai.
If you come back in an hour, we get to hear from Mr. Matt Rogers about CI Fortify and then have this debate the next hour. So please come back in 60 minutes for more fascinating discussions.
Is that sick codes in the back?
It is.
He shows up when he's not talking, but he doesn't show up when he's supposed to be talking? Ah, just kidding.
Thanks, everybody. Give yourselves a hand. All right.
Come give us a hug.
Okay, you are in the right place. We are going to start very soon. Very soon. So soon. We've done the reboot once. We're trying to only have done it once. Now we're going to please wait. We're signing in again. Workroom. Okay. Reflections. So, if you've been in this room yesterday or today, raise your hand and say, and now one of you, keep your hand up and share something that is important to you that you did not know before you arrived.
The EPA guy rocked.
The EPA guy rocked, and I agree. It's a fabulous opportunity for partnership where maybe in the past things didn't seem so fabulous, but he was great.
He dispelled a lot of myths.
Yeah,
That they're not evil.
which is good.
I'll just say I thought Dean's talk about what it's really like behind the scenes at trying to work at these utilities and get these things done. Like, just get the shit off the internet. I mean, I thought that was fantastic. I was really interested to hear what you had to say about that and how what's really like behind the scenes.
Okay, thanks so much. So now let us begin with our code of conduct.
How's it going, guys? Thank you very much for coming. So, as you know, here at BSides, we have a very strict no photos policy. All of the talks are professionally recorded, although our gracious presenter has given his consent to have photographs taken of him and his content he will be presenting, although that does not mean you can take wide panning shots of the entire audience because only he has given consent. So if you could do everyone a favor and please try and zoom in so that you don't capture any audience members in your pictures, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And I am pleased and delighted to introduce to you Mr. Matt Rogers from CISA, who's going to share with us information about CI Fortify.
Hello, everybody. There's been a lot of references to CI Fortify today, so hopefully it lives up to expectations. So CI Fortify is CISA's emergency response measure. It's basically our counter 2027. It's our, hey, in the event of a crisis, how do we make sure that our critical infrastructure works, that we still have service delivery? So, you know, there's spooky quotes from like leadership, like, hey, in a geopolitical crisis, critical infrastructure organizations in America must be able to continue operating at a minimum these crucial services. But, you know, okay, what do we actually mean? So there's kind of two primary motivations for CI Fortify that are impacting us. One is to what's been cited earlier today, this idea of like, are we just going to actually brick all of our OT components? So we've already seen this just in December in Poland. There's an excellent CERT-PL report. Basically, a threat actor bricked about 60 Hitachi OT devices. And the real impact here is, like, if that happened to any scale across the country, any country, we would simply run out of hardware. And so we would not have enough components. We would not have the ability to replace these systems for months, if not years, particularly if that hardware is perhaps coming from a country who would not be shipping us things at the time. So how do we prevent widespread component failure? And then two, and this is a big one here, and you know, the component failure is relying on things like Vault Typhoon and kind of previous advisory there of like, assume a breach, assume somebody is in the environment. The second piece here is communications failures. No phones, no internet. And how do we make sure that our critical infrastructure works even in those outages? Now, the reason why we're worried about that is, and honestly, the number one takeaway since CI Fortify has been announced, a lot of people interpreted our Salt Typhoon advisory saying, hey, you know, quoting this news headline, China's Salt Typhoon spies are still hacking telecoms, now by exploiting Cisco routers. Well, I cross out the spies here because a lot of people interpreted that as like, oh, they're doing espionage. It's an espionage campaign. What we have actually publicly said is they have compromised backbone telecommunications equipment, and in this case, we've observed them using that compromise for espionage. If you have compromised backbone telecommunications infrastructure, you can just take out the communications infrastructure. You can basically see everything that the carrier network can see. So your MPLS network, your private APN, it's no longer private. And so it very much changes the threat model, right? So if you're just a general cybersecurity practitioner, if nothing else, what I'd like you to take away is really we need to update the threat model here around making sure that the carrier is considered to be compromised, and then thinking through like the real practice of, in a no phones, no internet scenario, how does anything work? Because the reality is most of it's going to break. So I think the obvious answer here is, didn't this just happen? Kind of, like last week, I don't know, we had like 100+ water incidents. Previously, we'd reported on Iranian-affiliated actors turning off safety alarms, actually creating, pretty literal ticking time bombs in our critical infrastructure. The next time there would be a safety incident, it just happened instead of there being an alarm about it. So if nobody happened to be nearby, it just went off. And we've seen incidents where, up to like $500,000 in damage and serious equipment was destroyed across different sectors, right? Like it's a very real threat. And frankly, we just don't know the extent of it. Like there's a lot of critical infrastructure where their PLCs could have been changed, and they will just remain that way until anybody checks. And nobody will probably check because they're not updating that logic for another year, another 2 years, maybe ever. And so those safety conditions could just persist into in perpetuity. And then recently we've got this like forced factory resetting of PLCs. So it's kind of the CI Fortify scenario. They're taking out a bunch of OT components at scale across the country. It's hitting hundreds of sites. The difference is, no, they're not breaking things yet. Why they didn't upload bad firmware, I cannot get into the psychosis of this particular threat actor or the psychological thought there. But they didn't break anything, so it was all repairable. They just factory reset the devices. And then, there wasn't an immediate harm factor, right? Like they weren't immediately causing damage to the device instead of creating these like long tail safety incidents, which are still serious, but not to the point of kind of this emergency condition. So I say all this because CI Fortify was really built on the idea of our old Shields Up initiative. Now, if you've seen Shields Up, there's probably a joke waiting somewhere in the back of your head. My arm is so tired. When do I get to lower the shield? Because we still technically have it on our website. So if you're not familiar with Shields Up, it was basically in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So at that time, the US intelligence community was basically screaming at the top of their lungs for 3 months. Russia's going to invade Ukraine. Please, everybody, Russia, please don't do it. But also, like, everybody be aware that this is a thing. Geopolitical is about to change significantly. But the problem with that initiative is that it kind of proposed a bunch of common cybersecurity things that we all, as cybersecurity practitioners, wished everybody was doing anyway, versus, no, there's troop movement on a border. Deterrence is gone. Deterrence has changed significantly. Threat actors are acting in a very less constrained space. Like, how would we really act differently? And so that's what CI Fortify is about, is how do we actually have an emergency planning response to, we see troop movement. We see, I don't know, a hyper-accelerated AI attack hitting critical infrastructure at scale. Like, what do we actually want people to do in those crazy conditions? So the motivating question here is, how do we make sure that if there's a bunch of incidents at once, like a bunch of colonial pipeline style of things across the country, how do we make sure that alongside phone and internet outages, that critical infrastructure can actually sustain vital services, right? Like, I wanted to make sure that the next time there's that colonial pipeline, they don't go from 100% to 0%, because that's what happened. They stopped delivering fuel for a number of reasons. Depending on how cynical you are, the answer changes, right? The most cynical reason why Colonial stopped delivering fuel is because they couldn't make any money, the billing systems didn't work, and so they shut off the fuel. Maybe some truth here. The next level of cynicism lower is, okay, well, they couldn't actually maintain visibility because they couldn't see orders across the pipeline, so they didn't actually know how much to order, and they couldn't see where it was in the system, so they couldn't safely deliver fuel. And then, like, the more, kind of forgiving answer is, like, from a pure engineering process perspective, they just did not have staff ready to go across an entire pipeline that spans most of the United States to actually make sure fuel is going in the right spots, and they lost all visibility to access that, and so they shut the pipeline down. Now, there's a mix of truth to all of those explanations, depending on who you talk to, but really the goal here is, how do we make sure that the next time that happens, they don't go to zero? We just can't afford zero, right? Like, we can't afford 0% water delivery to the hospital, and we also can't afford military deterrence to go offline. We can't afford energy to go offline. So how do we make sure that it's providing some service delivery with the expectation that, like, it's a communications outage. Nobody is acting optimally in a communications outage. You're either operating manually, you're operating under some inefficient mode, but I would prefer you operate under an inefficient mode than not at all. And so how do we get people thinking, instead of the mindset of, I am trying to get to known good, known optimal, I'm trying to like black start essentially, to instead, what is pockets of goodness that I can keep up some service delivery, right? So, CISA has really set ourselves up for failure here. Our success metric is a functional exercise. What we are trying to get people to do is actually test these conditions. So test in a no phones, no internet scenario. Say you lose those, could you still operate your critical infrastructure? Maybe not the whole thing, maybe just a certain segment of it. Chain from generation through transmission through distribution, a certain part of your water system, knowing your critical customers. Could you actually do it? From a comms perspective, from a alternative SCADA perspective, from a recovery perspective, can you actually call for help? Maybe your process relies on you calling an integrator. Can you actually get a hold of them? All of these tests are necessary because fundamentally, when we've seen organizations do this, something always breaks. We actually have an operator exchange group that we started up with over 100 operators coming in, where every month they're just exchanging lessons learned on what exactly breaks when they've tested this, so that ideally it doesn't break when their peers do it, so to help save everybody some time. So at that point, like, CA Fortify is really suggesting two things. One is isolation and one is recovery. So being able to proactively isolate yourself from third-party networks, meaning comms, phones, and internet, but also like vendor clouds. Like, how do you have these reliance on these systems? And I want to just be very clear because this is an OT talk, and inevitably when people say isolation, they're sort of implying like an air gap measure of solution. I don't really believe in the air gap. The more a critical infrastructure operator tries to tell me that they're air gapped, the less convinced I am that they are actually air gapped. You must have a quiet confidence in your air gap. It is just a... It doesn't really, it's not that as a technical control it can't work. It is that it is a insanely difficult to maintain thing, and we have seen very rich organizations incapable of maintaining it over any significant period of time. So this is very much for emergency measures. How do we make sure that in an emergency, you could go to a degraded state and continue operating? So why isolation and why recovery? So the entire isolation paradigm is built off one simple principle. In the event that there is a crisis, like what we just saw this last week with PLC getting locked out, a lot of the operators got an alarm because the IP changed, they lost connection, and they had an alarm set up for if they lost cellular connectivity to a remote site. What immediately happens? The operator on call gets a text, gets a call, they go out to the site, they immediately replace it with a backup system and try to get the system working again. And I can assure you nobody with cyber in the title was there until well into the morning and maybe the next day. And so, the people in this room generally, except for our friends over here, are not really going to be showing up in the event of an incident with any real speed. We're like the tail of the response. And that means that in the event where, say, a threat actor is trying to brick a bunch of components, right? Imagine this recent activity last week, but instead of locking them out and requiring a factory reset, they actually bricked the device. They just uploaded bad firmware. None of the devices that were hit have firmware signing. You could literally just do what they did in Poland, overwrite the first 255 bytes or whatever with all Fs, and the device would be basically irrecoverable without, pulling out your JTAGulator and hoping for the best. But like, that is not a scalable approach to recovery, at least currently. And so, in that model, if the engineer is going to immediately replace the system and then swap in their known good component, well, congratulations, that device also got bricked too. And so how do we create a emergency response solution that doesn't try to change the default behavior of engineers across the country? We will fail if that is the proposed solution. But instead making sure that the cyber acknowledges what the engineer is going to do, no matter what you tell them to do, and then supports them in that and make sure that they will not immediately break all their systems. And then two, and so this prevents the idea of us running out of equipment. But also, if you're isolated and you're disconnected from your third parties, fundamentally that requires that you've tested for this no phones, no internet, that your carrier network goes out scenario. And so that is why isolation. The recovery piece, to riff a little bit on Josh's favorite of nobody's coming to save us, is nobody's coming to save you in a communications outage unless you have pre-arranged to be saved. Put it on your bumper sticker. It really rolls off the tongue. So there's kind of two elements to that, right? There's the human element and the technical element. The technical element we can all kind of think through, right? Like, how many of our recovery processes, particularly with how we've probably responded since incidents like NotPetya, are reliant on cloud-based recovery solutions, on SaaS,
on the ability to quickly spin up tons and tons of systems, and none of it is on-prem to prepare for like a ransomware attack. But in reality, if we actually needed to recover, how many of those backups and those systems would actually work local to critical infrastructure organizations? Or maybe they're at the integrator, or maybe they require a connection to a licensing server or for warranty purposes to a third-party vendor. And in a no phones, no internet scenario, I can't call Rockwell or whoever up on the phone and say, hey, can you give me a licensing key? Now they're just a bottleneck, and I can't actually get my system recovered. These are like real scenarios that we've seen across different vendors where they are really the bottleneck to recovery. And so you just have to test these things in advance and make sure that you can actually recover the system in no phones, no internet. That's the technical perspective. The human perspective is you're going to run out of labor. You're going to run out of it really fast. If there are actually a large-scale crisis in the country, there's going to be huge psychological ramifications to that. And also there are labor laws, and people cannot work for more than like 12-hour shifts. And so you're just going to run out of people really quick, right? I mean, we have been doing CI Fortify assessments to help primarily water utilities think through these problems. And one good revelation from water utility was they actually had enough backup power through diesel generators to keep their plant running for about a week. But they only had maybe 3 lab technicians. They were treating water through all of the booster stations. They had to do manual sampling basically every 4 hours across around 30 booster stations. And so their math was like, well, within about 72 hours, those 3 individuals will be burnt out and they will be unable to work, at which point that was when we will lose all ability to measure water quality. And that's really when we have an actual serious outage or a serious impact, not when they run out of diesel fuel, not when they run out of power. And so their time to failure and their failure conditions are really based around people and time rather than necessarily the easier examples of technology and power. And then from a third-party support perspective, from, again, like water, can you get chemicals? You might have a stockpile of a week. You might have a chemical provider, and you might order it every week by calling it in or sending an email. And you can't stockpile these chemicals forever. They do go bad. Can you get it? Can you call them up? In a crisis, will your chemical manufacturer even continue producing chemicals? Will all of their people come to work? It's unknown. And so you have to have all these figured out. And also, lawyers in the room, please don't kill me. But like your service level agreements are fake in a crisis, right? If there's actually a bunch of incidents at scale, your MSP or your security vendor's service level agreement for incident response support is probably fake. And so there's a question of when will I actually get support? And if there's an ambiguity there, what am I really going to do about it, right? So that is the focus of recovery. To that end, I mentioned that we have created the CI Fortify assessment. I'll spend a little bit of time on this, to earlier questions that people have brought up. This is one of those things that we are going to kind of open source. We're going to release our assessment methodology and all the supporting questions. So if you as a enterprising cybersecurity consultant would like to just do this assessment for critical infrastructure operators, please, that'd be great. So really the assessment is asking a total of 6 questions that we are trying to get into the hands of these operators. One is, who are actually your critical customers and how do you treat them any differently, right? So we talked to a lot of water utilities. We say, okay, yeah, it's the local hospital, it's the trauma center. It's like, okay, so what do you do if you're about to have an incident? And the answer is, well, I give them a courtesy call that there might be a water quality issue coming up, so they have time to prepare. It's like, okay, so you have a critical customers list, maybe there's 200 people on it, and you give all of them courtesy calls. Does it impact anything else in what you tell them? How does it impact your recovery operations? Are you actually prioritizing, and have you done all of the recovery work to prioritize them in particular? 2, like what actual control processes support those critical customers? So this gets to the recovery point. Do you know which systems or which plants or which treatment sites need to go up first in order to get to those customers? And then we get in more into the like isolation, continuity, and recovery, which are kind of the 3 main pillars of CI Fortify. One is from a continuity perspective. If telecommunications were to go down, no phones, no internet, could you actually continue operating? Just that, just a carrier outage. People have carrier outages all the time. You live on the East Coast. Verizon went out for quite a while, for several of us, for like a week. You're used to it. But a lot of the guidance we saw from everybody was, well, you have an alternative carrier network. So if you have Verizon, maybe you have AT&T, maybe you have somebody else, maybe you have T-Mobile, and then also maybe you have Wi-Fi calling enabled. But our scenario is no phones, no internet. A lot of these carriers have been compromised. If you read the Salt Typhoon reporting, you can see that it is a lot of the ones you would think of for a secondary source. And so really thinking through, like, what if you truly do not have phones and internet? 4, can that extended, reduced set of problems, so like what actually supports your tier 1 customers, can you actually run that and proactively isolate? So if we had that scenario like with Ukraine, where we see troop movements and the US government said, hey, we think a bunch of attacks are about to happen, could you proactively disconnect yourself and operate in a degraded state, even in tiers? Like the first one could be disconnect from your corporate network because you rely on that for business data. Okay, disconnect from that first. And then maybe the second one is physically disconnecting from your mobile and your carrier networks because you have a cellular out to a remote treatment site for convenience, but now you need to disconnect it. And then next is, can that problem actually be restored without normal connectivity, without outside support, right? Like your integrators, your MSPs. And finally, all of these other considerations have been continuity, kind of a binary of can you do it, yes or no. This last one is really the time. How long can you do it? What are these operational bottlenecks? Be it diesel fuel, be it people, or be it chemical supply. Okay, so that's CI4tify in a nutshell. We're telling people to isolate and we're telling people to learn how to recover. Sounds simple, sounds simple. So we've basically just told operators to walk uphill in the snow both ways. And so there's a lot of barriers to success here. So let's talk about how we as an industry can actually address some of those barriers. So the first one is policy and legal barriers. So who is actually doing things, right? So the contractual barriers is a lot of products will increasingly have warranty connections that say you cannot disconnect this device from the internet or we will sue you and we'll void your warranty. So if you have guidance from the government saying, please practice, and you have guidance from your vendor that says, if you disconnect from this network connection intentionally, we will void your warranty, I can tell you which voice they're going to listen to. From a liability perspective, one of the examples that the colonial example of what they like to bring up from an O&G perspective is if we choose to select which customers we provide, we open ourselves up to lawsuits. So if I choose to provide fuel to the hospital, but not to some other customer that I have a contract with, because I can only deliver 20% of my normal fuel, I perhaps open myself up to lawsuits because maybe I hit the tier 1 trauma center, but I didn't have enough fuel for the secondary hospital. And so maybe somebody had a serious incident, something escalated, and because they didn't have power, there was an issue. And then finally, safety regulation. There is a ton of safety regulation in this country across our different sectors that says if you don't have enough visibility and there's communications outages, you cannot operate the thing. And the question is we can't afford to have negative incentive structures that prevent people from operating in a state of crisis. So to give my favorite example from some German friends, we ended up in this scenario where they have a regulatory connection that says you must report on your emissions from this factory consistently. It has to always be connected to the government server. And that connection went down, and the lawyers at the factory basically said it is cheaper for us to shut down the entire plant than it is for us to continue operating and pay the fine, right? So it creates a negative incentive structure to shut down when the incentive structure CI4tify demands for national resilience is how do we continue actually operating through that crisis? And so this is really, there's a lot of more specific policy solutions we can get into, but the high level of this is we are really just going to be in a point of ambiguity. There will be incidents. In this case, we saw the advisory maybe 3 days later. We saw Minnesota stuff a day after for this activity. And in that ambiguity, where threat actors are actually hitting a lot of people at once, it might take a while for there to be any sort of official notice. And it might take a while before anybody, say for cyber insurance purposes, declares it a war. And it might be unclear how many incidents are actually happening at scale, because if it's a no phones, no internet situation, you might not know. There might not be reliable sources of news for you to know who all is impacted. And so in that scenario, you might be waiting. You might say, I have a retainer at an incident response firm. I have a way to get a hold of them, perhaps. They have a service level agreement with me. They're going to show up and fix me. But a lot of people might be waiting. And so this really gets to the point of in ambiguity mode, we can't really afford to wait. We need to restore as quickly as possible. The downtime windows for these things in terms of force projection and health and safety are very, very, very small. And so how do we make sure that in that ambiguity that we continue actually operating? Which gets us to kind of the long tail of this, which is what I'll call 2027 or bust. So we talk about this as an emergency planning measure. We talk a lot about what do we need to do in the near term to really beat Volt Typhoon and a lot of these specific actors who have done very bad things to our critical infrastructure and are pre-positioning to potentially create this crisis. But there's the real risk of okay, we have done all this emergency planning. It doesn't come. And so it eventually degrades. People make plans. Those plans become out of date. The staff working on them leave. And so we've done all this planning. It happens actually in 2032. And our security budgets aren't there anymore. People aren't focused on this issue. And we're kind of back where we started. So the real only path to success I see here is how do we actually create ecosystem change with some of this emergency planning measure. So that's not to say that we are, getting our own Cyber Resiliency Act and we're passing all of these policies in the near term to make it so CI Fortify is enshrined in law. This is to say, how do we make it so that the planning that we're asking people to do and all the emergency steps that we're asking people to do actually feed into the longer tail of security ecosystem that we want them to do. So it's not just emergency planning, it supports the broader ecosystem, right? So, put succinctly, if everybody is teed up for emergency planning, we better make sure that emergency planning results in a better stable ecosystem so that if we are Chicken Little, that at least we end up in a good spot, right? So that's secure by design, that's working with the vendors, that's secure by deployment, working with the integrators, and that's how, as a community, as local, state and local, how do we actually create resilient communities? So let's start with secure by design. The main thing that we're asking for from the CI Fortify case is, I'll call it fur, because the idea is how do we make this evergreen? So it's a pun, so it's a fir tree. Thank you for your piteous laughter. If we're making it evergreen, we need a lot of information to be available to operators so they are not guessing in a crisis. We just simply cannot afford to be guessing or figuring stuff out in a crisis. Operators need to understand how things will break so that they actually understand what they do, right? So this gets to failure states. So how does the system fail if it gets disconnected? Because the frank nature is a lot of our products are increasingly designed around the assumption that they will have some form of connectivity, and they are not really clear on if they lose that connectivity, what happens. There's kind of three modes they could be. It could be hierarchical. It could just keep doing whatever it was told to do, and it will do that in perpetuity or until it's told otherwise. And that could work great. Or your water pump could lose connection. It'll keep operating like it was told to do. Oops, it happened during storm conditions. Now you're out of storm conditions, and that's a problem. It could degrade to some known safe state. It could say, this is my kind of safe operating mode. I'll keep in these bounds, maybe better long term. Or it could just fail. It could just say, I can't get a connection anymore. I'm turning off, and this process isn't working. And this is not clearly documented. Operators would have to individually test these things in order to know. There's an isolatability component of this. Increasingly, we're seeing across OT, people are embedding, not just in this threat case where we're seeing cellular modems connected to PLCs, we are instead embedding those cellular modems in our OT equipment. And the operator doesn't really have a say in the matter. Good luck negotiating a contract as a water operator to remove a cellular modem for the use for warranty and for predictive maintenance purposes. And so it becomes a question of, if I wanted to isolate the system from the vendor cloud, from their warranty policy, could I actually proactively turn it off? And finally, recovery. Is there a proprietary recovery mechanism, or can I actually recover this system without external assistance? For secure by deployment, this really gets to the idea of how do we set up integrators for success? We've released so much guidance on this, from secure connectivity principles for operational technology, but really this gets to the point of, if I can't actually get those patches locally, and to some of our earlier talks, right, they think they own the software, then I will not be able to recover without them, at which point they are the bottleneck to my recovery. And so how do we make sure that integrators understand that they are perhaps the bottleneck? And if they are, whether they want to accept the liability of that decision. And then finally, as we wrap up here to have some good time for questions, we'll get to kind of the call to action, right? I mean, this is a thing that is largely geared towards OT operators, right? We're telling them to isolate, we're telling them to be able to recover their systems, we're telling them to be able to do these functional tests. Where does that kind of leave the security community, right? You notice I didn't say everybody should go out and buy a continuous monitoring solution and monitor for vault typing threats. I think you maybe should in the long term, but CI Fortify is really focused on how can I take a punch? How can I get hacked? Under the impression that there will be 0 days in these edge devices, they will get into the OT network. Once you get into the OT network, it's basically a bubble, and once you're in, you can do all sorts of stuff. And so from that framing, if I assume I'm going to get hacked, how do I make sure that the damage is only so bad? And how do I make sure that I can operate in a no phones no internet scenario, right? So that's what I'm telling everybody to do, is update your threat model at the very minimum, right? Don't consider Assault Typhoon espionage. Consider that the carrier network is compromised. And the reason why I bring that up, and the reason why it's important, is because Oftentimes, how you'll think about your internal vulnerability management system might be, I have an edge exposed, say like Cisco router or something, and there's a KEV, right? There's no exploited vulnerability. If that's like an edge system actually exposed to the internet, I will of course immediately patch it. All of us are of course doing that. Yes, yes, yes. But if it is a private APN, if it is an internal like MPLS network running over private fiber, and most of us cannot afford to have our own personal fiber for our entire organization, right? Like if it's running over that private fiber, from your internal network architecture perspective, it is considered internal to your network probably. It's going over that private network. You're kind of assuming everybody is accessing through IT or through some VPN, but like they're trusted actors inside. But from the perspective of that carrier network, your unpatched Cisco device at the one end of it might as well be exposed to the open internet because they can see everything that carrier could see. It's only private from the perspective of the carrier saying it's private. So if the carrier is hacked, it's no longer private, right? So your threat model has to change in terms of what you consider edge exposed, and it just matters a lot from an operational perspective. No phones, no internet, right? Like actually test your primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency communications modes, your PACE plans. And of course, as everybody says, the zero trust magic, I think Josh referred to it as earlier, right? Like assume a breach in this environment because Fault Typhoon has been trying to get into these networks for many, many years. When we have caught them, they have often been there for hundreds of days. We have to get people to assume that they're in there, and we can't kind of rest on our laurels because when we do, people say that they're air-gapped, and I can bet you of all of these 100+ water utilities that got hit, I imagine many of them would have said that they were air-gapped. From a security consultant perspective, right, like if you are interested in running a CI Fortify assessment, we're actively piloting this process. Get in touch. We'll give you all of our materials. Please, feel free, give us some feedback, right? Like we really want to get this messaging out, whether it's incorporated into other assessments, whether it's just incorporated into emergency response and readiness locally, all sorts of options. From an MSP perspective, from an integrator perspective, from a security perspective, think about how you can actually empower your customer to operate in those degraded conditions, right? Like if most of you, say you're an EDR vendor, if most of your logic is actually operating in the cloud in terms of some of your logic, think through in a degraded state, if I lost that connection back to the cloud, what do I actually want the on-prem device to be doing? What is my priority for compute on my small node that might be on there? Or if I'm just running some software locally, what is my actual priority for what I need to make sure is on the host system for detection, for prevention? Because I obviously can't have all of it locally. Most of this stuff does not work on-prem anymore. But how do I make sure that the stuff that is on-prem in a degraded state still does something, still works kind of, right? Or from an MSP perspective, making sure that if they lose connection to me, well, I mean, there's two options here. Either you have a sat phone and they have a sat phone and you have each other's numbers and you can call each other, or we're doing our previous excellent talk about resilient comms with Meshtastic and all of that great work. Right? Like you either have that set up with your local support and all of your customers over a wide geographic region, but failing that, you need to make sure that you aren't the bottleneck to actually them recovering, because there's some fun liability with that. And then finally, from like a critical infrastructure OEM perspective, think about the failure states, think about isolatability, and think about how you can actually reduce these proprietary recovery mechanisms so that you also aren't the bottleneck. We are, if you want to get in touch, we are running a bunch of different groups with OEMs, with integrators, with operators to try and make sure that we can support this ecosystem, because this is going to take a lot of work, right? I mean, from a security vendor perspective, there becomes the thing of, well, if all of us can't rely on the big IR firms, because there's only so many of those people who really deal in OT, right? Like, do we need to pre-position them in certain spots in the country because we need that bit of critical infrastructure to work for health and safety, for continuity of the economy, for defense mobilization, whatever, right? Like, maybe we need to pre-position folks. That requires a lot of pre-planning and support. Maybe we need people to be, willing to report on certain activity and kind of know how to escalate. That requires a lot of pre-planning and support. And then from an OEM perspective, this is a lot of documentation in the short term, but what does this look like in the long term? So those are kind of the call to actions for OEM folks to do. Now, excited for any questions. If you want to look up CI Fortify, we're always updating the guidance for it. It's at cisa.gov/fortify. And then you can always email me at matthew.rogers@cisa.dhs.gov, or I'm on LinkedIn. Shoot me a message.
Let's trade mics so that you can answer. Okay, if you've got a question, come on up and offer your thoughtful question.
It won't fall, right? So recently I had a situation where I wanted to be able to bridge that gap if the cell system went down, And the answer was pre-position Starlink, but don't turn it on. Right? You can buy a Starlink set, a cheap set for $250 at Home Depot, put it in a Connex box or put it somewhere in the facility that needs the comms. If you send the technician out there in 20 minutes, he can have you a network. So and your cell phone works for it, right? So you can prepare for that, but not really spend the money. You bought this kit, you put it in a box, you put it there. The people on site know how to get it out of the box and set it up. You put instructions on. It's very easy.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Two quick caveats. One is like you need to test it to make sure it works as intended and your staff are trained on it, which is always the thing. And two, I mean, the general SATCOM caveat is usually like there have been very public incidents affecting Starlink in this instance, and there's a lot of threat actor focus on it. So I would suggest investing in like local emergency comms as well, just in case. I think some of the SATCOM models are also moving to like less dependency on needing like core ground station infrastructure and doing that sort of thing. So it does make it more resilient. But yeah, it's not a bad proposal at all. It's cheap, but also as we've seen from earlier kind of attempts at this, I mean, in this case, it would cost you money, so maybe you'd actually disconnect it. But like often these redundant comms paths, people just kind of keep them connected because they forget to disconnect them, and then it's its own attack vector. So it just requires planning and actual emergency response planning.
So I had a question around malware. What if there's a wormable instance? Because we've seen this research. We saw wormable instances of PLC Blaster where essentially it could bounce between controllers. How do you stop against these kind of situations when you're isolated and operators cannot reach some of these controllers?
I mean, if you're not isolated, I don't really know how you would prevent the worm, right? Because you'd replace the component, it would hit the new component, and then, at least in this case, right, like, so there is the interesting, from like, to your point about like malware and threat activity, CA Fortify has like a very interesting secondary incentive for attackers, which is if they know their C2 is going to be disrupted, they're more incentivized to just implement time bombs that are based off of whatever activity that they can send, maybe a literal time bomb, or to do more things that don't rely on C2 like worming, right? So it does create that incentive structure. From the time bomb perspective, it's obviously not ideal, but it's great because there's way more artifacts for detection, so we have way earlier warning if that is actually going to occur. And then from a worming perspective, it's really just like, I don't know what your recovery process would be if all of your PLCs are getting wormed. If you, other than isolate,
shut down.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, right? You would shut down and then restore activity, and then like what actually triggers I need to recertify the entire plant versus continue running, I think is where that gets really complicated.
Yeah. I had a second question. So there's on-site IT also that helps with some of these facilities. What would you suggest operators do between these two networks, because they are independent networks by themselves? Would you isolate both of these things and prevent the operator from actually doing stuff in
I mean, prevent them from getting to the corporate network from any of the OT infrastructure is always just evergreen good guidance. Yeah. But so there's like one half of that, which is like, what are the IT people doing in this if we're not relying on the corporate network? There was actually a funny suggestion from one of our water operators, which is like, oh, well, like we won't need our call center support in the event of like a communications outage. So we're actually going to train them to do very simple sampling efforts. Yeah. That doesn't require like the extensive training to actually do all the lab work, but just doing the sampling. Sure, I mean, you can screw it up, but they at least have something to do. So, I mean, there's an argument there. But yeah, I mean, disconnecting the corporate network, I would say, like, in theory, if these two things were designed in such a way that they could operate isolated from each other all the time, then you've effectively created two completely redundant bits of infrastructure that are not relying on each other at all, which is maybe good but very expensive, and I would be surprised if your organization has done that at scale. So.
I had a last question, I'm sorry. What's the duration? Because I read the CI 45 for Australia. They said 3 months. What's the duration that you said currently?
I will shorthand to 2 weeks. So the reason why the Australian one says 3 months is it is admittedly meant to be a bit provocative. Yeah. And in their experience, very much that, this is a Five Eyes initiative. So basically all the Five Eyes countries came together and said, we're doing CI Fortify. Canada calls it Siren. I think they were like watching the Odyssey. I don't know. But they all say the same thing. They all say isolate and recover between all the Five Eyes countries, right? So it's great. But the only like detailed difference in ours is the duration point, to your point about the 3 months. Australia has enough access to a lot of their critical infrastructure organizations that they can say 3 months, get all the engineers to panic, get their CEO to pay attention, and then convert that nihilism into proactive action. However, from the US perspective, the fear was if we say 3 months, we'll get a lot of people into cynical nihilism, and then we will not be able to reach them in a sufficient time frame, particularly some of this was during a shutdown, to get it to the point where we could convert that action from cynicism to action. So we wanted to do kind of 2 weeks, when really like the very, very short-term goal is 72 days, especially for force projection. If you can't get things going within those 72 hours, the war games go very bad for us. So 72 days is the short-term goal. Or 72 hours, not days.
Great talk, Matt. Just a quick observation, because sometimes in conversations around connectivity, people often bring up the option for going to a Starlink, perhaps. And just the thought that if a lot of people all toggle over to Starlink, there's probably no Starlink.
Yes.
So just another consideration.
Well, and on top of that, right, like what we've seen from a lot of organizations is they have the Starlink planned, but they haven't really built their systems around like, I will now have this bandwidth tunnel go to 10%. And so what actually goes through that 10% bandwidth tunnel? If you haven't planned it out, your system is not going to work as intended.
A lot of systems don't handle latency across the store.
Yeah.
Unless you plan for it.
Sorry, wait, repeat that again. The
Latency.
Yeah, the latency over Starlink will also not be sufficient for actual operational purposes. Yeah.
If your clocks get out of sync, things stop talking.
Yeah, this is the conversation also, particularly in the energy sector, right? Like water at least has some latency forgiveness. To your point, like not always, but from the energy sector, it becomes a question of, yeah, we would like to bounce the grid every couple of milliseconds, but if we don't have that option, would we run SCADA over microwave and balance things every couple of seconds or even couple of minutes if we have to call in via radios? And it's just about, are you willing to have the planning for operating in degrade state? That's the whole, like, not 100 to 0, 100 to 30, right? Like, you just have to get in the organizational mindset that you might be operating at 30 for a while. And that takes a lot of work because nobody wants to cut off customers. Nobody wants to say, I'm only doing some portion, right? From the water side, you're never saying, I'm not delivering to households, pretty much. But at least in energy, you're much more familiar with load shedding, and you would cut customers. And then it's a question of who. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Matthew. Can you speak a little bit to the communications aspect for some of these providers and how they would reach the public or even the government in a degraded situation like this and what they should probably say?
So there are efforts that Matt Weinberg's team in part leads to help support actually making it so they can communicate. There's the emergency response functions, there's things like shelter, there's things like FirstNet for if things are degraded. But if things are completely off, that becomes an issue. And I think what I want to challenge here is, and we got this a little bit in our previous communications talk, which is like, who do we actually need to be able to communicate in a crisis? Do we care more about public to the communication? Do we care more about communication within the utility? Can I talk to myself so I know what all my remote sites are doing? Do I care about communication to my upstream and downstream dependencies from the utility side? And I will say, like, I mostly care about the utility being able to talk to itself because otherwise nothing works, right? And so their ability to communicate to the public for things like boil water advisories are important. But the usual mechanism for that is there's going to be an emergency management center that's going to be spun up. And then like City Hall or whoever management is going to then basically say what all that communication is. And usually a lot of cities will have some way of directly communicating with that emergency management center and the water utility. So that's how it'll end up being from like a local basis. How that emergency management center then communicates out to their local town in that crisis, that's where things start to break down, right? Which gets to our previous speaker's solutions, as opposed to just publishing things on Facebook, which is often the model.
Quick follow-up. Usually that kind of emergency stuff goes over all the cellular networks. So how, so that
it's a problem.
So that's not, I'm like, that's not going to work.
No, it doesn't work. And then a lot of our SCADA is also moved over cellular. So It's not good either. And this is why we're basically spinning up an entire initiative about it, is because all of the default planning assumptions around what works, once you have no phones, no internet, breaks down entirely. Like, critical infrastructure just won't be able to operate in that scenario. And that's why we're trying to make it very clear for people, like, this is a real cyber risk. Threat actors are in the position where they could do this right now. And there is no regulatory requirement for the comms providers to fix it. Some of them are trying their best. There are active initiatives at CISA to bolster the resilience of the communication sector. This is what I would consider the responsible black sky planning, just in case.
Putting on your thought hat here, what would you consider to be success in this program, say 5 years from now? How would you measure that?
So there's the near-term success, which is very much like the functional test piece of, like, we want these operators to have managed to do this testing infrastructure. 5 years from now, I mean, the success depends on the audience, right? So from the OEM perspective, success would be, not only is this standardized for how you document and provide this information around failure states, around isolatability, around recovery, but also, like, we have actual standards for like, how do you pull the forensics for these devices, so you know whether or not you need to recover and how. And then how does this recovery process work in degraded conditions? From the integrator community, it's actual specs and standards for, like, what is the leave behind and making that not a condition of the contract. And then from the operator community, the success story is really near-term functional tests, long-term, are you able to maintain and invest in some of this resilient communications infrastructure, and just kind of keeping that steady. I phrased it as people like, CI Fortify is the emergency button, right? Like, basically all of the 5S countries got together and said, we've released a lot of guidance, we've done a bunch of things that we think are good. No, really, we have 2 years until late 2027. Like, what do we actually need people to do if they're going to do anything? Because it's the middle of a budget cycle, we can't ask people to invest a ton of money. Like, what do we really think will work? And that's the isolation, the recovery, that's the functional testing, given our current, like, very, very bad threat scenario. But in the long term, I mean, like, there's much more, the zero trust magic, there's the resilient comms, there's the, like, secure by design of it all. How do we make sure that the components are actually enforcing any of this stuff in the long term? That's where I want to be. But that will take a lot more work than what we can do reasonably in 2 years for an emergency planning effort.
All right. We noticed the schedule might be wrong, so I'm going to make a question, a compliment, and then pivot to maybe having Sunil start a few minutes early. So the question or comment part is, I think the part of your presentation, now that I've seen it a few times, that scares me the most is that there's contractual obligations for the device manufacturer to have persistent connectivity, maybe for the SCADA in the cloud system. There's usually contractual commitments for the systems integrator, who's often configuring you to be insecure and letting you get hacked by foreign interests. And then there's your own fear and apprehensions of doing a downtime drill. We have so many things working against that. Like, I feel like unless and until we get some good lawyers fighting through that, that will rule the day as to why we don't do the right thing. And I think Lauren Zabrick, in my talk at RSA, kind of surfaced that this contractual obstruction could be the thing that screws us, even if we get everything else right. So I'd like to foot stomp that that's not just a slide, that might be the constraint on getting them to the table and having some sort of way to resolve competing contractual obligations. That's the comment. Do you ever, and then I'll give you a compliment after.
Well, and I will say, like, the CI Fortify focus is trying to say, from an engineering perspective, could you even do this, right? I mean, there's a bunch of emergency authorities in the U.S., like Defense Production Act, that basically say, like, the U.S. will basically nationalize this company and you will do what we say. Yeah. That is all caveated in the idea that, like, the engineering would work and that pipeline could still operate. Yeah. Which in this scenario it couldn't. And so, like, it's really focused on the engineering side. But you're absolutely right. Yeah. Like, that is going to kill us.
And I just want to say, maybe make you blush. The rumors of CISA's demise are greatly exaggerated. You've had some setbacks. You've had some headwinds for sure. You don't have a Senate confirmed director. And yet, like, every time I hear you speak, I'm gushing with confidence. Like, you're competent, you're intelligent, you haven't given up the fight. Nick hasn't given up the fight. I just really want to see CISA's still in the fight on the things that matter the most, and I want to thank you for coming here, coming to Critical Effect, and fighting with us.
We're hiring.
All right.
We are, legitimately.
So we'll give one more round of applause to Matt Rogers, and we'll let Sunil set up.
We're about to start a new presentation, but I just want to give a quick reminder about our photo policy here at B-Sides. It is a very strict no photo policy.
I don't care.
All of the talks are recorded, but as you might have just heard, our presenter does not care if you take pictures of him or his content. But I must remind you that the other audience members have not given their consent to be in these photos. So please don't do any wide panning shots where you include other attendees. Please try and zoom in to the presenter and his content. If you would, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Sunil Yu to educate us about the DIE triad. So put your hands together.
Thanks. All right. I know we're starting about 9 minutes early, so hopefully. No, it's all right. I can end on time as well. So anyway, hi, I'm Sunil Yu. For those who may have forgotten, I was doing the unprompted track yesterday. But there are a couple things that I created when I was at Bank of America. This is one of those things, and Josh asked me to share it because it leads to a very scary conclusion or a scary set of outcomes that I think we want to discuss and see whether or not we want to go down this route. So anyway, so I'm going to present on what I call the DIE triad. And to give you a perspective of how I arrived at the DIE triad, I do have to give you a little bit of history on the past and the present, and ultimately it'll give us a perspective of where the future is as well. So let me we'll talk about the past real quick. And for those who've been in security for a long time, this should be relatively familiar. Oh, by the way, if you're staring down at your screen, you will miss a lot of my presentation is extremely visual, okay? And you'll miss some interesting visuals if you don't, if you're head down. All right, so let's go back. Let's go through history real quickly. 80s, folks like Michael Dell makes computers, Gateway, Cal computer. We buy a ton of them, and now the first thing that we have is a problem, which is, what did I just buy? What business function does it support? We come up with solutions, things like asset management, things to help us manage those tools. Between IT and security, there's no tension between those two because there is no security team. Easy. All right, fast forward 10 years, 1990s. We start seeing I love you messages, people sending us, taking advantage of different bad configurations and so on and so forth. We come up with config guides, we come up with AV, firewalls, and so on and so forth. At this point, there is a little bit of tension between IT and security because you have a hobby shop that is basically saying, hey, I see all these problems, can we please fix them, okay? And they're generally ignored. All right, fast forward, 2000s. We now have all these alerts. We need ways to manage that, so we have things like IDS and SIM. The security team continues to function, and so there's a continued tension. And the security team at this point is becomes a 24/7 SOC, and it is threat management focused. So the 90s was vulnerability management focused. One can argue that we're still there. 2000s, we're threat management focused. 2010s, we assume breach. We have all these fires raging. We need firefighters, firefighting tools. For many organizations like Bank of America, we decided, you know what, we need to split off these two organizations. And the security team became a dedicated business unit that was risk management focused. Okay? So for those who have been in security for a while, this kind of probably mirrors what you think, your own experience. But what I observed many years ago, almost a decade ago now, is that the sequence maps pretty nicely to the NIST cybersecurity framework. So the 80s, we had an identified problem. The 90s, we had a protect problem. 2000s, we had a detect problem. 2010s, we had a respond problem. And for anyone who's memorized the NIST cybersecurity framework, you know what happens next, and that is the present. And the present, we are in the recover era, okay, or resiliency. So in all the prior eras, I talked about some of the challenges that we would experience. So what's the challenge of the 2020s? What are the type of things that we should see that will cause us to be unable to recover? And I think when you look at the traditional CIA triad, I think the answer is pretty obvious, right? Ransomware is the scourge of the 2020s. And again, about a decade ago when I saw this pattern, I said, I think we're going to see ransomware up the wazoo. Guess what? Unfortunately, we do. So naturally, we then say, okay, this is the challenge. The question is, what do we do? What are we going to do about it? And the typical answer that I get is basically come back to the 90s. All right, so here's an advertising campaign from a vendor that we all know, and they say, join the prevention age, which is the 1990s. Thank you very much, but that's going back a couple decades. And so the perspective here is that if I have a ransomware problem, more protect, detect, and respond isn't going to solve my problem, so I need to have recover-oriented approaches. So I said, okay, by the way, I'm speeding through the very first part of this because some people may have already heard about the DIE triad, but I want to get to the point where it gets interesting. And have a discussion about that part. So anyway, so at the present, now we're looking at solutions for what helps us recover. And what I saw was all these different mechanisms or architectures or designs, things like content delivery networks, which have been around for a while and have grown in popularity, folks like Cloudflare. You also have design principles like, or architectural principles like copy on write, where you never delete anything, you just keep it pending. You have Docker containers and serverless functions. You have all things cloudy cloud. Even buzzwords like blockchain are very resilient in nature. And as I looked at all these different things that tend to be very recoverable, very resilient, I said, I wonder what are the qualities of these things that we can look at. And so I came up with what I call the DIE triad. And that stands for distributed, immutable, ephemeral, DIE. It really doesn't work if you spell it any other way, by the way. You can do IDE, EID, DEI. Yeah, but no, you'll see why DIE is the right way to describe it. So anyway, the DIE triad. And what was interesting about the DIE triad is that, sure, some of these things actually provided some degree of security value. Okay, if I wanted to stop a distributed attack, I have a distributed service, right? If I'm trying to find anomalies, if something doesn't change, great. It makes it really easy to find things that don't change, find things that have changed, right? And if I'm trying to, if I drive the value of assets closer to zero, then the attacker persistence I can deal with pretty easily as well. But beyond that type of value, what I think was actually more interesting is that the more DIE something was, the less burden I had for CIA. Okay? So in other words, if I have something that is distributed, I have less of a need for availability. If I have something that's immutable, I have less of a need for integrity. If I have something that's ephemeral, I have less of a need for confidentiality. If you're not sure about that last principle, let me just give you an example of that I'm sure people know. Here is a bunch of my two-factor tokens. These are highly ephemeral. I really don't care if you take a photo. Yes, please, you can take a photo, right? Why do I not care? Because it's ephemeral, and therefore the confidentiality of that is not something I'm worried about, right? So the point is that the more distributed, immutable, ephemeral something is, the less confidentiality, integrity, and availability I need. I'm going to state this 3 or 4 times in different ways, so you get the implication of this. The more DIE I have, the more DIE something is, the less CIA I need, or the more DIE something is, the less security I need. The more DIE something is, the more resilient it is. So in other words, the more resilient something is, the less security I need. Okay? Let me actually offer the opposite. The more CIA I have something, the less DIE it is. The more secure something is, the less resilient it is. All right, wrestle with that for a while because I had to wrestle with that myself, and I'll talk about some of the implications of that as we go through as well. So consider this as well. When we think about how we look at risk, the traditional risk analysis equation is likelihood times impact. So what is likelihood made up of? They're made up of 2 factors. First is what appears to be a never-ending conveyor belt of vulnerabilities that has now going way, 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 way faster, okay? And threats that are now AI powered, and whether it's OpenAI or Anthropic or the Russians, it's going to be pretty bad, right? So I always quote Josh here on this, but it's not his quote, but I still attribute him anyway. Vulnerabilities age like milk, threats age like wine, okay? And the reason, and with a combination of that, it means that likelihood continues to go up, okay? So you have this risk analysis equation. What's the other part of the equation that we can affect? And of course, that's impact. And what we can do to reduce impact is the DIE triad. You want to reduce likelihood? You use the CIA triad. You want to reduce impact? You use the DIE triad. Okay, follow so far? And again, these are counterpoints, right? The more secure something is, the less resilient it might be. The more resilient something is, the less security you will need. Okay, you have a lower burden for security. So I also use an analogy here that may help this resonate. And it's this notion of pets and cattle. So I'll talk about pets and cattle throughout my presentation, at this point, the rest of the presentation as well. So what are pets? Pets are things that you give it a familiar name. When it needs a patch, you take it to the vet and you patch it. And you like giving it hugs, okay? These are things like, your legacy systems. These are the computer on your desk. This is your PII, and so on and so forth. Cattle, on the other hand, you give it a name that you can't even pronounce, and when it gets sick, you shoot it and you move on, okay? And so these are things like Docker containers, serverless functions, credit card numbers that constantly change, all right? Pets. Pets, you must CIA. Cattle, you design to DIE. Okay? So pets, CIA, cattle, DIE. Now you may wonder, okay, within my environment, I have a bunch of things. How do I know what's a pet and what's a cattle? Okay? Well, it turns out the DIE triad is actually very measurable. The easiest measurement is actually the E, okay, ephemeral. So I did this at Bank of America, which was I took E, the ephemerality, and I said, just how long-lived are these things? And I get this curve, okay? And I can set an arbitrary value. It doesn't really matter. And for me, it happened to be like 60 days. And I said, okay, everything everything above that curve is going to be a pet. Everything below that is going to be cattle. So now I have this really interesting opportunity to say, what kind of policies drive this curve to the left and down, okay? In other words, I want this curve to go down and to the left. And by doing so, I become a more resilient organization. Think about that, right? This shape of this curve is going to represent a more resilient organization than something that looks like this, where I have lots of pets and very few cattle. Okay, and by the way, just to bring this home, let me give you another sort of analogy here. Consider what are some of the shortest lived cells in your body? Skin, yep. Okay, what are some of the longest lived cells in your body? Brain. Okay, what is exposed to the outside, what flakes off, what literally turns into dust, and you don't really even care that it falls off your body? What do you have multiple layers of protection around, okay? Your brain is a pet, your skin is cattle, okay? What do you call a skin cell that lives too long? And what do? You cut it out. You shoot it, okay? So if it lives too long, all right. Now, what's also nice about this curve, for those who care about the math part of it, it actually is there's a measurement that there's an actual mathematical measurement around that you can measure this, and there's a certain beta value. The beta value has significance. I'm going to go through this really fast because it's just math. But from a critical infrastructure standpoint, what's really interesting is that this beta value, when it's between 1.8 and 2.5, it means that you're actually a fairly robust, resilient organization. If you're lower than 1.8, you're even more resilient at a higher cost, higher maintenance cost, okay? If you're above 2.5, then you're suck, right? Okay, anyway. But the point is that if you're a critical infrastructure, maybe we want you to be highly resilient, which means that you have more cattle, fewer pets. All right, so hold that thought for a moment. And anyway, so with this sort of concept in mind, what I tried to do at Bank of America was to say, okay, let's have some controls around how we think about pets, right? Now, I can't really get rid of pets. These aren't like COVID pets, okay? You can't just hope someone else takes them. Once you adopt a pet, it is yours for life, okay? So we want to discourage or disincentivize that. But at the same time, just recognize getting rid of pets is not a trivial proposition, right? Anyone here put down a pet, you know, it's hard. It's not really easy. Anyone who's put down a legacy system knows it's the same sort of struggle, right? Trying to get rid of the legacy systems is quite an ordeal. But we take every opportunity we can. But moreover, you want to discourage or disincentivize new pet creation. But that's what I look for. I said, okay, let me look for when people are creating new pets. And if anyone actually is trying to create a new pet, I ask them, hey, just want to make sure you know, you're about to adopt a pet, and you are signing the certificate and promising to give this puppy a lifetime of love, care, and attention, okay? And you better come with budget. You better be able to have somebody who's going to walk that dog every day. Yes, you know, I'm sure anybody who has kids knows, yes, your kids will say, I will walk my dog. But no, they don't. You end up doing it. Okay. But the point is that you want budget. You want to make sure that they come, you know, they have shots, all these things that you want owner and you want a budget. And that's really the process that kicks it off. Say, I'm not going to stop the business from adopting a pet, but I provide this sort of mechanism to ensure that they think about it. It's the business's prerogative to adopt pets, okay? As long as they take care of it, right? Okay, so there are a couple other sound bites I want to throw, just to make this sync for you, okay? So cattle in the cloud, pets on-prem. Got it? Make sense? Cattle in the cloud, pets on-prem. It's okay to feed cattle to your pets. It's not okay to feed pets to your cattle. Okay? Lift and shift, if you've heard of that, is feeding your pets to your cattle. Bad idea. It's okay to feed your cattle to your pets, but not pets to your cattle. Okay? Also, when we think about another sort of analogy I would give you is our job, most of our jobs is being a veterinarian for these pets. Okay? So the question is, do we have a shortage of veterinarians, or do we have too many pets? What's the bigger problem? And I would argue the bigger problem is that we have too many pets, not that we have enough veterinarians. I mean, sure, we can hire more, but really, maybe we should think about the other part of the job here, which is, you know, being a pet control officer. Being a veterinarian is all about the CIA triad. Being a pet control officer is all about the DIE triad. Okay? And so the DIE triad, again, distributed, immutable, and ephemeral, I want you to think about these as, again, as opposite ends of the spectrum. Between trying to be more secure or more resilient, treat them actually as opposites. We oftentimes conflate them to be the same thing. But the goal here is to really say, well, if I choose to go in one direction, I'm doing it to basically offset my needs or my burden on the other side. So if I'm going to do more DIE, I need less CIA. Okay? That's the idea here. And just as much, the other consideration is just as much as we know that we can't have perfect security, we can't have perfect DIE either. But it's a question of a choice. Do I choose to make something more DIE? And where I fail to make that DIE, I have to fall back to something about CIA. So in other words, if I can't make it ephemeral, I need to start worrying about confidentiality. Okay? And when I look at the principles of secure by design and resiliency by design, or CIA by design and DIE by design, there are some principles that are really just pure security, like secure by default. Okay? It's just about security. But there's a whole bunch of other things like reducing, hardening, making things immutable. And there's a couple core aspects like authentication that, regardless of whether you're focused on security or resiliency, we should always do. But this is that sort of perspective as well. Now, I gave this in the context of servers and systems and applications and so on and so forth. But let me just give some examples that are not IT, right? So, well, the first one's IT. If you're running on-premise Exchange, that's a pet, okay? Office 365 is essentially like saying, hey, this is cattle for me. F-16s, pets. Drones, I think everyone understands those pretty well, right? Water treatment plants, those are pets. Life straws are cattle. Nuclear power plants versus localized solar generation. Banks versus DeFi. Hospitals versus telemedicine and clinics on wheels. Okay, so you get the, hopefully you can see this sort of spectrum. And could you go even further to the left here, right? Drones versus micro swarms, whatever they are. Yeah, the goal here is to continue to progress further and further to become more DIE. And the more DIE you make things, the less, again, CIA burden that you have. So that's the concept of the DIE triad, but let me now also tie it into another concept that you guys might know, which is the OODA loop. So the OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, act. So one of the challenges that we have in security is that we want to get inside the attacker. We have the attacker OODA loop, and the goal is to be able to get in. The whole principle of the OODA loop is you want to get inside of your adversary's OODA loop. The challenge is that as defenders, we're always outside the OODA loop. As a defender, okay? So that's why we lose, or we lose a lot compared to the attacker. But there is actually an entity that lives inside the attacker OODA loop, and that is the business, okay? So the business actually lives inside the attacker OODA loop. They are very much driven to move as fast as possible, for business reasons and so on and so forth. But the problem is things like security causes that OODA loop to get bigger. CIA actually causes that OODA loop to slow down. And there could be very good reasons for doing that. But you can see now the problem that we're facing. And so the perspective here is that what if we can restore that natural business OODA loop with the DIE triad? And by the way, this OODA loop gets even smaller when you add in all the advancements that we've seen with AI as well. And when we think about the stuff that we see with AI, consider the whole notion of shadow AI and shadow IT. I have this equation, which is the OODA loop of the business minus the OODA loop of security and IT equals shadow AI or shadow IT. In other words, the delta between what the business sees and what IT and security can provide is essentially all the shadow IT and AI that we see. And we think of it as a bad thing, which it generally can be seen as such, but it is also a sign that the business is moving pretty fast. And as long as we're applying the principles of the DIE triad towards what they're doing, I think that's actually not necessarily a bad thing. Okay? And by the way, I'm a security guy through and through, so what I'm saying is, again, meant to challenge our thinking here. So now this is where it gets really interesting. This is the future now. Okay, so let's complete the cybersecurity, the NIST CSF. So again, 2020 is the age of recover. We have all these destructive attacks. And the solution, in my view, is DIE, okay? And you'll see why I said DIE. All right. And we have 3 different options to take. And I'll talk about each of these 3 different options in terms of choose your own destiny, all right? So let me talk about those 3 destinies. The first one is when security wins. We make everything secure by default, and it basically turns everything fragile. Again, CIA, seeing as the opposite of DIE, means that things aren't going to be as resilient. Okay? We have a lot of pets, and that's some of the challenges that we face today. The second option is actually the DIE triad, where we become resilient, things bounce back, we can restore things very quickly, we face harm, but the destruction is something that we can, again, bounce back from pretty quickly. But the option C is really where I think we want to go towards, and that's what's called anti-fragile. And anti-fragile is popularized by this guy, Nassim Taleb. And so in this case, what happens is harm, when it manifests, improves your system. Okay, so something that's fragile, you drop it, it breaks and it gets worse. Something that's anti-fragile, you break it and it gets better. Okay? Break it and it gets better. And there are 2 concepts here that I want to talk about. One is chaos engineering, and the other one's called creative destruction. Okay, I'll go into greater detail on each one. But the whole premise of anti-fragile is that we're finding unknown pets and systematically removing them to make the system even more, more and more anti-fragile and better and better. And there's 2 ways that we execute this process. The first one is, again, chaos engineering, the intentional discovery of unknown pets that exacerbate fragility. So I'm going to flagpole that for a moment. flag post that for a moment. I'm going to switch gears briefly because we also see this thing that's happening around Vulnapocalypse and Armageddon, Patchamageddon, and so on and so forth. And what we've seen across the board, the kind of recommendations that, by the way, if you're taking pictures of the recommendations, I mean, you can, sure. I don't care. But these are like, everyone knows these things. Patch faster. Oh, whoa. That's, I wish I had known that like 20 years ago. Zero trust anyone, okay? And of course, use AI to defend that machine speed. That's essentially the same recommendations we've seen from this over and over and over again. But really, I think we have to think differently. That this is, again, the CIA approach. So let me offer a DIE approach instead, okay? And so to do that, I have to walk you through a sequence of my own thinking here. The first one is Mark Andreessen's software is eating the world. Then you have Satya Nadella, every company is a software company. And my quote, which is, every company is now a high-velocity engineering organization. Okay? So you're not just a software company, not just a technology company, you're actually an engineering company, and you're also moving at high velocity. That's assuming that someone on the top of your organization has said, hey, we want everyone to use AI, which I'm pretty sure is most of y'all. So if you're using AI, if your organization top leadership has said, we want you to use AI, guess what? You are now a high-velocity engineering organization. When I was at Bank of America, I said, hey, I would like for us to become like a Netflix, because they operate with this high velocity, okay? And the common refrain I got was, we're a slow-moving bank. We are not a Netflix. We are critical infrastructure. We're not a Netflix. Well, guess what? We're all Netflixes now, okay? Even if it's like a Netflix back in the 2016, we are essentially a Netflix. Every organization that's using AI in some capacity is now a Netflix, okay? And what I thought was really important to understand is you have someone like Jason Chan who was a CISO at Netflix, and he talked about how he ran security, how he had to adjust from this CIA mindset to a DIE mindset at Netflix. And that mindset looked like this. The first one, he came in with this perspective of developers should think security first. On the other hand, it's developers should do what they were hired to do, okay? And the CIA mindset, the mindset that did not work at a high-velocity engineering organization was to have developers think security first, all right? That is the CIA mindset, whereas developers should do what they are hired to do is the DIE mindset. And to be able to execute against that, Jason came up with things called paved roads or paved paths, where you have all these different services that make it super easy. It's a bunch of security services, but it's things that make the development process super easy, so the developers only have to think about what they need to build, not have to think about security at all. But what was really interesting that I'm sure many of y'all know is that they also broke things. They took the action to break things intentionally to see what might break before it broke them, okay? So they broke things in production like 8 p.m. during peak time to see what might happen. And again, at Bank of America, I was like, I think we should do this because we don't really understand the complexity of our own environment. And by the way, if you know something, if you know breaking this causes something else to break, you don't need to break this, okay? This is a situation where you don't know what happens if this breaks. That's exactly the situation that Netflix was in, but that's also very much the situation that we're in for many of our critical infrastructures. But if you know this will break something else, you don't need to prove that, okay? That's already understood. But the whole concept of chaos engineering is really to understand, hey, is there some pet here that I didn't realize I had, okay? So chaos engineering, you should think of it as discovering pets that you didn't realize you had. But there's a second part of this, which is the creative destruction side of it. And this is where I think the conversation gets interesting. Creative destruction. So what does the future look like? Might we have fewer train crashes or better security, or even less security because we have these train crashes? I said the solution for the 2020s is DIE. But I didn't necessarily say the DIE triad. there's two types of DIE, okay? One is, of course, when it's destroyed on your behalf. And we've seen this starting back in with BrickerBot, but it's really, we're seeing this all over and over again. So in healthcare, what was this one? This was UVM Medical Center. They had to basically reimage and rebuild 5,000 laptops and computers, okay? Or Change Healthcare. They basically rebuilt the technology environment, moved it into the cloud. Okay, in other words, they had a pet. They said, hey, let's turn it into Capital, which we believe creates a much more secure future. Okay? So here's a situation where you see people migrating from pets to cattle. All right? And you can either choose to DIE or DIE. Okay? What choice do we want to make? Some of these are intentional, we can do it ourselves, and some of these are imposed upon us. So whether, again, and we've seen this a lot of places. So here's the North Carolina, this was Onslow Waters and Sewer Utility. It forced the company to rebuild its computer systems. Or Delta Montrose Electric Association. We can't go back to normal. This is the new normal. We're going to have to basically redo. They're basically saying we need to adopt things like the DIE triad, or the philosophy around the DIE triad. And if you don't do that, you're going to have this difficult period of rebuilding, which is what Nova Scotia Power had to face. They had to learn the DIE triad during crisis moments, which is not a good thing to do. So the combination of this really poses a question for us, which is, do we want to apply the DIE triad and the principles of them ahead of time, intentionally, at our own time frame and schedule, but more compressed? Or are we willing to let others do it on our behalf? And those others can be not necessarily just the bad guys, but I don't know who created BrickerBot, but that could have been a gray hat or white hat person, right? And I think the opportunity to clean our environment, because you have this pollution, these externalities, if you will, is part of the DIE part of the discussion here. What kind of DIE do we want? One that happens to us, or one that we do proactively? So with that, summary, let's avoid new pet creation. Let's reduce our dependency on existing pets, but also let's also try to get rid of our existing pets and replace them with cattle. And with that, death to CIA. Long live DIE.
Thank you. So we've got a couple minutes for questions. So if you've got questions, come on down and ask your question. Because if you don't come down, you can't ask your question. But if you do come down, you can ask your thoughtful question.
So the question here I would ask to the group is, let's do a couple polls. What do you think? So if you have the I'm just curious. If you go and you see something that is, if you happen to run across a device that is like spewing, I know. You come across a car, and it's like leaking and spewing stuff, and you have some ability to do something about it. Would you do something about it? Like, let's say turn off the engine. Like the engine button's right there, and it's just, would you press the stop and turn off button? Okay. Even if the guy who owned the car comes at you and starts yelling at you and saying, well, hey, wait, no, I needed that car for whatever reason, would you still do it? Maybe. Okay. What if there were 1,000 cars doing the same thing? Okay. Because what we're seeing is 1,000 or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands vulnerable fill-in-the-blank devices, Android devices, whatever, that is spewing all this crap. And some people do have the ability to just turn that off. And some people may be upset at that, but the question is that something that we should even contemplate? So, over to you.
First of all, excellent talk. Kind of crazy. Love it a lot. I'm curious of your thoughts on like the kind of the pet to cattle transition versus where we improve our pets. Like an example would be the example of like let's lift and shift. It becomes a pet to cattle. That's a bad idea. That's the entire healthcare industry right now, moving on-prem Active Directory to M365 Entra, right? So
yeah, but in the process of doing that, they're actually killing their pet, which is their on-premise Active Directory. there's only one outcome for a pet. Yeah.
And then the other pet, like improving the quality of your pet versus making it cattle. My example would be like in the automotive space, everybody's relying on the CAN bus. I think we can all agree the CAN bus is bad, not a hot take. But I liken it instead of a pet as to like layers of sediment, right? So like we increasingly need like electronic data loggers that are doing fleet management, which are interconnecting everything. And the problem is not that is like everybody built this initial pet around it not being connected, and then it gets connected. And so where do we say, let's all move to CAN FD or, a better protocol actually. But like, let's all move to something that's a better pet that we all trust because we need something here as like a core root of trust for automotive versus, no, actually this is cattle because we just can't afford to connect anything. And if we connect something to it, it dies, right? Like where do we?
Okay, so first thing is there's different levels of petness and cattleness relative to where you are.
Sure.
Okay, so if you're at a national policy level, there's a lot of cattle and fewer pets.
Yeah.
At this level, these things down here are cattle, and just these things are above us are pets. So it kind of is like your perspective of the world. So again, at the national policy level, you may say, you know what, every one of our individual cars, we don't care, that's cattle, okay? But there's a system that governs or orchestrates all those cars, that's your pet. Okay, so that's one, just
You're
one
reframing
consideration.
it based off the organizational.
Yes, yes. But at the same time, the other consideration is, the reality is that we just have uncontrolled pet creation.
Yes.
And so the main point here is just to say, is there anything we can do to be more deliberate in choosing to adopt a pet? And if no one has chosen to do that, to let maybe those pets suffer an untimely death.
Okay. So I guess I'm just worried that people are going to adopt a pet and it'll become a bonded pair, and then those kittens will really like each other.
Yeah, and they're always, and we're maybe taking the analogy too far on some of these cases. But, Bob Barker, for those who know, make sure you spade and neuter your pets. Right?
One more question. Oh, yeah, okay.
Hey, good seeing you.
Hey, how's it going? So my question is about how you turn a pet into cattle. So
you can't. Once a pet, always a pet.
Well, but so let's say you have just as a hypothetical, you have a billing system, and there's all kinds of legacy workflows.
You have to refactor it.
Okay, but do you do that by trying to figure out what's the space of things that this thing does that we need to replace, or?
Yeah, so everyone who's replaced. The only way the pets don't turn into cattle, pets get replaced by cattle, and the replacement is through refactoring, but which nowadays can be done easily through a lot of AI-enabled tools, right? And what makes a high-velocity engineering organization? Those that can do technology migrations and constantly replace those things that have become pet-like. Okay. Josh,
just wait 1 sec. I'm going to transition this one to the next one because it may not be an obvious transition. We earlier today announced, if you weren't in the room, glasshouses.ai, which is like a glass swing for OTICS blind spots. One of the 5 work streams is there's some novel ideas being kicked around. By novel, some of them are quite dangerous, such as patching without consent, such as bricker bots, such as internet chemotherapy, where if it's on the internet and exposed, you should have the right to kill it, which might be controlling a water system without consent, right? So there's some DIE concepts going around for residential proxy networks, whether it's picture frames or your $5,000 TV that are doing harm to other people. And some people are starting to take those ideas more seriously. One of the working streams we want to do is say these are fast and effective, but maybe immoral and dangerous. What we're going to have next is Paul Roberts and Silas talk a little bit more about slow, steady, more moral, more statutory, but maybe too slow. And we wanted to really piss you off and agitate you as we headed into the evening, such that two extremely equal and opposite extremes might tease out better ideas. So I'm hoping Sunil stays for the combined Q&A, maybe. But let's welcome to the stage Paul Roberts and Silas Culler.
Are you good for pictures? Okay.
Yeah.
Are you good?
Yes.
Okay. Take pictures of them and not anything else.
Just
okay.
not like this.
If you need to. You don't have to, because it's recorded. So you don't really have to do any of that.
Okay. So, unless you're like, those guys are really handsome, I want my own picture.
I mean, last year's photos, you want them used on LinkedIn or Twitter right now, so. Oh, really? Yeah.
All right. Please help me in welcoming Paul and Silas. Put your hands together. Come on.
Thank you, everybody.
You got it. That sounds good.
Okay.
Good to go?
I think so. Slideshow.
You know, the allow accessories doesn't quite hit the same way the allow macros does for me.
I want to switch. I want to switch. Hold on, sorry. This is like my brain, like.
Slideshow?
Huh?
Go up?
Yeah.
To slideshow?
Yeah, but presenter view. All right. It's like I just need to hold on. I know what I need.
Oh, good.
Sorry,
It's that-
everybody.
It's that live demo moment. So.
I think I just need to. Huh?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Can you? How do you do that? Yeah. Slideshow. Window. View. Okay, which one now? I can't read it very well. Can you read it?
All good. I hit presenter view there. Oh, that's awesome.
The little arrows.
The trick is because it's second monitor.
Get up there.
Boom.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's,
Okay.
It's still easier than doing it on Linux.
Okay, thanks everybody. Sorry for the delay. My name's Paul Roberts, and I am the founder of a nonprofit called Secure Resilient Future Foundation. I am also the content guy at Reversing Labs, and want to say hi to Dado, my colleague, who's here in the back row. And been in the cybersecurity industry for about 20 years. Started a group called Secure Repairs about 8 years ago, got involved in the Right to Repair movement, and that got me thinking about the need for smarter cyber policies. And I'm here with Mr. Silas Cutler. Silas, say hi.
Hi, I'm Silas. I'm a reverse engineer by trade. I've spent the past 10 years looking at malware and pretty much all the major incidents that folks have heard about from the news, and either as someone involved in something like the incident response, or as someone that, from the external view, helping to build threat intel for companies to use to defend themselves.
And Silas has been involved with us at SURF on a number of different projects, and I'm really happy to have him here with me. Okay, we got a short time frame, so I'm going to pick up the pace here. I think the core question here that we are asking is, what obligations should the industry have, smart device makers have, or just IT device makers have
when they end support and walk away from a device that they have built, marketed, sold to the public, whether that's private sector, public sector, what have you. What obligation should they have? Seems like a pretty straightforward question, right? But in fact, it is a total unanswered question. And right now, we do live in a system where the model is for companies to privatize the profits and socialize the cyber risk of their products. Originally, I was going to be here with Stacey Higginbotham from Consumer Reports, who's also done a lot of work with my nonprofit and PERG, Center for Democracy and Technology. We'll talk about some of the work that we've done. Stacey, unfortunately, was not feeling well and wasn't able to make it. Silas, thank you for stepping in. But Consumer Reports has done some really great research and reports, kind of taking a look at the, problems around product support. Obviously, that's what Consumer Reports is here to do. And as we've seen in our presentations, this stretches across, this spans the spectrum from consumer devices, smart home modems, your Ring doorbell, to critical infrastructure running water, power, hospitals, you name it. It encompasses all of these. Right now, again, the economics of abandonment, and that is the announcement from Belkin that they are ending support for the Wemo and basically just killing devices by shutting down the cloud servers that they rely on and rendering them useless, kind of bring them to your local recycling center. And right now, basically, planned obsolescence is just a factor. It's just a function of the market. There are companies, prominent companies, that either charge for security updates or that use things like software tethering to constrain what you can do and how you can maintain and support your product. Manufacturers are more than happy to collect subscription revenue, and when they decide that it's no longer profitable for them or something they want to be doing as a company, then they just shut down the cloud servers, kill the devices, tell you to take it to your recycling center, and go on and, move on to their next product. The weight and burden of that falls on consumers as well as businesses, right? You're going to just have to replace that switch that you bought 10 years ago, even though it works fine, because we're done supporting it. Or not. Leave it, let it keep working. It's vulnerable, it'll get hacked, and you'll get hacked as a result, but oh well. Consumer Reports did a couple QR codes here. Trust me, they're legitimate. But they did a couple really interesting reports that Stacey wrote on, the problems around device support. And this is, we're going to talk about how we dealt with this. But generally, when you buy a product, certainly in the consumer space, smart, software-driven products, internet-connected products, companies do not disclose to you how long they will support the software that runs that device, when they will end support for that device, when they end support for that device, what will happen to it, what features will break, or will the entire device break, right? This is unknown, and for consumers, that is just, it's not even something that they think about when they buy smart devices. I think our minds are still kind of set back in the 80s or 90s, where you buy a technology product and it's going to work as long as the hardware lasts. But that is just not the reality today. Okay. The result of that is bad for consumers. It's also bad for us generally as a society and economy. And
it's funny also, because with consumers as well, when you buy a product and you carry it through its lifespan, it's a pet. I know I have 12 pets that are just cameras around my house right now. I love my cameras. They are all end of life. I've published CVEs in all of them. They are so hard to let go of, and I'll keep using them until they die. But also I have network controls that protect them and protect me, and make it so that they are not publicly accessible. So,
Yeah, sorry.
So as we've if you follow a lot of the mainstream dialogue when it comes to things like vulnerabilities, discussions, we focus a lot on 0 days. 0 days is the hotness that everybody wants to talk about, the prices that people get for 0 days, finding a new bug in like an iPhone, and the potential for large-scale espionage campaigns. But what we're looking at, that is a fraction of what happens. Like, they are the extreme rarities. We know 0 days are going to happen. We know vulnerabilities are going to be coming out every single day. Right now, people are finding vulnerabilities, publishing them online. But that's not what the majority of the actual tangible intrusions use. Most of the intrusions that I see every single day are from old vulnerabilities. Folks from many, many years ago may remember, what was it, MSO 8067? The vulnerability in Windows Service Pack 2? That lasted for years. I've still popped shells with that in the past year, simply because those devices continue to exist out there. And we've seen it as well. And so example A, the CVE 2020, this was from a Palo Alto device. Ransomware actors, specifically like Quillen, I never actually, I read the names, but always sounds different in my head. They made significant progress on compromising organizations leading to ransomware attacks through this old vulnerability. And this had been out for, published for about a year, I think, before we started really seeing exploitation of this in the wild. But this was end-of-life devices in Palo Alto. Palo said, hey, we're done with these. We're moving on to new parts of our code base. We're expanding. But for organizations, those are pets. Those are your network appliances. Those are big iron systems. I run a HP ProCurve that is, I think, 10 years out of date at home right now. But again, internal, segregated away, so there is some degree of safety. It's not going to be directly targeted by someone unless you are already in my network, and at that point, I'm already done.
Right.
So,
and not a problem that's limited to Palo Alto either.
Exactly.
Right.
And so, interesting, with the bugs that I found in my cameras, I've never directly seen those in the wild, but I think about those a lot because those are forever day vulnerabilities. They are not going away. The vendor has said we're not going to patch them. And so things like cameras are always something I think a lot about because 2016, when Mirai hit, that became a malware that I'm looking at every single day to this day. And it's really interesting as well because one of the second-order effects that malware creates in Exhibit B, this is from Gray Noise from their State of the Edge report that they did earlier this year. They measured one botnet where they found that botnet being used for credential stuffing, but they found that it expanded out to almost 300,000 nodes, which is a really interesting number because that gives you kind of this really unique view of like how many devices possible at that moment are vulnerable to this. So this is a huge problem. And something that a lot of people don't always see as well is that's a pool of 300,000 that's infected. They are not the first ones on those systems. And for these vulnerable systems that are out there on the edge, sitting on the internet, there are going to be times where multiple actors are going to continue to take control, use them. Someone else is going to come in. So one week you're a DDoS bot coming off your home camera. The next week you're a res proxy for a nation-state adversary.
And just to be clear, these botnets are used in a wide variety of different attacks.
All
right?
over. Yep.
And yeah, I mean, I think one of the core problems here is what some companies refer to as code rot, which we referred to earlier, which is just if you look within commercial software, even on highly sophisticated networking devices, what you're going to find is very old and vulnerable code, abandoned code that is highly vulnerable, but that just remains there from update to update because replacing it is going to be too much work for the company. It's going to slow down their feature development, or they've moved on, and this is just not a priority for them. So these devices are working, they're still connected, but they're rife with vulnerabilities and low quality code. The burden of that falls, of course, on customers and then on us as a society, when these devices are compromised and then used in attacks. Okay, so what's the policy gap here, right? We were talking about kind of, pets and cattle and ways that we as individuals or as organizations might address that risk. But an even better and more sustainable way is for us to enact policies as a society and an economy that address these problems in a comprehensive way, right? So right now, in the marketplace for smart connected devices, right, it is totally possible to ship a connected product with no stated support period at all. There's no requirement for you to declare. I mean, I wrote about this on LinkedIn today. You can go to Best Buy, buy a $3,000 smart TV. There's a list of 80 different product specifications that you could read through. Very, very detailed. When it comes to product software support, how long is the company going to support the software that runs that smart TV? There is absolutely no disclosure of any kind. How long is it going to live for? What's going to happen when you end support? What features are going to break? You know, the reality for most consumers as well as businesses is when that support ends, it's not like they throw the device out. You keep using the device, it still works, right? Think about your home router. Still works, you still get Netflix. Is it vulnerable? Yes. Is it exploited or even owned by the Chinese? Possibly. Does that change your thinking about it? No, not really. And yet there is a cyber consequence for that, right? So my organization, as well as Consumer Reports, PIRG, and Center for Democracy Technology, are proposing changes to our laws at both the state and federal level. And the first step that we've introduced is something called the Connected Consumer Product End-of-Life Disclosure Act. I don't even know what that acronym is, but it's big, and it doesn't make any you know, actual word. But basically, this is just setting up basic consumer rights around smart connected devices. So mandatory disclosure to consumers before they purchase something, how long they will support the software for, a clear notification to the owners when that end of support is coming, requirement for vendors to stop selling the device a year before they intend to end support for it. Because right now you can go out on Amazon and buy a product that already is not supported. And then transparency about your security updates policies. And then there's some language as well about companies that lease hardware to consumers. So ISPs or companies like ADT, right? Lease security cameras. If they are leasing end-of-life hardware, they are required to replace that at no cost to the consumer. So we had 3 states introduce this legislation in the past year, New York, Massachusetts, and California. I'll give you the New York and Massachusetts bills basically died in committee. However, the New York bill passed in the New York State Senate before it died in the State Assembly. In California, it has also passed the State Senate, and the State Assembly is still considering it. So it could actually be enacted in California. We'll bring it back in all of these states, in addition to other states in the next cycle, which will start after the new year. We're also looking at a broader conversation, which is Operation Graceful Exit, and that's talking about broader guardrails for companies that make smart connected products. And again, this could be for business-to-business technology, consumer technology, as well as potentially critical infrastructure, to say, what is required of you when you declare something end of life or end of support, right? You can do that as a business when you want to, but there are requirements that go along with it. That could be requiring them to continue providing security updates for software flaws to prevent these devices from being exploited. Because we know, again, that they are actively targeting end-of-life devices out there. It could require them to say, well, open source the software that runs this device and allow the community to continue supporting it after you've ended support for it, or potentially put it into some kind of code escrow and allow an independent service provider to come in and support that. The graceful exit, so again, it's going to require defining the terms, definitions of end of support and end of life, some kind of wind down responsibility, like, stop selling the thing in advance of ending support for it, which again, right now is not a requirement. And then offer some kind of transition for consumers to keep devices. And again, the idea here is focus on the longevity of devices, keep them usable, keep them working for as long as possible. That is good for consumers, it's good for the environment. And if you can keep them secure and maintained, then it's good for our environment.
there's even a business aspect to this as well. By having the ongoing communication as well and offering a transition, this is a chance for businesses to say, hey, you're using our old product that is, poor quality camera on your network. Let's get you on a better one.
Right. That's right. Absolutely. And, some of this comes from my work in Right to Repair, but this is part of, we need to really rethink how we think about and treat technology. We need to really try and keep it working for as long as possible, but also keep it secure and maintainable, and not just have the entire system really focused on profit. Okay, so then there's this question of the talk we just had on pets versus cattle, and this notion of DIE and ephemera and devices being ephemeral, which I think is a super important notion for security. There is this kind of question: should we have millions of consumer products and business devices that are vulnerable, end of life, or just poorly configured or not patched? Should we just take them offline? Should we brick them to prevent them from continuing to be used in botnets and so on? Obviously, we did, as was mentioned, we saw this back in 2017, 2016 with BrickerBot, and that was a vigilante attack. Forced ephemerality, maybe, is the way to look at it. That happened around the Mirai botnet, permanent denial of service. And did it work? It definitely took some devices offline. Is Mirai botnet still out there? Yes, in fact, it's open source now. There are many different versions of it. Has the population of exposed IoT devices decreased? No, it has not. It has exploded. So I would say the limits on pets versus cattle is that the presumption is really the same that we've always had, which is the emphasis is on the consumer of the technology to be responsible for the security of the technology, right? As opposed to putting the responsibility where it actually belongs, which is on the company that is the vendor that is making, selling, and profiting from that technology, increasing responsibility and accountability for them, instead of saying, well, if you've been attacked and hacked, that's a security failure of yours, not the vendors, because as we know, this software is rife with vulnerabilities, ODAs, and known vulnerabilities that are being exploited. And I don't think, absent policies that actually change the behavior of companies, as long as they can privatize the profit and socialize the cyber risk, they are going to continue to do that. Can taking 100,000 devices, bricking them and taking them offline, it will have a temporary impact on cybersecurity, but that will also just feed vendors' desire to get you to upgrade to new technology, which they will then cut off support from, and 10 years down the road, we'll be exactly in the same position. Those upgraded devices will now be end of life, and we'll have to brick those to take them offline. The vendor will sell you new devices, cut off support, right? So that cycle will continue to play out, because ultimately, privatize the profit and socialize the risk. How do we stop socializing the risk, right? And that is putting more requirements on software vendors in the same way that we do on automakers, on food producers, all these different technologies and services that we rely on. So the concept I have is the sort of farmer and farm, right? So think about the cattle. The quality of that cattle is actually really reliant on the farm and the ranch where that cattle was raised, how they were treated, how they were fed, how they were, processed in the end. That is going to affect the quality of that cattle, not the cattle itself, and not the consumer who buys that steak or that hamburger. It's about the farmer and the farm. It's about the company that makes the technology, and those who run that company and the decisions that they make. And that's kind of what what we're all affected by. I do think that requires our community to get active, and that's kind of one of the things that my nonprofit is about. Yep, 5 minutes, I got it. So I've been in the cybersecurity industry for 25 years, close to it. We're really good at defining problems. We're really good at working through problems. We're really less good at having a seat at the table and engaging in the types of policy conversations that need to happen in order for really substantive, long-lasting change to take place. We need to kind of have a louder voice and advocate for policies that are going to change things over the long term, rather than thinking of myriad different ways that individual people or individual companies might make a difference or do something positive. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. We've got time for a couple of quick questions and maybe provocation from Sunil, possibly. We'll start with Sunil and see. No? Oh, you'll join the. Okay. If you hit the switch on the other mic, it'll work. So here we go.
All right, thanks. Great talk, thanks guys. So as an engineer, I can't help but think of like solutions to some of these things. I know that Stacy was talking about like we want QR codes on products that'll take you to a website that tell you information about this product. What I want as an engineer is I want these things to report on my network in a machine-readable fashion. Here's what I am. Here's what my current software load is. Here's when I'm out of date, so that my router could proactively tell me these things, and then maybe even take them offline when they've gone out of date for me. I mean, that's the kind of thing I see, like an API on these devices or a securities.txt thing that I can query in a known, standardized fashion. Could that happen?
Oh yeah, Cisco.
Thoughts? Could we make that happen?
Well, I mean, right now, I think one of the problems is we do have a very kind of siloed ecosystem out there where different, depends on whether you're talking about a home network or a business network, but it's, obviously in the enterprise space, it definitely is possible to do that. Less so in the consumer space. Maybe mandate what? Yeah.
Mandate for the consumer?
Yep.
So I was kind of looking at the policy piece of that. It looks like putting more responsibility into the hands of the farm or the company that makes this stuff.
Yes.
Might that be leveraged to kind of counteract a lot of right to repair where you now have less control over your hardware and your device? Or is there a way to balance that by saying, well, the manufacturer needs to have the ability to carry out these things. The user can opt out and can decide, no, I'm going to take control and choose not to enact these things. So it's an opt-out thing. So anyway, just more of a conversation and a kind of a question there. I was just hitting my head like, dang, some asshole is going to use this potentially as a way to say, well, isn't it a shame that we now have to have full control over your device and can't let you repair your stuff?
Right, and vendors are very willing to leverage cyber risk as an excuse for, more control over devices that ultimately is really just a way to, pad their bottom line. So kill the device, force them to upgrade and get a new device, right? What you need to provide are, if the vendor wants to continue supporting the device, great. If they want to walk away from support, that's okay, but that should not mean the end of the device, which is totally functional. There should be options for the consumer there. So you want to support companies, you want them to be able to, innovate, make interesting products, sell them, profit from them, and you want to support the rights of consumers to get the longest useful life out of that device as you can. And that includes these days keeping it secure and maintained. Yep.
What I would look for is some sort of equivalent of a digital eminent domain that if one chooses to abandon, if a property is abandoned or whatever in some way, that and there's no release of the tools to maintain some said device, then effectively, the producer has given up their privilege to have, for example, any rights to intellectual property, whatever it may be, right? And so we declare digital eminent domain, and we can then, the public or the government does whatever they choose to do with it.
So you briefly mentioned policy that would basically restrict companies from selling hardware if it's approaching end of life. My question is, how would we help mitigate or prevent brand new in-box hardware from being shipped directly to a landfill?
Well, that sounds like an environmental question.
How would you prevent brand new hardware from being shipped to a landfill? Right. Well, I mean, that's this kind of Project Graceful Exit, right? Which is sort of the concept there is, as if the manufacturer wants to end support for this software and end support for that device and say goodbye to it and move on to the next thing, that's totally their right as a business. The interest of the consumer and society and our planet is for that device to continue functioning as long as it possibly can, whether that's a decade, 2 decades, 4 decades. My mom bought a Sub-Zero refrigerator in 1986. It's still running. And so what policies do we need? What options do we need? And we've seen examples, right, whether it's smartwatch or the Fisker Auto, of the owner.
But we also have cash for clunkers, though.
Huh? And we also have cash for clunkers. That's right. That's right.
There's value in getting rid of stuff.
That's right. That's right. Which creates an incentive for people to, or at least covers their losses for people to get rid of old stuff.
Or a rebate.
That's
it just doesn't have to be a full replacement. Just
That's
even
right.
a rebate.
That's right. Yeah. So yes, that's another option as well. Yep.
All right. Listen, put your hands together to thank our panelists. And a very important announcement is you want to be here in this room at 10 a.m. tomorrow, because at 10 a.m. tomorrow we get to listen to Sarah Miller talk about making preparations and personal resilience approachable. And then one of our keynoters is Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, coming to share with us about the Taiwan conflict, most likely and most dangerous. And we wrap it up with Mr. Corman bringing us all home to talk about what to do over the next 12 months. So be here, 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we thank you.